Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. In this dimension called Area, survival isn't guaranteed. It's a meat grinder, crawling with demons, snatching people from different worlds just to feed itself. These confused newcomers get dumped straight into Geneva, a sprawling, overpopulated city. And let me tell you, for the unprepared, this place is an absolute nightmare waiting to happen. The city of beginnings is usually where their story permanently ends. But our boy, Lee Sungmin, he knows this deadly reality better than anyone, even if he looks like just another terrified teenager. Zero magic, zero background. Sungmin is branded a completely useless, no class. Suddenly, a friendly local walks up, offering him a warm meal and a drink to help him settle in. To a scared, helpless kid, this guy basically looks like a literal guardian angel. But in Area, kindness is almost always a mask for pure evil. The second Sungmin reaches for the cup, the man reaches for his blade. But this backstabbing local just made the biggest mistake of his life. He assumed our MC was an easy target. Wrong. Before that sword even leaves its scabbard, Sungmin slices the guy's throat with absolute, surgical precision. Standing over the body, he feels zero guilt, just a heavy, exhausting sense of déjà vu. Because our boy isn't a rookie at all. Thanks to a legendary item called the Stone of Regression, he just warped 13 years into the past. In his past life, he was a pathetic C-rank mercenary, scraping the bottom of the barrel just to eat, before dying as an absolute nobody. But now, he's right back at the starting line. He's got a weak kid's body, but the hardened mind of a veteran. Knowing exactly what ruined his first life, Sungmin refuses to waste a single second. He immediately pulls up his status window. Still a no class, still zero skills. Most people would panic, but Sungmin knows a massive secret. No class characters aren't trash, they are perfect blank slates. They can learn absolutely anything and snatch up insane growth bonuses, as long as they find the right masters early on. Time to fix that totally broken foundation. The young mercenary tracks down a very specific back alley doctor. Why? Because this guy is destined to die extremely soon. Only someone carrying future knowledge could exploit this, and our MC takes full advantage. Sungmin endures a brutal skeletal remodeling surgery, unlocking a proper martial skeleton. This upgraded internal structure makes it 100 times easier to master. Insane physical combat techniques. Next stop? A dusty, completely forgotten bookstore. The clueless owner has zero idea that a mythical manual called the True Heaven Cultivation Technique is just collecting dust on his shelf. Thinking it's absolute garbage, the merchant sells this god-tier power-up for pocket change. Boom. One day down, 2 massive, game-changing advantages secured. Things he totally missed his first time around. But real power needs good gear, and Sungmin is dead broke. He hits up a weapons dealer, but he's short a massive 240,000 credits. Instead of walking away, he pivots. He drops the scared kid act entirely. He stares the merchant down with the heavy, dead eyes of a man who has survived 1,000 bloodbaths. Shockingly, it works. The merchant is actually stunned by this kid's gritty, hardened aura, that raw, desperate hunger of someone refusing to die. He hands over the gear on credit, a seriously rare stroke of luck, though the paranoid mercenary inside him screams to trust absolutely no one. Fully geared up and ready for blood, our boy marches straight into the hunting grounds outside the city walls. 13 years ago, he was sobbing, swinging a wooden stick at low-level goblins. Today, a monster lunges, and he instantly unleashes the soul-chasing spear technique. With one explosive, brutal thrust, he obliterates the creature on the spot. The sheer force is so intense, his untrained hands literally smoke from the wild friction. A harsh reminder that while his brain is maxed out, his physical body is still just a fragile no class. But staring down at that dead monster, no pain, just the ultimate thrill of a fresh start. Fast forward through 2 brutal, bloody weeks in those infested woods. Lee Sungmin finally sneaks back into Geneva under the cover of darkness. He heads straight to a local inn, met by the owner, Jack. Our MC casually drops a dark brown pouch to cover his entire rent. It's stuffed with monster loot, goblin teeth, and valuable fluids. Jack's jaw drops, not just because a no-class kid is surviving out there, but because this boy is casually holding a dimensional storage pouch worth an absolute fortune. Sungmin plays it cool, lying that a local merchant gave him a sweet discount. To Jack, our MC looks like some legendary, once-in-a-generation prodigy, someone destined to rival the city's top heroes. But upstairs in his dark room, the mood completely shifts. Sungmin knows the ugly truth. He has zero talent. Every single ounce of progress, it's strictly fueled by the bitter, painful memories of his pathetic past life. Because this dimension lets you regain abilities just by remembering the mechanics, he successfully clawed back a bunch of his old techniques. The problem? They are completely second-rate skills, the kind of trash that will never get him to the top tier. Even with his shiny new cultivation method, his natural limitations feel suffocating. He realizes that to actually rewrite his miserable fate, he needs incredibly overpowered martial arts, and fast. The very next morning, the innkeeper's daughter, Lula, begs him to quit this suicidal life as a monster hunter. She offers him a nice, safe job at the inn. But our boy shuts that down instantly. In his past life, playing it safe and compromising was exactly what made him a total loser. Now, you and I are watching a man willing to bleed for the absolute top. He heads down to the city plaza, arriving right as the noon bell rings, signaling a fresh batch of otherworlders. Among these terrified newbies, Sungmin notices a kid in red and black robes, looking chillingly calm. Veteran instinct tells our hero that the local street scum are gonna prey on this kid instantly. Bang on cue, two thugs walk up offering a poisoned drink. Sungmin tries to mind his own business, but his luck goes totally sideways. He bumps right into a massive, heavily scarred gangster. The guy fakes a broken collarbone, looking to extort him for everything he has. Before Sungmin can even blink, the brute smashes him into the dirt. Trapped, Sungmin quickly gauges him a third-rate martial artist. Literal, bottom of the barrel, sure, but still leagues stronger than our unevolved MC right now. Desperate, knowing absolutely nobody saves a no-class, Sungmin screams a warning to the kid in red. Don't drink that poison. It is a massive gamble. He's praying this mysterious kid is actually some overpowered martial artist from another dimension, who might just save his life. As the giant thug lunges for the kill, Sungmin goes all out. He pushes his newly forged exoskeleton to the limit, slamming the guy with rapid-fire rock destruction palm strikes. But it's useless. The thug's body is armored with external arts, totally shrugging off a weak kid's attacks. Just when it looks like game over, and the rest of the gang swarms in, the kid in the red robes finally moves. A total blur. He catches a heavy punch one-handed and blasts out a terrifying wave of crimson energy. The thugs are sent flying like broken ragdolls. Sungmin is frozen in absolute terror. This isn't just talent. This kid is a peak master, a monster standing at the absolute zenith of martial arts. Then it hits him. He knows that face. Weiji Hoyan, the little heavenly demon. Back in his past life, this kid grew into a legendary demonic cult nightmare who terrorized the entire area dimension. Back then, the power gap was so insane, Sungmin couldn't even dare to make eye contact. But right now, this absolute legend is casually chilling inside Sungmin's cramped little inn room. Why? Because our boy accidentally talked to him casually during the plaza brawl. The 13-year-old Weiji Hoyon is slightly annoyed, but highly entertained. After heavily roasting Sungmin's garbage martial arts and pathetic technique, the young master drops a bombshell. He offers to personally train our MC how to fight. But wait, there is one incredibly bizarre condition attached. No money, no lifetime servitude. The most overpowered kid alive just asks Sungmin to be his friend. So stick with me to find out why a god-tier fighter like Weiji Hoyan. Why would the demonic cult's heir suddenly want a weakling like Lee Sungmin as a friend? Well, you and I have to look at his past. Growing up as the young master, Hoyan lived a life of absolutely brutal expectations. When he was just a kid, he read about friendship in a book and told his father, the great heavenly demon, that he wanted one. His father's response? A terrifying roar. He insisted that a true ruler has zero need for companions. He even forced a 10-year-old Hoyan to slaughter 50 trainees just to prove a point about absolute strength. Because of this, the kid grew up with insane power, but zero social skills. It led him to believe that friendship is just something that naturally happens between people of the same exact age. Back in the present, Sungmin finds himself in a seriously weird spot. He is a 27-year-old guy stuck in a teenager's body, and he is shaking hands with a 13-year-old boy who just claimed him as his best buddy. Despite how absurd this is, there is a massive perk. The young master actually starts teaching Sungmin martial arts. Hoyan cannot share the cult's secret moves, but he introduces Sungmin to the Violet Dawn mystic art. This is a high-level technique from the unorthodox sect. It makes the user's internal energy glow this incredibly deep, amethyst color. Because Hoyan insists they are total equals now, he actually forces Sungmin to drop the polite language and speak informally. A pretty tough job, for someone who knows exactly how dangerous this kid really is. 1 month of hardcore training passes, and the results are insane. Sungmin's skills have already jumped somewhere between 3rd and 2nd class, a pace of growth completely blowing past his entire first life. While hunting in the forest, he suddenly runs into a massive orc, a monster that absolutely would have been a death sentence just a month ago. Now, he handles the beast like it is nothing, piercing its chest with a single spear thrust. Even though the nagging memory of Hoyan keeps telling him he lacks talent, his progress is totally undeniable. But an orc appearing this close to the city? Extremely weird. As Sungmin checks the corpse, a guy in white robes named Woon Hee-ryung steps out of the shadows. He introduces himself with this flashy title, the Orchid Destruction Sword, and invites Sungmin on a high-stakes quest. It turns out, a new orc village popped up nearby. The Mercenary Guild is offering 20 million ER to completely wipe it out. If they split the cash, our guy stands to make a staggering 7 million ER, all in one shot. Sungmin meets the rest of the party. We have a fast fighter called Little Monkey, a masked assassin named Black Rain Dagger, and a young mage named Rainier. The money is tempting, sure, but our protagonist's mercenary instincts are screaming danger. He spots two mules no-class workers hired just to carry heavy bags getting treated like total garbage by the leader. Hee-ryung completely dismisses them as nobodies, pouring all his fake charm onto Sungmin. Why? He thinks our boy is some high-level warrior from a rich background. Despite all the glaring red flags, and the creepy look crossing Hee-ryung's face when he thinks no one is watching, Sungmin agrees to join. A quest paying this much is way too good to ignore, even if it means walking into a den of absolute strangers for the prize. As the party pushes deeper into the sunlit forest, the battle plan seems simple, maybe a little too optimistic. According to Little Monkey, the team's fighter, they only expect to fight about 30 of the 50 orcs there. He waves the monsters off as just slow and completely stupid. He wants a fast rush and kill strategy, but Hee-ryung, the leader, changes it into a divide and conquer move. The squad will split up, using wind magic to perfectly carry their scent, straight toward the village. This should drag the territorial monsters right into a trap. Our guy Lee Sungmin thinks the plan is pretty sloppy, but he knows the truth. With a group this small, complex traps just are not an option. Honestly, the hardest part falls on the mules, those poor no-class porters hauling the gear. Sungmin spots one exhausted guy named Brass, who looks totally ready to pass out after a half-day trek. Remembering the pure agony of being a weak no-class in his previous life, Sungmin quietly pulls the man aside. He flat-out warns Brass that he cannot protect him once the actual fighting kicks off. He gives him a choice, run right now, or stay and risk death. Brass is terrified of the punishment. The Mercenary Guild drops on deserters, so he chooses to stay. Sungmin completely understands that exact fear. He lived it himself. When they finally hit the edge of the orc territory, the two teams split. Hee-ryung takes Sungmin and Brass toward a wooden fence right by the village. But before the raid actually kicks off, Sungmin uses a genius trick from his master to hide their scent. He rubs mud all over their bodies, buying them precious seconds of surprise. Hee-ryung is honestly impressed by the kid's veteran instincts, but the moment the red signal flare launches to lure the orcs, his true colors finally show. With 13 snarling beasts charging them, Hee-ryung smiles. He suggests a better plan: throw Brass out there as live bait, just to distract the monsters while they strike from behind. Brass desperately begs for his life, but Hee-ryung's smile turns ice cold. Step forward right now, or I will kill you myself. Now, listen closely. Sungmin refuses to watch another no-class get treated like garbage. He steps up, not out of some grand heroism, but simply because they share that exact same struggle. He will not let the strong crush the weak right in front of him. So, he volunteers. He dives straight into the pack of 13 orcs all by himself, drawing on Hoyen's intense training. Combining that with his hard-won past experience, Sungmin turns into a literal blur of amethyst energy. He leaps high, spinning his spear to thin the herd, recalling the little, heavenly demon's voice reminding him to maintain his distance. He unleashes the soul-chasing spear technique, instantly impaling multiple orcs using a powerful move called Lightning Splitting Strike. When one beast actually tackles Brass, Sungmin is there in a flash. He buries his spear deep into the monster's chest, saving him. As the last of the 13 orcs hits the dirt, the bloody clearing goes dead silent. Sungmin stands over the carnage with a cold, determined smirk. Right behind him, Hee-ryung is watching. Sword drawn, face totally unreadable. He fully expected to see a talented little kid. Instead, he just witnessed an absolute master at work. After the fight, Hee-ryung wastes zero time. He hacks the ears off the 13 dead orcs for proof, staying super professional, and even compliments Lee Sungmin, though he immediately snaps at Brass to pack the loot. As they head back to regroup, Brass leans in. He whispers a very soft thank you to our protagonist, a quiet, genuine moment of gratitude, and it is the complete opposite of the brutal betrayal about to happen. When they finally reunite with Team 2, the vibe is weirdly calm. Little Monkey brags that their side was an absolute breeze, but Hee-ryung's face darkens. He coldly mutters that the real problem begins right now. Before anyone can even blink, a dagger from Wang Pei, the Black Rain Dagger, rips straight through the young mage's chest. As she drops, the sick trap is exposed. He Ryung and Wang Pei are butchering their own team to steal the massive 35 millionaire reward. While the fighter screams in pure confusion, Sungmin does not even flinch. A freezing memory from his past life flashes back. A massive guillotine in Geneva. A man getting executed for slaughtering his own party, just for some quick cash. That man was Won Hee Ryung. Since our hero watched that execution 13 years ago, he has been waiting for this exact moment. Hee Ryung draws his sword, totally confident that his second-rate martial arts will crush a child. But Sungmin has two massive advantages. He reads Hee Ryung's movements like an open book, and he already poisoned the well, back when they were rubbing mud to hide their scent. Sungmin mixed in a long-acting paralyzing poison. Hee Ryung's hands start shaking completely out of control. He cannot even block the strikes of the kid he thought was weak. Desperate and literally choking on poison, Hee Ryung grabs brass. He holds a sword to the porter's throat, gambling on Sungmin having some useless compassion. But what will our guy do? Our boy Sungmin is mentally sweating bullets. He knows he's way too out of gas to save the porter without dying himself. He's desperately trying to play it cool and face reality. But then, the porter makes the ultimate sacrifice play. Flashing Sungmin a tragic little smile, the guy literally throws himself backward onto the enemy's blade, pinning the traitor down with his own body. Screaming for our MC to finish the job, the traitor freezes in pure horror. Sungmin towers over him like a boss, and bam, his spear violently ends the backstabber's whole career right then and there. Meanwhile, the little monkey straight up claps the assassin, leaving only our two survivors to split that massive reward. Sungmin drags himself back to the inn, pockets full of cash, but emotionally absolutely wrecked. He just faceplants onto his bed, totally haunted. If only he had been a little bit stronger. Maybe the porter would have lived. He refuses to let this second life be as pathetic as his first. Suddenly, Weiji Hoyeon leans over his bed with this intensely dark, totally predatory vibe. Hoyeon can literally smell the fresh blood on him. Sungmin tries playing it off, casually mentioning he killed some trash betrayer. But Hoyeon is way too smart to just buy that cheap excuse. Those eyes stare straight into Sungmin's soul. Hoyeon knows our boy is hiding something way spicier than a minor fight. Sungmin just sits there, physically roasted and emotionally running on empty. Hoyeon glares at him with glowing red eyes. Zero small talk here, straight up accusing Sungmin of keeping massive secrets. Sungmin desperately tries to play the I am just a fast learner card. But, nope, Hoyeon isn't buying it for a second. The genius explains how they watched the other newbies. To Hoyeon, those guys are basically shivering little hamsters, totally incapable of sudden, ice-cold violence. But Sungmin? He was ruthless from day one. Normal people need time to mentally prepare for murder, but Sungmin was out hunting monsters instantly. Plus, Hoyeon points out a super obvious, hilarious paradox. Sungmin has zero natural talent. He barely understands 30% of his lessons. Yet, his footwork and spear moves have literally no noob mistakes. Bro moves with the perfectly polished muscle memory of a veteran trapped in a noob's body. The tension spikes as Hoyeon drops a spicy ultimatum: no more lies. Sungmin tries sweating his way out, crying that everyone gets to keep their little secrets. He even hits the true friends do not pry button. Surprisingly, this actually melts the lonely prodigy's heart. Hoyeon suddenly proposes a wild trade-off. Sungmin spills his biggest secret. Hoyeon will drop one too. And wait, there's a bonus. 20% of their own peak-level inner energy. To Hoyeon, a real bestie is someone you know completely, and they are willing to pay an insane price to get there. Alright, you and I knew he'd cave. Sungmin agrees, but makes Hoyeon promise not to straight up murder him first. Hoyeon takes the lead, reaches back, unties that hair, and drops the biggest plot twist ever. The little heavenly demon is actually a girl. Yup, classic disguise trope. Her crazy cult leader dad forced her to live as a boy since women cannot rule the demonic cult. She's been faking it her entire life, even after getting teleported here. Absolutely stunned, Sungmin realizes he has to match that energy. He takes a deep breath, totally stressed, and drops his own massive bombshell. I am a regressor, he admits. He explains he lived 13 whole years, died a total loser, and woke up at the start. Hilariously, Hoyeon just nods. I mean, in a world full of magic and monsters, time travel? Barely an inconvenience. But now, she gets why Sungmin was terrified. He looks 14, but he is mentally a 27-year-old dude. Sungmin is basically sweating buckets, totally convinced this weird age gap is going to ruin their beautiful friendship. But Hoyeon just flashes a killer smile. She forced him to be friends anyway. She spent 2 months bonding with the actual person, not the number. To her, all those sweaty training sessions and meals, that is the real stuff. With the massive secrets finally out, The vibe flips from super tense to pure wholesome bonding. Still, Hoyeon absolutely roasts him, totally teasing that it's honestly kind of embarrassing. How are you mentally decades old and still this weak? But hey, she's true to her word. Standing up, she reaches out, preparing for the insanely dangerous and ultra-rare energy transfer. Our underdog's path to becoming overpowered is getting aggressively jump-started by the strongest, best girl he could ever find. Because in this crazy world, internal energy is literally everything. It is the juice in a fighter's core that lets them casually shatter boulders with one punch. Normally, you have to grind this out through years and years of super boring, slow, painstaking meditation. Most normal people spend their entire sad lives just to get a tiny drop of it. But our guy? He is getting a luxury cheat code that veterans would straight up murder for. Back in the room, Hoyeon preps the scary transfer. She casually notices his blood vessels are totally blocked, up classic old man problems. For a guy starting his physical training at age 14, whatever. Ignoring the risk, she literally slams her hand onto his back and violently pumps 20% of her insane energy into him. It looks agonizing. Red and white power goes wild. Sungmin fights for his life, absorbing the juice with his Violet Dawn art. Once the storm finally calms down, the results are completely absurd, even though Sungmin only actually kept half of what she shoved into him storing the rest, for later he realizes something insane. This 20% from Hoyeon is already way more raw power than he gathered in his entire previous 13-year life. Talk about a sugar mommy. The effort leaves the badass master totally drained. When Sungmin asks why she would go so far, she drops the sweetest line, "Because we are friends." Now watch this. Over the next month, Hoyeon spoon-feeds him an ultra-legendary move, the Supreme Nine Heavens Spear. It is the broken technique of some ancient spear king. Knowing our boy has the talent of a potato, she actually dumbs it down so his brain can handle it. So sweet, right? Well, until she violently slaps him in the face with a palm strike. That is what he gets for bowing. She tells him real friends don't do that formal stuff. As their final month ticks away, they spend late nights chatting, with Sungmin dropping spicy future rumors. Like how the little heavenly demon supposedly vanished for 3 whole years. Hoyeon is totally pumped to hear she becomes a huge legend. She confesses her real goal is just pure freedom from her crazy cult. She was totally trapped by her dad's ridiculous rules. Here, she can finally just be a girl, and making her first actual friend made her whole trip. That wholesome confession hit Sungmin like a truck, because she is his first real friend too. Back in his garbage past life, he was always a lonely loser just scraping by in the dirt. But look at him now. He actually has a girl who fiercely cares about him getting stronger. But sadly, the honeymoon phase is over. Hoyeon officially announces she is leaving the city soon to chase her ultimate freedom. She challenges Sungmin to figure out his real dreams for this second life, beyond just not dying like a scrub. Cut to their final day, the two besties standing in an open field. Hoyeon is rocking her stylish traveling gear, and Sungmin is gripping his spear like his life depends on it. It is time for one final, epic spar. A parting gift, and the ultimate romantic memory between friends. Sungmin prepares for the most emotional fight of his 2 pathetic lives. Hoyeon, being the absolute arrogant queen she is, casually spots him a hilarious 20-move head start. Sungmin doesn't even hesitate. He blasts forward, mixing his dirty mercenary tricks with his brand new technique, the Supreme Nine Heavens Spear Sungmin style. A totally embarrassing name, Hoyeon literally bullied him into using. As he burns through his 20 moves, the massive gap between a genius and a hard worker gets painfully hilarious. Sungmin aggressively throws out his ultimate soul-chasing strike, and the lightning-splitting attack. His spear is literally humming with purple juice, but Hoyeon disrespectfully dodges and parries every single poke using just her right hand. She even uses the romantic spar to lecture him. One last lesson, folks. She playfully drills the basic true spearmanship is all about the trinity. The parry to bounce, the hold to press, and the ultimate pierce. Stick with me here. By the 20th move, Sungmin is totally gassed out. He hit the second-rate stage, something that took 10 years before. But against a peak master like Hoyeon, he's getting absolutely destroyed. He feels like a toddler just swinging a stick around. When he starts whining about having zero talent, Hoyeon totally snaps. She brutally calls out his pathetic inferiority complex carrying over from his past life. She says it's stopping him from even trying to climb the tall trees. Then she drops a wild ultimatum. If he has absolutely nothing else to live for, he better make surpassing her in 10 years his life goal. Thoroughly humiliated by a 13-year-old lecturing him, Sungmin finally loses it. He screams that, in exactly 10 years, he is going to shove a spear right through her heart. The intense threat actually leaves Hoyeon stunned for a second, before she just laughs it off. She teases his sudden temper tantrum and boldly promises to grow into such a ridiculously gorgeous woman that he won't dare call her a kid anymore. Talk about romantic tension as the sun sets. Lee Sungmin's future is finally crystal clear. He has 3 simple goals. Number 1, survive. Number 2, exploit his past memories for massive loot. And 3, stand as Weiji Hoyun's equal. They share one last wave and promise not to die. The little heavenly demon waltzes right out of the city. Sungmin is flying solo again, but for the first time in 2 entire lifetimes, he isn't just aimlessly drifting. He actually has a real purpose now. And her name is Weiji Hoyun. 10 months after Weiji Hoyun ditched him, Lee Sungmin hits his final milestone in the starting city. He totally gamed his future knowledge to successfully snag the legendary martial skeleton. He also grabbed the pure heavenly technique. But one annoying trial remains the no-class tournament. In his past life, this was an absolute nightmare. But now, our guy is walking in as a first-rate warrior. That level is completely absurd for a 14-year-old kid. He absolutely bulldozes the competition, effortlessly trashing third-rate thugs who thought he was just a weak little boy. Earning first place scores him the ultimate prize, the sacred energy elixir. He chugs it down instantly, feeling all his internal energy finally lock perfectly into place. It beautifully tops off that massive power gift he got from Hoyun. And with that, he has officially broken the power ceiling of this starter town. But before totally bailing, Sungmin does a farewell tour to visit the people who actually treated him nicely. He hits up Hans the street vendor, who surprises our boy with a crazy farewell gift. A second-hand dimensional pouch with 5 times his old storage capacity. Hans is usually a totally greedy businessman, but seeing a classless kid actually succeed clearly moves him to tears. He tells Sungmin to go get famous and pay him back 100 times over, though the absolute hardest goodbye is saved for last. After cleaning his room one last time, an angry, sobbing Lola confronts him. Totally hurt that her crush is abandoning her, she throws a massive tantrum, literally screaming that she hopes he dies horribly. Her dad, Jack, however, totally understands the heavy burden on Sungmin's shoulders. He hands over his old enchanted cape, a premium item with climate control and defensive sword magic. Jack points out that despite looking like a kid, Sungmin has the exhausted soul of a middle-aged veteran. With that, our guy finally struts through the city gates, heading straight for Mercy's mountain. Suddenly, a heavily panting Lola chases him down. In a super rare moment of honesty, she takes back her terrible curse and practically begs him to stay alive, basically confessing her crush. Sungmin, flexing that 27-year-old mental maturity, very gently rejects the poor girl to stay focused on his grind. He just cleared the starter zone in 1 year, 2 whole years faster than before. Plus, this time, he's actually leaving with some pretty wholesome memories. No bitter feelings here. His next stop is the wildly dangerous Mercy's Mountain, where a creepy hooded guy greets him. This is where his hellish training begins, completely focused on insane magical prohibitions. Basically, taking a nasty self-imposed handicap acts as a cheat code for explosive physical growth. To catch up to his monster of a waifu Weiji Hoyun in 10 years, he literally has to break his own limits. Alright, you and I are watching Sungmin officially kick off the 9-year countdown to his big romantic reunion. He knows just falling back into his old, boring mercenary routine would be completely pointless. What a massive waste of a perfectly good time travel regression. To actually close the massive power gap between him and his genius rival, he hits the ultimate nightmare gym, Murphy's Mountain. Murphy is the literal god of hardcore trials. Up here, the normal laws of physics are just completely thrown away to test your willpower. By taking on crazy magical handicaps, a warrior forces their body to violently adapt. We're talking hundreds of times faster than normal push-ups. Sungmin, completely desperate for gains, hilariously accepts 2 of the absolute worst penalties available. First up, the weight restriction. And no, it's not just a heavy backpack. This god's magic makes Sungmin's own arms, his clothes, and even his snacks feel like they weigh 1,000 pounds. The second handicap, way more psychologically damaging. Say goodbye to the wonderful sense of taste. Thanks to his ruined senses, drinking perfectly clean water feels like chugging raw sewage, and eating normal bread tastes exactly like chewing on crunchy, wriggling bugs. The psychological trauma is instant. After a straight week of violently puking and passing out, his lazy past life logic tries to make him quit. His brain tries bargaining, whispering that just settling as a decent B-rank mercenary would be totally fine. Honestly, sounds like a comfy life. But then he imagines Weiji Hoyun staring down at him, not with pity, but expecting him to be great. That mental image totally shatters his weakness, forcing him back up. He angrily swallows that disgusting bug bread and sewage water. But his resolve gets dunked on again when he tries hunting. Starving and practically paralyzed by the weight handicap, he can't even catch a stupid deer. Just when he's about to cry and quit, a random rock hits his head. He looks up and spots a cute girl sporting a two-toned haircut. She's another crazy mountain trainee, flexing a glowing magical tattoo right on her neck. That symbol? It means she literally traded her ability to speak just to get super strong. In a super rare act of kindness, she casually tosses the exact same deer he failed to catch right at his feet. Scribbling in the dirt, she admits she's been stalking him and didn't want him to starve. When a super suspicious Sungmin asks what her trap is, she just writes, "Because I am a nice person." Just like that, our guy scores a completely unexpected waifu ally. Her silence is definitely hiding some seriously ridiculous power. Honestly, Sungmin is just completely dazed that a pretty girl randomly swooped in to save his life. Since she only calls herself a kind person and literally magically appears right when he is getting destroyed, Sungmin can't help but find this mute girl insanely mysterious. But the whole cute mystery shatters the second he actually learns her real name, Baek Sogo. In Sungmin's past life, this girl was literally a legendary powerhouse, famous as the Flash, a badass title earned by being impossibly fast. But hold up, her massive fame comes with a super dark plot twist. Sungmin realizes that in about 8 years, this superstar is violently murdered by a terrifying monster. And that monster? His own obsession? Weiji Hoyun. Hanging out here is tough because of the mountain's insane rules. To get those massive training gains, you absolutely must accept these cursed magical handicaps. Handicaps that viciously multiply every 6 months. While Sungmin is chilling by a cave, Sogo totally jump scares him by sneaking up perfectly silently. Since the rules banned her voice, she literally carves her text messages right into solid stone, using just her bare finger. She's genuinely terrified our boy is going to starve to death, proving she really is a total sweetheart. While chatting, Sungmin spots a glowing purple tattoo on Sogo's arm. Her entire left arm is permanently paralyzed. It's her brand new handicap. My guy finally understands just how psychotic this training camp is. She asks about his penalties, which are the horrible loss of taste and absolutely crushing body weight. Sogo actually feels incredibly bad for him. Let's be real, losing the joy of food makes an already hellish grind totally depressing. Just to be cute and helpful, she happily offers to introduce him to the local neighbors. But wait, here is the hilarious catch. With his ridiculous weight penalty, Sungmin is way too painfully slow to follow her. The solution? This future speed legend literally just chucks him onto her back and violently sprints off like he's a heavy backpack. They crash into a clearing to meet the other future overpowered main characters. First up is Scarlet Lassier, a future Grand Wizard who currently smells absolutely atrocious because her stupid mountain curse completely forbids her from bathing, or even changing her nasty clothes. Then there's Dako Jun, an absolutely jacked dude known as the future Sword Phantom, wildly swinging his blade completely blind. Seeing these legendary endgame bosses looking so incredibly pathetic is wild. Alright, you and I are diving back in. Sungmin is terrified, realizing he is surrounded by absolute martial arts monsters. The group, completely shocked. He started with 2 harsh prohibitions. Scarlet instantly thinks he is crazy and doomed. But Dr. B. Jun? He respects the hustle, seeing a kid desperate to break his limits. Interestingly, there is a 4th resident named Flam. They warn Sungmin to avoid him, he is just too dangerous. 4 agonizing months blur by. Between his skeleton correction and the brutal mountain environment, it is pure torture. His growth is explosive. The Violet Dawn mystic art and his spear style level up at record speeds. This happens even though his muscles feel like they are literally tearing apart under the extra weight. He absolutely refuses to stop. This insane drive comes from one ultimate goal. He must get strong enough to face Weiji Hoyan. That shadow haunts his ambitions. As his body bulks up and rips his old clothes, he finally meets the mysterious 4th resident. A blue-haired boy named Flam approaches with a friendly smile. Flam is super impressed by his spear techniques. Yep, our hero just ran into the mountain's final big shot. But remember, the other residents had already warned Lee Sungmin about Flam. Dr. B. Jun and the rest called him a true monster genius, the kind whose effortless talent makes everyone else's desperate hard work feel totally meaningless. Because of this, Baek Sogo warned our hero, do not meet Flam, or you will fall into despair. Unfortunately, it is too late. Standing nervously in the forest, Flam casually sparks up a conversation. He claims he just wants a friend his own age. Our protagonist tries brushing him off, refusing to waste time on an arrogant prodigy. He has seen true geniuses like Weiji Hoyan before, so he thinks he is prepared. He turns to leave, but reaching for his spear, pure shock hits him. His hand is completely empty. Without Sungmin even blinking, Flam completely disarmed him. The absolute greatest humiliation for any martial artist is losing their weapon, and it happened so fast. He could not even track the movement. My guy is left trembling in confusion. Flam just casually leans on the stolen spear, claiming he is borrowing it. But what happens next is a soul-crushing display of raw talent. After seeing the technique once, Flam takes a stance and unleashes the Supreme Nine Heavens Spear. He does not just copy it, he perfects it. He unleashes a devastating energy strike, totally shattering the forest. Sungmin just stares in absolute horror. This kid mastered in seconds what took him months of agonizing, blood-sweating training. Flam does not stop there. He brutally mocks the very concept of hard work, wondering aloud why anyone bothers training when he can just look and master things instantly. This is a completely different kind of pain than Sungmin felt with Wei Jihoyan. She was a genius, sure, but she never flaunted it to crush people. Flam, however, he is showing off to his absolute heart's content. He even compares their prohibitions, bragging that he has 4 of them. He mockingly asks if Sungmin took a prohibition of humility because of his sour attitude. The tension finally snaps when Flam suggests Sungmin should just quit and leave the mountain. Driven by sheer shame and rage, our hero throws a punch, but Flam catches it effortlessly. Since mountain rules prevent them from dealing real damage, the attack is meaningless. Flam twists the knife, telling Sungmin he is way too weak and will probably never master his own spear art with such trash-tier talent. Luckily, Baek Sogo appears. She shuts down the bullying instantly, literally dragging Flam away by his face. But before he goes, Flam drops some dangerous advice. The harsher the prohibition, the faster you grow. Suddenly, that word, talent, begins echoing through Sungmin's mind like an absolute curse. Pushed to a total mental breakdown by the crushing weight of his own inferiority, our hero screams at the sky. He decides on a desperate gamble, screaming out to the mountain goddess, "Mercy, stick with me here," because this is where things get completely insane. The mountain goddess actually answers. A colossal shadowy silhouette looms over him, commanding him to speak. Without a single hint of hesitation, our hero demands to add yet another physical prohibition. Boom! The world instantly shifts into a cosmic void, full of floating rocks and weird purple geometry. As Sungmin looks around, completely confused, a figure descends from the dark. This is Mercy. A stunning woman with long purple hair and a thorn crown claims this domain. Hearing her introduction, our boy is totally paralyzed. He is standing face to face with a literal god. Mercy skips the pleasantries. She brutally mocks him for acting so polite now, pointing out he was just barking curses at her like a dog seconds ago. Leaning in close, she questions if he can really handle more burden. He is already suffering from the prohibitions of taste and weight. The guy is clearly at his limit, but Sungmin insists he can take it. This crazy bravado amuses the goddess, so she drops a bombshell. She knows he is a regressor. As a god, she sees every mortal's causality. She explains that everyone is destined to die. Usually, only transcendental beings break that destiny. Our protagonist is definitely not that. Yet somehow, he has twisted the universe's laws to regress. Mercy warns him this will not kill him now, but his soul will suffer billions of hours of karma after death. Shockingly, my guy does not care. Focused only on his weakness, he accepts the price instantly. Back in the forest, Baek Sogo finds Sungmin shivering against a tree, horrified, asking what he did. He reveals his 2 brand new prohibitions, warmth and dreams. This absolutely horrifies her. Why? Because abstract concepts are infinitely more dangerous than simple physical burdens. Unfortunately, the effects are instant. The warmth prohibition leaves him with permanent, bone-deep chills that no fire can cure. And even worse, the prohibition of dreams turns his sleep into a living nightmare. He must relive his absolute worst memories every time he closes his eyes. Baek Sogo calls him a crazy bastard, completely baffled by his sheer recklessness. However, our protagonist shuts her down with one bitter truth. He has absolutely zero talent. This hits Sogo hard. Looking closely at him, she finally notices something. Despite stacking prohibitions, his growth is still sluggish compared to true monsters. Sungmin explains he is not just angry at Flam. Rather, Flam's insane excellence was a brutal reminder. To stand among monsters, he must abandon common sense. Deeply moved by this crazy resolve, Baek Sogo decides to help. She admits her own goal is becoming the world's strongest. Recognizing that exact same fire in him, she offers to teach him a movement technique. She hands over the Shadowless Soul Flight Manual, an incredible martial art rivaling his very best skills. When a stunned Sungmin asks why she is so generous, she playfully claims she is just kind. Secretly, though, she feels deep sympathy for his struggle. Then, she tells him to call her senior sister. A system notification confirms he acquired the new skill, starting a brutal new training chapter. Inside a dark purple void, our hero desperately practices his supreme 9 heavens. Spear. He lunges with insane speed, totally fueled by his fear of inferiority. But mid-strike, Weiji Hoyan suddenly appears. She needs 0 weapons. 2 fingers catch his fatal strike. The psychological toll is devastating. In this nightmare, the girl he admired just stares back with ice-cold disappointment. She tells him 10 agonizing years of hard work were a total waste. She decides to take back everything she gave him, including his martial arts. 1 strike to his abdomen completely shatters his dantian. Vomiting blood, he screams her name as she turns away, and purple mist swallows him. You and I are about to witness true hell. You and I have seen some wild training, but this? Insane. He begs for one more chance, snapping awake in the forest, dripping sweat. Just a dream. He's relieved he's still alive. But that peace? Gone instantly. A dark shadow with glowing red eyes is looming right behind him. Turns out it's Scarlet Lacier, a future grand magician, though right now, she looks and smells like she hasn't showered in weeks. Seriously gross. But despite the hygiene, she's actually checking on Sungmin. Since taking the prohibition of dreams, his eyes are permanently bloodshot. Plus, there's a glowing sigil. Scarlet gives it to him straight, no sugarcoating. Between the brutal nightmares and the freezing chills from the prohibition of warmth, he's basically speedrunning to his grave. But she's not just roasting him. Turns out, Baeksogo was so worried, she begged the mountain's other residents to step up and help. Even Dokbai Jun, the sword phantom, shows up to spar. They actually want him to survive this hell. To help out, Scarlet tosses Sungmin 4 totally broken magic scrolls. These give him mental clear for the nightmares, haste and strength for the heavy prohibitions, and pure fatigue recovery to keep his fragile body from completely shutting down. The following training? Absolute torture. Sungmin pushes right to the brink of death, using magic to shatter his natural limits, even as it literally drains his life force away. Yet, he still can't last 100 seconds against the blind Dokbai. But the old master is seriously coming through. Whenever those freezing chills from the warmth prohibition strike, Dokbai uses his internal energy, pressing Sungmin's blood vessels to boost his metabolism and force warmth right back into his freezing limbs. As the sword phantom casually walks away, our guy has a massive realization. Looking at his trembling hands, he remembers all the friendly faces since his regression, awesome people like Hans and Jack. They actually cared. He knows the world of Arya is usually totally ruthless, everyone just surviving. So, honestly, it feels incredibly unnatural that everyone is being so nice to him. Why this life? Even his mentors can't explain it. Chatting privately, Scarlet and Dokbai admit there's just something about this kid. You literally cannot leave him alone. Sungmin wonders if some weird force is manipulating things, but he finally stops overthinking it. Maybe, for the first time across 2 whole lives, he's actually just getting lucky. Stick with me, this is where it gets wild. A full year passes. The mountain landscape shifts into a surreal display of purple-topped trees and incredibly jagged cliffs everywhere. The training's cost? Totally visible. His hands shake violently, gripping that spear, purple energy sparking off bandaged fingers from pure exertion. Our hero looks like a complete shell. He staggers through the forest, gasping for breath, before collapsing hard. But this quiet exhaustion gets interrupted. Flam appears, silhouetted in light. The blue-haired genius looks genuinely surprised. Surprised our boy lasted this long. He leans in close. Getting 0 response, Flam realizes the silence isn't voluntary. A glowing purple sigil on our guy's neck confirms it. The prohibition of voice. Flame laughs, mocking him for picking an easy handicap because he couldn't handle real pain. But the actual reality? Far more intense than that. As Flam walks away, Sungmin lunges with his spear. Flam catches it one-handed, but internally, he's actually shocked by the growth. Our hero's fundamental techniques have become insanely clean. They perfectly match the movement skills Baeksogo taught him. To keep the upper hand, Flam slams his palm right into the spear shaft. A massive shockwave blasts our guy backward. Flam sneers, is this mediocre progress all he gets for carrying 5 entire prohibitions? But Flam can easily read the intent, right on our protagonist's lips. Spotting that mocking smirk, Flame's face turns pure predator. He backhands the boy hard, drawing blood, and violently slamming him into the dirt. Just to flex the insane gap between them, Flam manifests Sword Chi, a jagged blue blade around his fingers. A peak skill taking decades to master, yet Flam effortlessly shatters a tree with it. He preaches about the unfair world, how bugs crawl and bleed for an inch, while he started at the finish line. Still, our hero's resolve never breaks. Staring the genius down, he lip-syncs that he's actually glad Flam visited his training was getting boring. He's made total peace with having 0 talent. He will struggle in ways a genius literally can't comprehend. He promises one day, this crawling effort will drive a spear right through his arrogant rival's chest. 1 month later, hitting his 1-year mountain anniversary, he returns to the goddess Mercy. To close the power gap, he actually chooses the prohibition of hearing. This turns his whole existence into an agonizing nightmare of white noise. Now dragging 6 prohibitions, life is pure pain, foul food, and a body feeling like absolute lead. Ironically, going deaf is super comforting. Now he completely ignores Flamme's trash talk. Under the intense guidance of Dokbae-jun and Baek-sogo, he sharpens his spear and mystic arts. He evolves at a total snail's pace compared to prodigies. But it's consistent. This endlessly agonizing grind finally gets him summoned right back to Mercy's cosmic void. But instead of demanding a new price, the goddess just smiles calmly. She announces he's officially beaten her trial. Standing there in the starry void, our boy is totally confused. Getting summoned way ahead of schedule? He has absolutely no idea why. When he asks, she drops a massive truth bomb. Flamme's entire existence was the trial. Mercy explains that Flamme isn't even a real resident of this mountain, not a real human at all. Our hero finally gets why he never heard of this legendary genius before regression. Flamme literally never existed in Arya. Flamme is just the literal personification of despair. Most fighters, even legends like Baek-sogo and Dokbae-jun, met Flamme and got totally crushed by the power gap. They saw that overwhelming talent and ran away. But our guy? Total opposite. Despite being the weakest one here, he threw himself into worse hell just to catch up. That absolute recklessness amused the goddess. Because he never quit, he cleared the secret test. Mercy warns him to keep Flamme's identity secret or face divine wrath. Then, she offers a crazy shortcut, his soul, for 100 years of training strength. Our protagonist instantly rejects it. He remembers how much he despised the word effort, thinking it was just a fake excuse for the untalented. Before, he used low potential to completely avoid trying. But now, fighting alongside these absolute legends who are both gifted and hardworking, no more excuses. He accepts being a larva, telling the goddess he's actually starting to love the word effort, because it's the only path he's got. Before sending him back, Mercy starts dropping riddles, indirectly warning him about Arya's true, twisted nature. She reveals, there are no coincidences here. Summoning otherworlders like him has a dark, hidden purpose. She heavily hints a massive catastrophe is coming, something so ridiculously terrifying that the universe itself had to let him regress. But suddenly, a terrifying mass of mist and shadows violently interrupts. The goddess instantly throws up defenses to protect her realm. You and I know things just got real. Looking totally pale, she shoves him from the void. Finish your training fast, she whispers, revealing the insane stakes ahead. She's honestly wondering if he's strong enough to stop the literal apocalypse. Meanwhile, a few days later back in the woods, the brutal reality of the 6th prohibition finally hits our boy. He willingly sacrifices his sense of smell, but here is the troll logic of this curse. Instead of smelling nothing, his brain forces him to endure the absolute worst phantom stenches, including his unwashed teammate Scarlet. She is seriously offended when she realizes why he keeps gagging around her. Meanwhile, Baek-sogo takes on her own brutal handicaps, giving up taste and hearing. Seeing this absolute future legend struggle, and looking totally bloodshot from sensory overload, makes Sungmin respect her even more. She openly admits she finally gets the sheer hell he has been living in, but the mood instantly gets heavy when she looks deep into Lee Sungmin's eyes. With a serious face, she drops the bomb. Her training on this mountain is done, and she is leaving soon. 2 years of non-stop grinding, and it's time for the seniors to pack up. Baek-sogo stands before our guy in that creepy purple forest. She hit her goals and is heading out. Now, she's an absolute genius, right? Someone who never actually needed to suffer this much. Still, this place changed her. Standing there in total silence, she suddenly notices the tiny kid she met earlier is now literally as tall as she is. She hesitates. She is terrified he might literally train himself to death or fail to learn the shadowless soul flight without her holding his hand. Sungmin catches that vibe and stays totally calm. Dead serious, he tells her he can carry his own weight now. He absolutely refuses to let her babysit him anymore. Her kindness kept him alive, but now he wants her to chase her own destiny. Then, surprise romance moment. Baek-sogo pulls him into this sudden, tight hug. She calls him the toughest guy she knows because he never gives up. He tries to correct her, admitting he cries internally all the time, but just forces himself back up. That just makes her swoon more. She confesses, even she gave up when she saw Flamme's ridiculous talent. Begging him not to die, she finally leaves the mountain. Soon after, Dokbae-jun and Scarlet dip out too. leaving our guy in absolute, utter silence. He hasn't felt this alone in ages. Walking through the woods, he thinks back to his past life as a cynical, edgy loner. But now, he knows he only survived this past year because of the friends who carried him. That hits him right in the feels, shattering a mental wall. Suddenly, he gets this wild, fleeting burst of pure freedom. The massive weight, the ghost smells, and the ringing in his ears just vanish. The world looks completely different now. Summer hits, and the loud buzzing of cicadas reminds him of a super depressing countdown. 7 years. That is exactly how long until Weiji Hoyon murders Baek Sogo. Sungmin literally calls himself a dirt-eating bug right now, realizing he only has 7 short years to level up, enough to stop that absolute tragedy. Fueled by panic, he cranks his training to an insane level, ditching sleep just to swing his spear. Then, his next curse arrives. He sacrifices his vision. Remembering Dokbae Jun's crazy advice about boosting other senses, he goes completely blind. For a whole week, he can barely even twitch. His only company is the maddening internal static from his old curses, which starts sounding exactly like screaming cicadas. In this pitch-black hell, time completely stops mattering. He turns into an automatic weapon of muscle and instinct, swinging his spear on autopilot. Meanwhile, his brain spirals, overthinking his entire existence and why he even time-traveled. He refuses to be a pathetic bug that just gets squashed. He demands power. He needs massive growth. As the air gets freezing cold and the seasons just keep rolling by, he finally masters the darkness. He pushed his mind and body way past the breaking point. Now, a totally jacked, rugged Sungmin walks back into Mercy's space, staring down the goddess. He confidently announces he is done with this trial. Out in the cosmic void, purple energy explodes through the air as every single curse finally lifts off Lee Sungmin's body. 3 whole years, and he finally tastes real freedom. His vision is sharp, the garbage smells are gone, and his mind is completely quiet. He is definitely not that skinny loser anymore, who first climbed this mountain. Mercy just stares at him, super impressed. Usually, greedy martial artists take on too many curses and either quit crying or literally die. But since our guy survived this absolute torture for 3 years, she offers him any reward. He shamelessly begs for natural talent, and she hilariously rejects him. Even a goddess cannot fix his terrible stats. You and I both know the stakes here. To save Baek Sogo from her brutal fate, he needs a serious cheat code. He begs for anything to get stronger, and Mercy figures out his real issue: he is completely out of time. To fix this, she stamps a glowing yellow hourglass right onto his chest. She tells him to find Danier, the time god, over in Dreamer, but she drops a huge warning. Danier's trials make her hell look like a fun vacation, but Danger is his middle name now. As a bonus prize for his stubbornness, Mercy hooks him up with Neville, a red-headed broker for some VIP guild. They are called Aerobrisa. Neville totally judges our boy's power level at first glance, but then he looks closer and spots the insane hidden stats hiding underneath. Sungmin's jaw drops when he hears how massive Aerobrisa is. It is literally an underground black market for gods and peak-tier fighters, selling wild stuff that shouldn't legally exist. We are talking stolen Shaolin elixirs and ultra-secret Wudang and Mount Hua manuals. Knowing this connection is an absolute goldmine, he eagerly signs up immediately. He slaps his thumbprint on a magic scroll to make it official. To celebrate, Neville plays stylist, magically giving him a fresh haircut and swapping those disgusting rags for a super clean black shirt and white pants. Mercy gives him one last creepy goodbye, dropping a massive hint his time travel wasn't an accident, and coincidences simply do not exist here. Hiking down the mountain toward Bahanger City, he can't stop overthinking. Were his fateful meetings with Weiji Hoyon and Baek Sogo really just random luck? Or is some sketchy god pulling the strings? Suddenly, some ugly wolf-headed monsters crash the party. But honestly, they picked the wrong guy. With one incredibly smooth, purple-charged spinning kick, he takes a head clean off. At just 18, Lee Sungmin has officially hit the absolute peak of martial arts. People might call him a genius, but he knows the truth. He paid for this power with 3 agonizing years of torture and pure, stubborn rage, but he is nowhere near satisfied. To stop the upcoming apocalypse, he grabs his spear, completely locked in. Now, listen closely, because this is where the real plot begins. He marches into Bahanger to become a mercenary. His new obsession? A game-breaking mythic item called the Devnar Magic Armor. This bronze-segmented gear drops in a nearby Black Magician's dungeon, and its stats are completely busted. In his past life, Sungmin remembers some random, trash-tier C rank mercenary, a guy who was basically a nobody, putting it on and instantly becoming a top-tier boss. Sungmin does the math. If he equips that overpowered armor right now with his current peak stats, he would instantly become a supreme, unstoppable god. But the clock is ticking. He has exactly 6 months before that dungeon gets cleared by someone else. He needs serious street cred in Behanger to join that raid party immediately. Camping in the woods, he thinks back. Sure, he could have played it safe on the mountain, but missing this loot is not an option. The mission is simple: get famous, join the raid, steal the armor. Walking into the Behanger mercenary guild, he completely fumbles and tries to register with the bartender. The mustache guy in a bow tie rudely points upstairs. Worse, the veteran mercenaries sitting nearby decide to be classic anime bullies. Some blonde loser mocks our guy, calling him a weak otherworlder and telling him to do the dishes. Sungmin does not even reply. In one lightning-fast blur, "All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness." He snatches the guy's fork and ignites it with blinding purple chi. The room drops silent, leaving that blonde mercenary totally shell-shocked. That bartender? He is actually Baron, a magician and the real guild leader. His entire attitude flips. He admits playing bartender is just a hobby, a tiny detail our hero perfectly remembered. Baron is definitely impressed by this insane flex, but he stays cautious. Normally, a peak-level master gets an S-rank badge on the spot, but Baron hesitates. He worries our protagonist is just some sheltered kid who only knows isolated training. To test his real combat sense, Baron hands him a brutal qualification quest: hunt down an ogre. To keep tabs on him, Baron sends an established S-rank mercenary named Lude. The next day, under a clear blue sky, they trek deep into the forest. Lude, a grizzled, scarred veteran, finds the kid pretty boring, though he respects that crazy fork stunt. He figures our hero might have girls swooning, but his dead silent vibe makes for terrible company. Along the way, Lude breaks down their target. Ogres are absolute powerhouses in this zone, rocking steel, tough skin, and insane natural magic resistance. But as they push deeper into the dark woods, both guys realize something is seriously off. Lude points out this forest is way too small to sustain a massive creature standing 3 to 5 meters tall with an endless appetite. Soon, they stumble upon the mangled, bloody remains of a deer, but this just makes things weirder. There is absolutely zero sign the ogre actually ate the carcass. No droppings, no normal tracks. This thing is hunting for pure sport, not survival. Suddenly, the dead silence shatters. A violent, crackling energy erupts alongside a totally terrifying roar. Both warriors draw their weapons instantly, but the shadow stepping from the trees, way more grotesque than any standard beast. Lude, normally unfazed, breaks into a freezing cold sweat. He immediately screams for a retreat, realizing they are completely doomed. Standing right there is a chimera ogre, a sickening monstrosity of green skin, metal staples, and rotting stitched flesh. One eye glows with a vicious red light from a freshly grafted head. This is no wild beast. It is a dark magic creation, infinitely more lethal. A chimera, a pure magical abomination, an artificial fusion of nightmare species, engineered to be the ultimate life form. By stitching different creatures together, a twisted sorcerer forces the monster to violently shatter its natural limits. The raw danger of these beings? Completely off the charts. Even a basic chimera, made from a trash-tier goblin, instantly hits a B-rank threat level on day 1. Because this exact freak was built using an ogre base, its power is absolute madness. Even S-rank elites like Lude know fighting it head-on is a guaranteed death sentence. The massive chimera ogre hoists a jagged boulder to crush him, but Lee Sungmin stays chillingly calm. When it strikes, he does not just dodge, he vanishes, using the shadowless soul flight, the technique he learned from his master. He triggers the traceless stride, teleporting right above its head, now entirely free from the crushing gravity prohibitions of that hellish mountain. Sungmin finally realizes his unsealed speed is genuinely terrifying. He shifts right into the shadow dance, landing smoothly on the monster's spine to unleash a soul-chasing killing strike. But the result? Absolutely chilling. Even with his spear surging with purple sword chi, the brutal stab does not leave a single scratch on that indestructible hide. Watching from the tree line, Lude knows the guild's pathetic regular ogre bounty is not worth this risk. Still, he prepares to charge in, knowing it is way too late to run, but Sungmin freezes him with a sound transmission technique, calmly ordering the veteran to stay back. Lude is completely baffled, screaming that this freak is stronger than a twin-head ogre. Yet Sungmin feels this strange, ice-cold confidence. He knows he can do this. Our hero unleashes the lightning-splitting chasing strike, a blinding flurry of high-speed purple energy. His thrusts tear the earth to shreds, but the ogre just stands unfazed. Realizing brute power will not work, Sungmin scans for a weak point. He locks onto its glowing yellow eye. He lunges with absolute pinpoint precision, driving his spearhead directly into the socket. Lude is blown away by the kid's tactical skill, but the hype dies fast. The eye instantly heals. Right before our eyes, Lude realizes the horrific truth. This isn't just an ogre, it is grafted with troll parts, granting it insane, near-instant regeneration. For any normal warrior, a monster that cannot be cut and heals instantly is an impossible wall. As the beast winds up a massive swipe to end him, Sungmin's mind flashes to Baeksogo and Weiji Hoyun. He remembers his 7-year deadline to stop the coming disaster and the mountain of effort he has already climbed. With a furious roar of defiance, he refuses to let his journey end in the dirt against some mindless experiment. Staring down the overwhelming shadow of the Chimera Ogre, our hero relies on the absolute foundation of his training. He hears Weiji Hoyun's advice to drill the 3 basic spear techniques until they are truly mastered. In this life, he did exactly that training, until his body moves on pure instinct. As the monster's massive green fist descends to crush him, he finally puts those years of agonizing repetition to the test. The first move? Parry. Exactly as his mental guide instructed, he snaps his spear outward. A bright white and purple shockwave violently bounces the ogre's attack away. The force of the deflection is so immense that the massive beast is thrown totally off balance. Taking the opening, Lee Sungmin launches into the air, raining down a series of energy trails that leave the creature completely reeling. When the ogre tries to retaliate with a clawed swipe, our guy shifts into the second technique, hold. He twists his spear inward, coiling his energy around the limb and pinning it down. Bone-shattering impact. Lude watches from the sidelines in total disbelief. He has never seen a warrior pin, a boss monster, this effortlessly. Then comes the final movement, the pierce. With a savage vertical thrust, Lee Sungmin buries his spearhead deep into the ogre's leg. Its skin is steel, but the joints are fragile. He cleanly severs the entire limb. The massive slash sends the leg flying. He knows even troll regeneration has limits. The beast cannot heal if a spear crackling with energy stays jammed inside the wound, brutally pinning its shoulder and legs in place. Our hero closes the show with the lightning-splitting chasing strike. He turns into a literal blur of purple light, striking the paralyzed ogre endlessly until a final, massive energy explosion completely overwhelms the monster. As dust settles and smoke rises from the fallen beast, dead silence returns. Lee Sungmin suddenly realizes how slow the world feels. Now that the crushing mountain gravity is gone, he feels light. He still hears that static cicada noise in his mind. But he knows he is no longer just a weak larva waiting to die. In his first life, he lived a loop of regret and defeatism. This time is different. He does not know what lies ahead, but he refuses to settle for just a simple, fleeting transformation. Lude steps into the blood-drenched clearing, literally trembling, asking what kind of monster our hero has become. Sungmin just gives him a hollow, quiet laugh. He does not have all the answers yet, but staring at his bloodied, clenched fist, he knows one absolute truth. He has evolved. The buzzing sound of the cicadas finally stops, leaving only the image of a discarded shell on the ground. Meanwhile, back in town, Behanger's guild leader, Baron, is visibly shaken. He stares down at the massive, stitched-up head, resting right on his floor. Beside the gory trophy, Lude just points at Lee Sungmin, who looks totally casual. You and I both know soloing this nightmare is an SS rank flex, leaving Baron completely speechless. The guild has literally zero precedent for handing out such a high rank instantly, but our hero? He hates titles anyway, so he just nods. He agrees an S-rank label is fine. You and I both know this means a massive payout, subjugation rewards plus a huge bonus. Selling that monster corpse nets him 47 million heirs. Lude gives him every single coin, admitting he did nothing. Sungmin hits the streets, completely loaded. Flipping a coin, the insane wealth finally hits him. In his past life, he nearly bled out for mere pennies, barely seeing 1,000,000 heirs. This feels completely fake. What do you even buy with that much cash? The answer hits him when he checks his gear. His spear is basically falling apart. The ogre fight completely wrecked it. He knows a top-tier weapon would have sliced through that monster's thick hide like absolute butter. Mediocre gear won't cut it anymore. A broken weapon mid-fight equals death. So a massive upgrade is mandatory. Meanwhile, back at the Mercenary Guild, Baron and Lude watch the magical battle recording. The guild leader is completely stunned. Our boy is a peak martial master after just 4 years. He figures absolute legends like Zion will want a piece of this kid's rapid growth. Totally clueless about this massive attention, Sungmin slips into an alley and summons Neville, a shady Aerobrisa broker. He demands a custom weapon, flexing his 47 million heir budget like a boss. Shockingly, Neville says that budget is actually garbage. Top-tier blacksmiths charge absolute fortunes. Since cash is tight, the broker literally tears a hole in space. He teleports our hero to a hidden forge. Enter Selgaris, a shredded dark elf swinging a massive hammer. She's incredibly blunt, stating that forging a flawless spear requires one thing: She needs to see his martial arts live. He hesitates, revealing your style is a massive taboo. But Selgarus doubles down on her craftsman pride. She spent 350 years mastering the forge, lacking a dwarf's natural talent. That struggle hits home. Our boy knows exactly what being untalented feels like. Respecting her insane dedication, he takes a leap of faith and shows his martial arts. That raw honesty instantly earns her respect. Laughing out loud, she admits she likes his vibe. She promises a weapon way beyond his budget. He just scored a blacksmith and a loyal ally. While Selgaris grinds away for months forging that masterpiece, Sungmin locks in. It is time to seriously level up his internal power. He spends days deep in meditation, mentally replaying that brutal Chimera ogre fight. This was his first real test as a peak master, and he realizes something crucial. He has to absorb the experience to actually own his strength. He remembers his friend Weiji Hoyon praising his crazy situational awareness. During that hellish mountain training, his awareness became a literal sixth sense, feeling invisible threats perfectly. That supernatural instinct completely took over during the ogre battle. His body just moved on autopilot, but he's playing it smart, quickly noticing a massive, dangerous imbalance in his physical senses. By over-relying on pure intuition, his normal sight and hearing are lagging hard. If he doesn't fix this sensory gap soon, absolute, unfixable disaster is waiting. Restless for answers, he hits up the mercenary guild about that Chimera ogre. Guild leader Baron confirms the mage tower is currently tearing it apart. Chimeras don't naturally exist. Some insane mage built this thing, likely the master of a hidden dungeon he remembers from his past life. You and I know he needs to stay ahead of this shifting timeline. To secure intel on some legendary armor, he marches straight into the Behanger Mage Guild. He meets an eccentric black mage named Kim Jong-yun, casually twisting dark magical energy. Jong-yun is incredibly hyped to find another Korean guy here. They clearly survived different versions of Earth, since Sungmin missed the whole gate crisis, but the vibe instantly freezes when the mage peers into his soul. His face goes dark, dropping a terrifying truth. Sungmin's fate is completely twisted. To prove he's honest, the mage swears a deadly mana oath, a magic contract that literally kills liars. Seeing how serious this is getting, our hero drops his biggest secret: he died and regressed to the past. Jong-hun warns that breaking the absolute laws of death piled up insane amounts of karma, but just as the mage tries to whisper an even darker secret about who truly owns Sungmin's extra life, his body violently rejects it. Black blood streams from the mage's eyes. He forcefully stops. Spilling the truth triggers an instant death curse. He kicks a completely shaken Sungmin out, needing time to process this wild mystery. Stumbling down the hall, his brain is practically melting with memories of the goddess. Suddenly, a very loud, very familiar voice snaps him awake. A red-haired girl named Scarlet waves, yelling at the crazy mountain kid. She looks super refined now, but she's the exact same crazy magic teacher from his hellish training days. Confused, Sungmin calls her a liar. Big mistake. Scarlet's fiery temper explodes, blasting him in the face with a brutal punch. The cosmic mysteries can wait. His chaotic past is catching up fast. After a comically painful reunion with Scarlet, who nearly shattered his jaw, he processes her serious warning. She makes it clear, all black mages are super creepy. But Kim Jong-hyun is terrifyingly built different. Caring in her own aggressive way, she orders him to avoid that psycho, then storms off to her lab. Left alone, he wonders why everyone keeps helping him. Between the goddess's cryptic hints and a bleeding mage's half-secrets, it's pretty obvious. His twisted fate is an absolute magnet for overpowered monsters. Ignoring the cosmic headache, he focuses on his next brutal mission, hunting twin-headed trolls. This hunt solidifies his bond with Lude. Over 3 months on the road, his frozen heart actually starts thawing. He realizes humans can't survive alone, and finally, he stops rejecting new friends. Plus, this peaceful grind is highly lucrative. Returning to the guild, his pockets are overflowing with massive gold, but his return triggers a shocking invite. Zion, the legendary Flare mercenary captain, wants a meeting. In his past life, Sungmin absolutely worshipped the guy. A classless commoner who hit SS rank through pure grit and his mystic fist. But meeting his idol instantly turns into a waking nightmare. Zion offers a vice captain role and an epic energy pill. But trust me, the strings attached are entirely predatory. It's a literal slave contract. Zion demands total obedience, and our boy's secret martial arts. Sungmin rightfully says no to that garbage deal, but Lude warns him refusing puts a target on his back. Zion basically owns every commission here. In Bihangar, defy Zion and you starve. Or worse, you just vanish. This reality hits Sungmin hard. The hero he used to look up to? Nothing but a vicious tyrant pulling the strings of the city's elite mercenaries. Tension is peaking when massive news hits the guild tavern. The Dark Mage's dungeon, the birthplace of that chimera ogre, they finally found it. A massive strike force is already gearing up, and the Flare Mercenary Corps is leading the charge. Listen, you and I know this is the exact moment Sungmin needs to snatch that legendary Devnarch armor, but it means clashing straight into that corrupt legend. After months of waiting, Sungmin heads to the forge for his new weapon. Treacherous looks totally drained, but seriously proud. Our boy dumped all his extra gold into this project. She used top-tier mithril and black iron for the build. The final spear? An absolute masterpiece. That ornate black blade is looking incredibly sharp. The shaft is built for flawless mana flow. Like Sungmin says, it is simply the best. But a quick chat with Neville, the Arrow Brisa broker, totally ruins the vibe of this massive win. Neville drops a truth bomb. Treacherous worked entirely for free, blowing all that gold just on materials. Why? Because she likes him. Neville points out our guy's weirdly magnetic charm that makes people want to help. That comment hits Sungmin like a truck. Flattered? Not at all. He is completely freaked out. He thinks back to Mercy Mountain, suddenly questioning if his crazy good luck was real at all. Meeting heavyweights like Weiji Hoyon and Scarlet? Maybe that wasn't luck. A dark thought creeps in. What if his friendships are entirely fake? Just the result of some twisted supernatural force messing with him? Even when Lude walks up, throwing a friendly arm around his shoulder, Sungmin freezes. He cannot stop wondering, is Lude's loyalty actually real, or just another fake side effect of this crazy curse? No time for an existential crisis, though. The dungeon raid is starting now. Here is the problem. Because Sungmin killed that chimera ogre way too fast, the timeline from his past life is completely shattered. They found the dungeon 3 entire months early. And that creates one massive, deadly problem. The Flare Mercenary Corps is now free to join the raid. Zion, the tyrant our guy used to respect, walks over with this mocking grin. He leans right in, casually dropping a sick death threat. He hints that in a chaotic dungeon, accidents happen all the time. You never know who might just disappear down there. Lude immediately steps up to defend Sungmin, but the tension is suffocating. Zion just turned a normal monster raid into an absolute political minefield. Even with a giant target on his back, Sungmin refuses to fold. His growth has totally stalled. He desperately needs that Devnarch armor to shatter his limits. The strike force, 27 heavy-hitting mercenaries, gathers up. Led by Baron and Zion, they finally march into the cavern's thick purple mist. Baron tries to hype everyone up with a big speech about being Behanger's finest. But that confidence? Yeah, it vanishes instantly. The second they step inside, their vanguard is attacked. An A-rank martial arts master named Young Chul, torn to absolute shreds like wet paper. His rock-solid defensive body meant absolutely nothing. Zero protection against the shadowy nightmares hiding in the dark. Young Chul's agonizing screams echo off the walls. Glowing red eyes slowly open in the pitch black. Everyone suddenly realizes the horrific truth. This is not going to be an easy win. It is going to be a bloodbath. The Devnarch library raid kicks off in pure chaos. Moving deeper underground, the team is instantly swarmed by a massive wave of chimeras. The cave fills with thick mist and the sounds of men dying. With their front line totally wiped out in seconds, the surviving mercenaries are dragged into a desperate, messy fight just to stay alive. While everyone else is fighting for their lives against these tentacle freaks, Zion steps up, and he looks terrifyingly bored. He is not just surviving this ambush. The guy is absolutely dominating the field. In a flash, he triggers his 100 steps Mystic Fist. One single glowing punch completely obliterates a giant armored bug. Sungmin watches this insane display of power, and his stomach just drops. Drawing on his past life, he knows exactly how huge the power gap is. If they fight right now, Sungmin has literally zero chance. But wait, something else is super wrong. The dungeon is not acting normally at all. Sungmin remembers this exact zone being totally empty before. Now, it is flooded with chimeras. This massive change points to one terrifying possibility. The actual master of this dungeon might be hiding right here, pulling the strings from the shadows. By the time they finally clear out the first monster wave, the death toll is brutal. 11. A rank mercenaries wiped out, all in just one single hour. Even after that bloodbath, guild leader Baron absolutely refuses to retreat. He twists the deaths of their guys into a sick reason to push forward, basically trapping the exhausted survivors down there. That includes Tang Misuk, visibly shaking as they march down. Soon, the entire cavern drops into a dead, heavy silence. The battered team keeps moving. They finally hit a pair of giant stone doors, opening into a massive, abandoned library. While everyone else immediately scatters to raid the dusty bookshelves, Sungmin locks onto his real target. He remembers a rumor from his past life. Some random mercenary got crazy strong after finding magic armor hidden here. Trusting his memory, Sungmin walks over and pulls one specific book from the shelf. Boom. A secret stone staircase opens up. He heads down completely alone, ready to claim that legendary Devnark armor. But his luck just died. Zion followed him. The tyrant stares down from the top steps. His face looks completely demonic in the shadows. He actually praises Sungmin's insane growth. But you and I know that is just a death sentence. Zion admits the kid is way too talented to live. A future rival like him needs to be crushed immediately, right here where nobody can see. Everything feels completely hopeless. But then, out of nowhere, Lude bursts in at the top of the stairs. He slipped right past Zion's guards and he is furious. Lude finally sees Zion's twisted nature. But honestly, even with backup, this fight looks incredibly grim. Zion is a double S rank absolute monster. Plus, his crew is probably rushing here. Knowing a straight fight is suicide, Sungmin makes an insane split-second gamble. He grabs Lude and jumps straight down into the dark, plunging into the lowest level of the hidden room. His eyes lock onto the prize, the Devnark armor, glowing on a pedestal. If he can just equip it and trigger that massive power spike, they might actually survive. That monster is already dropping down right behind them. Sungmin and Lude crash into the floor of the secret vault. Right there, the legendary Devnark armor rests beautifully on its pedestal, but the relief lasts about half a second. The Flare mercenary captain slams into the room, leaking pure murderous intent. The power gap is just too massive. Lude steps up to defend his friend, and it ends horribly. One single, absolutely ruthless strike from the 100 Steps Mystic Fist. Zion crushes Lude's chest completely, killing him on the spot. Sungmin is totally frozen in pure horror. He watches the only guy who showed genuine loyalty in this second life collapse into a pool of blood. And Zion? He does not even blink at the brutal murder. Zion just laughs. He mocks the kid, declaring that power is everything and trust is a fatal weakness. This horrific betrayal morphs Sungmin's shock into pure, unhinged rage. But rage is not enough to beat that overwhelming power gap. Zion casually swats away our boy's desperate strikes. Then, he steps in and systematically breaks him down. He even snatches the flawless spear Treacherous crafted, casually admiring its weight. Sungmin is left bleeding out, crushed against the cold wall. In one last desperate attempt, he reaches his bloody hand toward the Devnark armor. Zion watches in total shock. The artifact actually answers the kid. It breaks apart, ripping off the pedestal and flying through the air. Dark geometric plates violently lock onto Sungmin, erupting with pure, sinister purple energy. The dark aura erupts, making the arrogant captain actually hesitate. But strangely, that insane power instantly vanishes, and Sungmin finally realizes the terrifying truth. With a heavy heart, our boy realizes he hasn't leveled up at all. 0 stat boosts. Meanwhile, Zion brushes off the dust, getting ready to deliver the final smackdown. Zion laughs off the artifact as a total joke, but before he can swing, a literal nightmare steps out of the dark. Glowing eyes, spooky hood. Enter the Lich, Presscan. Turns out, you and I are looking at the master of this dungeon. He blocks Zion's punch like it's nothing with a magic shield. Then, this ancient bone daddy notices the armor hasn't claimed our hero, and his soul karma is completely out of whack. It's seriously messed up. Upstairs, the rest of the raid group, including guild leader Baron, sprint toward the commotion. Big mistake. They run straight into the Lich himself. The awful truth drops like a rock. They didn't discover this dungeon. The Lich invited them in. In seconds, Baron gets swatted, and the exits lock tight. Pure rat trap. Both our hero and Zion get hogtied by glowing green soul chains. The Lich stares them down like they are absolute snacks. He casually mentions they make way better sacrifices, much better than his old Chimera ogre pet. Anyway, the library fight turns into an embarrassing beatdown. Against a legendary Lich, even a top-tier SS rank mercenary like Zion gets tossed around like a helpless toddler, while guild leader Baron is literally chopped in half. Our protagonist just watches from the floor, completely drowning in existential dread. Despite all his brutal mountain training and knowing the future, he is basically a bug, a completely useless third-rate fighter compared to the real monsters out here. Later, Sungmin finally opens his eyes. He is dangling from spirit chains inside Presscan's creepy workshop. This spooky skeleton, sparking with dark magic, drops the weirdest lore drop ever. He just wants to create life. Get this. He couldn't magically turn himself into a woman, so he became an undead lich to get infinite time to birth a new being. Now, he thinks our hero is the perfect spicy ingredient, perfect for this insane dream, because Sungman's time travel made his soul karma wonderfully toxic. But hold up, the ritual completely backfires when Preskin tries offering his soul. He offers it to the Demon King of Fear, and boom, huge energy blast. The lich is absolutely shook. The big bad demon king literally rejected the offering. The fail is so bad that Prescan starts melting into smoke. Throwing a massive tantrum, the lich screams, demanding to know Sungmin's true identity, and forcefully invades his brain. He digs deep for the truth. When the mind invasion stops, Sungmin is just sitting in the dark. Cue the traumatic cicada noises, bringing back all those pathetic past life memories. It hits him hard. But thankfully, our boy refuses to snap. His muscles might be trash right now, but his stubborn cockroach energy from his past life is still kicking. Remembering his cheesy promises to his buddies like Weiji Hoyan, he forces his shaking legs to stand. Out of nowhere, a random voice slides into his brain. It is Lloyd, the Golden Mage Tower Master. The same guy who completely vanished in the last timeline. Lloyd is bleeding out downstairs and says the lich ran away. He begs for a rescue, Pinky promising it is perfectly safe. Our guy finally finds the Grand Mage sitting in a trashed room, right next to Traitor Zion's dead body. Lloyd desperately tells Sungmin to smash a gross, beating, dark heart floating in midair, calling it the lich's worst toy. But when our boy stabs it, the thing refuses to break. Instead, purple lightning shoots right up his spear. Ding! A world-breaking system alert pops up. Lee Sungmin just looted the Black Heart. And with that, this disastrous library raid hits its absolutely chaotic finale. Here is where you and I finally see how twisted Prescan really was, and say hello to a brand new nightmare. Before Lee Sungmin ever touched that heart, the lich was already having a total meltdown. Because his big soul offering got rejected, and his mind-reading trick bounced right back, the bony guy was completely out of juice. He desperately needed a massive mana refill. So, Prescan starts drinking the surviving raid members like giant juice boxes. He zeroes in on Zion, planning to use his high-tier soul for a much cooler science project. But wait, Lloyd crashes the party. The Golden Mage has been stalking this lich for 10 whole years. Seeing Prescan looking like absolute garbage, he gets ready to delete the monster permanently. Stuck between a pissed-off Grand Mage and his melting body, Prescan bets everything on his unfinished pet project. He whips up a mana tornado and pulls out a pale, dark-haired girl. His ultimate dream project, centuries in the making. Sure, she is basically in early access, but her stats are broken. One bored look from her, and Lloyd's giant golden phoenix spell just poofs into smoke. The creepy girl casually calls the lich her father, and immediately complains about being super hungry. Before anyone can blink, she locks onto Zion. Keep in mind, this guy was just about to hit Supreme Peak Master Tier. Poof. Slaughtered instantly. She rips his heart right out, eats it like a snack, and just stands there licking her bloody fingers. Terrifying but kind of a flex. The insane fight that followed let Prescan run away with his shiny new daughter. Lloyd barely survived, and later spills all the tea to our recovering hero. The Grand Mage is super grateful, thanking him for the rescue and for destroying that second dark heart in the workshop. Sadly, Lloyd has absolutely no clue what actually happened. As our boy walks away, a nasty purple pulse beats inside his chest. Yep, the heart didn't break, it straight up moved in. Lee Sungmin is now carrying the exact monster battery Lloyd was terrified of. Our guy is sweating bullets, wondering if he is about to mutate into some twisted villain, now that this new black heart replaced his old one. Meanwhile, the Golden Tower Master, Lloyd hooks him up with a blank check reward, any single wish the Grand Mage can grant. Sweet deal, right? But the emotional damage is real. Sure, he got a VIP ally, but his friend Lude, who was supposed to survive, is completely dead. You and I know this nasty plot twist smacks our hero right in the face regarding the true power hierarchy. He used to think Zion was an absolute boss-level threat, but watching him get swatted like a pesky fly by the Lich's waifu project, illusion totally shattered. Sungmin realizes he is just a tiny frog in a very deep well. The real top tiers, like Weiji Hoyan or the Grand Mages, are playing a completely different game. Still, he is not about to sit and cry about it. He decides to just keep crawling up, even if he is literally bottom-tier trash right now. Seeking answers about his cursed loot, he meets the super sketchy Kim Jong-hyun. This mage drops a bomb. The Devnark armor is actually a scam demon contract. It usually hands out insane buffs in exchange for your soul later. But weirdly, it didn't give Sungmin any stats. Jong-hyun suggests a hilarious but terrifying theory. Either our boy has absolutely zero talent left, or his soul is already owned by a boss way scarier than the Demon King of Fear. Jong-hyun's take on the Black Heart? Even worse. He hints that since it came from a lich's weird obsession with birthing life, it might mutate Sungmin's body way worse than any cursed armor ever could. To help him out, Jong-hyun just shrinks the ugly armor down into a cute little bracelet. Hitting a wall with this sketchy guy's vague answers, our hero suddenly remembers a quest log from his past life. He needs to find Danier, the god of time, over in Drumore, but as he tries to leave, he gets completely flattened. A majestic flying kick straight from Scarlet, the spicy tsundere mage. She aggressively yells at him for hanging out with dangerous weirdos like Kim Jong-un, proving that tough love really hurts. The moment Scarlet learns he survived that brutal raid and is heading to Remor for answers, her entire mood flips. Since she's going the exact same way, she absolutely insists on tagging along with him. So, despite all the absolute horrors he just survived, and that creepy black heart now pulsing right inside his chestor boy doesn't have to face this next chapter alone. Even if his new travel buddy kind of treats him like a literal punching bag. Right now, Lee Sungmin is dealing with a weird social dilemma. Having lived his whole first life as a total zero, he just cannot comprehend why literal geniuses are suddenly flocking to him. He's stressed they don't actually care about him, but are just drawn to his hidden secrets, the ripple effects of his regression, or that ominous pulse from the black heart. Plus, the memory of losing Lude still haunts him bad. He's terrified that keeping Scarlet close might just get her killed in the exact same gruesome way. But despite his doubts, Sungmin knows he needs serious power before he can protect anyone else. So, before leaving, he loots the corpse of that traitor Zion. And since Zion trusted absolutely nobody, he kept all his best loot right in his pockets. We're talking high-grade healing pills, plus top-secret manuals for the Shaolin Temple's 100 steps, Mystic Fist, and Arhat footwork. Back in his room, completely safe. Our hero gets ready to down those stolen elixirs. Normally, a martial artist has to sit there and carefully circulate their energy to absorb something this strong. But that black heart? It rewrites the rules. The second he swallows the pill, a massive energy wave explodes in his chest and it is absorbed instantly. This crazy artifact completely fixes the terrible lack of talent from his past life. It boosts his internal energy so high, he is basically pushing Supreme Peak Master levels overnight. The next morning, Sungmin tries to ditch Scarlet by feeding her a little white lie. He tells her he has to detour to Brendan City to return those stolen Shaolin manuals for cash. He really hopes this random change of plans will make her just walk away and continue her journey alone. Yeah, unfortunately, Scarlet doesn't quit that easily. Flashing this totally mocking grin, she suddenly claims she has business in Brendan too. She flat out admits she just wants to travel the world. Realizing there is zero escape from this girl, a defeated Sungmin finally agrees to leave together in a week. But here's the thing, the fallout from that library raid is catching up. Now, you and I need to pay close attention here. After they sneak out at night, a girl in a ripped purple dress steps out of the trees. She's the Lich's ultimate creation, the exact monster that ripped Zion apart. As she walks forward, massive, nasty biological tentacles explode from the dirt around her. She raises a shaking finger right at Sungmin, her empty eyes locked on him. The glowing purple energy inside her chest starts pulsing, matching the exact rhythm of his black heart. She aggressively demands to know who he is. Ever since they bumped into each other back in that cave, she's felt this crazy, undeniable connection to him. She knows he carries her missing half. Meanwhile, as our hero and Scarlet are still trekking toward Remor, let's jump back to see the direct aftermath of that dungeon raid. The crazy lich, Prescan, is hiding deep in the woods. He is absolutely wrecked, barely staying alive. Honestly, he's terrified by how strong Grand Mage Lloyd was, openly admitting he only survived because he woke up his ultimate weapon, that black-haired girl, at the very last second. But there's a huge problem. This perfect creation is getting seriously hard to control. She just sits there, completely soaked in the blood of the mercs she just ate. Prescan realizes that rushing her wake-up call left her mind totally shattered. She just won't follow his commands right. He tries to stay calm, thankful his obedience seal is at least still active. Desperate to fix his own broken magic, Prescan orders her to head back to the dungeon workshop to grab his second heart. The girl nods, blasting off at insane speed, but Prescan completely freaks out when she completely ignores his route. Instead, she charges toward a totally different feeling. Driven by her alchemical instincts, she feels this massive, rhythmic pull dragging her straight to Sungmin. When she finally blocks his and Scarlet's path in the woods, the air gets ridiculously heavy. Sungmin feels her immediately. The exact second they lock eyes, the black heart inside his chest goes absolutely wild, throbbing violently. Luckily, Scarlet doesn't freeze up. Sensing the lethal danger, she blasts a massive wave of magical fire right at the intruder. That split second gives Sungmin time to process exactly what they are up against. It's the chimera that butchered Zion, the same beast that almost wiped out a Grand Mage. Knowing he can't act like weak prey right now, Sungmin forces himself up. He clenches his fist, triggering his magic bracelet, instantly summoning his armor. He lunges with a brutal spear thrust, unleashing the supreme nine heavens style. The impact is insane. Our hero instantly knows this girl is on a completely different level. Honestly, her raw physical power makes that chimera ogre from before look like a joke. The only reason he hasn't been crushed yet is because of his recent upgrades. Pumping those elixirs boosted his internal energy, and his lighter armor gave him the speed he desperately needs. Seeing him taking heavy hits, Scarlet jumps in with her secret flame magic. It's built to completely ignore magic resistance. She actually pushes the monster back, burning those gross tentacles and making her get serious. But then, things get so much worse. Sungmin tackles Scarlet away from a lethal energy blast. Then he sees the monster's footwork. He freezes. That's the 100 Steps Mystic Fist. The exact signature move of Zion. The pieces finally click together in his head. This thing doesn't just eat flesh. She literally steals the memories and martial arts of everyone she devours. Staring down a monster using a peak master's moves, Sungmin realizes the horrific truth. This isn't just some dumb chimera. It is an apex predator that levels up with every single kill. Now, stick with Mythos is where the fight gets totally unhinged. The forest showdown hits its boiling point. Lee Sungmin is getting completely steamrolled here. The power gap is just gigantic. Those tentacles whip at him fast enough to rip shockwaves through the air, leaving our guy battered and gasping for breath. Gritting his teeth, he desperately tries parrying her wildly unpredictable attacks. Then, she drops down right in front of him. She's not just trying to kill him anymore. With completely hollow, predator eyes, she demands an answer. Who exactly is he? Her mere presence warps the air, dripping with this heavy, purple celestial aura. But thankfully, Scarlet hasn't been sitting around. Right as things hit a breaking point, Scarlet drops a giant nuke of flames on her. She mocks the monster, acting like a super confident mentor saving the day. But that hype dies fast. The smoke clears, and she's still standing. Half her face is completely burned off, exposing a terrifying skeletal grin. But then, the flesh instantly heals right back together. Still, Scarlet refuses to panic. Instead, she perfectly baits the monster into a trap. Giant earthen hands burst from the ground, grabbing the girl's ankles and locking her in place. But the monster's counterattack is absolutely disgusting. Instead of breaking the magic chains, she literally chops her own legs off at the thighs. Blood sprays everywhere across the grass as she launches her upper body through the air. By the time she touches down, her legs are already fully grown back. Yeah, Scarlet is visibly sweating now. She suddenly realizes her whole original plan. Thinking they could just drain the monster's mana to win this war of attrition? Completely wrong. Flexing her insane power, the girl erupts with a massive, sky-high pillar of energy. The ground shatters instantly. Her mana is basically infinite. The momentum completely flips. Moving in a literal blur, she slams into Sungmin so hard, she literally cracks his magical armor. He crashes into the dirt, coughing up blood. As everything starts going dark, you and I watch our hero face some brutal reality. He finally realizes she's just been making excuses for his weakness. Let's be real. He didn't just leave mountain training for some shiny armor. He ran because those literal and metaphorical walls terrified him. Right now, he totally sees himself as a pathetic larva taking the coward's way out. While his genius buddies like Weiji Hoyon are out there touching the stars, his spear just feels ridiculously heavy with dead friend trauma. But suddenly, snap. That sketchy black heart in his chest starts beating like crazy. Desperation hits hard. If he ever wants to stand next to those ridiculously overpowered geniuses, one baby step won't cut it. He needs to sprint. His mana suddenly violently fuses with dark lightning way above his pay grade. Screaming for more power, he literally becomes a blur. His blinding spear cleanly shreds right through this monster girl's absolute tank of a defense. Boom! Huge energy explosion. For once, the terrifying monster is the one flinching. As the smoke clears, our boy Sungmin is just standing there, looking insanely epic in the glow of his weapon. She demands his name one last time. Forget that larva nonsense or the third-rate mercenary title. He stares right into her soul and drops his real name, Lee Sungmin. What an absolutely brutal flex of power. The forest immediately drops into this heavy, awkward silence. Sungmin is totally battered, clinging to his spear for dear life as his energy just completely tanks. But get this, the monster girl, Ain, is actually doing way worse. Thanks to that desperate strike, she is sporting a massive chest wound and can barely even stand up. Weirdly enough, she doesn't finish the job. Instead, she just limps off into the creepy fog, dripping blood everywhere. The second she is gone, Sungmin's brain completely shuts down. Faceplant straight into the dirt. Cut to 3 days later. He wakes up, bandaged like a mummy in some random quiet village. And look who's playing nurse. Scarlet. Her version of a sweet greeting? A literal kick to the ribs just to see if he's alive. Classic tsundere. But honestly, Sungmin actually feels bizarrely fantastic after nearly dying. His broken bones are literally knitting themselves back together. This cheat code recovery isn't normal. Touching his chest, he feels that sketchy black heart thumping heavily. This thing isn't just a mana battery, it's speedrunning his physical rehab. Knowing he can't hide things from his literal savior anymore, he drops the big secret. He absorbed a super shady dark artifact, which totally explains his weird connection to the highly suspicious Kim Jong-un. Scarlet? She barely even blinks at the news. Obviously, she mocks him for being lucky she was around. But the vibe gets heavy when Sungmin asks the obvious. Ain only wanted him, so why didn't Scarlet just bail? She totally could have ditched him. But Scarlet drops a truth bomb: she just didn't want to lose a friend. Then, she casually unpacks some dark childhood trauma. She lost her entire family and home to a brutal war. She knows that garbage feeling of loss way too well, and she refuses to do it again. Then comes the tough love. She hits him with raw facts. If he's so terrified of his friends dying, stop whining and just get ridiculously strong. Only overwhelming power can actually protect the people you care about. End the fight before anyone gets touched. Simple, violent, and brilliant. Hearing her say it finally slaps some sense into Sungmin, as Scarlet leaves him alone to get some sleep. Getting ready for Brayden, Sungmin sits around brooding. He plays the fight back in his head, fixating on how his spear accidentally shot out Material Blade, Energia, wildly high-tier move. That stuff only Supreme Masters pull off. To test it, he grabs a dagger and squints hard. Thanks to that Black Heart buff, the blade instantly glows with spicy purple energy. So yeah, his body is turning into something completely freaky, but you and I know he can't hesitate anymore. Total forward momentum. Finally, our weird little duo arrives at Brayden. It's this massive, classic martial arts mega city. Scarlet is practically vibrating with joy, absolutely thrilled to finally see indoor plumbing instead of endless, horrifying monster attacks. She is entirely ready to destroy the local buffet, but Sungmin is still overthinking his crazy new powers. Naturally, he loses the argument and caves to her aggressive food demands. Hey, even future martial gods need calories. They hit a massive wooden inn, but the peace dies fast. Scarlet immediately spots some ugly thugs aggressively staring them down. They haven't blinked since our duo walked in. Plot twist: it's actually Sungmin's fault. Since he accidentally touched that Supreme Master Blade energy, his internal mana is leaking everywhere. Real pros know how to hide their power level, but Sungmin is currently glowing like a neon sign for trouble. Cue the absolute worst, long-haired thug deciding to try his luck. He drops the trashiest pickup line on Scarlet. She immediately threatens to end his entire bloodline, and the guy throws a massive tantrum, draws his sword, and completely lunges. Before either can react, a sharp crack echoes. The thug drops unconscious instantly, not by a sword, but a single coin thrown with aimbot precision. The sniper is Namgung Hwon, aka Dragon Sword. He's a VIP from the legendary Namgung clan, strolling up with a charming smile, apologizing for the mess. He even offers to buy their lunch as an apology. But the second they sit down, Hwon just aggressively stares at Sungmin upon hearing he's only 18. The guy is absolutely flabbergasted. He insists that the only teenager alive with that kind of insane power level should be the little Chunma, Weiji Hoyon. Dropping that name makes Sungmin literally spit take his drink across the table. Hwon casually clarifies that only 3 absolute monsters hold the Heavenly Demon title here. And Weiji Hoyon? The biggest rising star. He even spills the tea that this little Chunma might actually be a girl. Sungmin gets totally blasted by nostalgia that was his old friend and rival. Finding out she's now some battle-crazed superstar makes his blood absolutely pump. He desperately wants to catch up. Meanwhile, Hwon takes one look at Sungmin's crazy potential and thinks, bingo, found a playmate. He has zero clue who Lee Sungmin is. But game recognizes game. Itching for a good fight, he immediately challenges our boy to a friendly spar. But he wants to make it spicy. With the smuggest grin ever, Dragon Sword bets that the loser has to call the winner Big Brother. Classic, toxic martial arts ego challenge. You and I know this lunch date just turned into an epic boss fight. The training hall goes dead quiet as Sungmin and Namgung Hwon step onto that massive yin-yang floor symbol. It starts chill, with Sungmin playing the humble card. But then, the whole vibe snaps instantly. Hwon unzips his aura. As a true Namgung prodigy, his energy creates this heavy, suffocating pressure. Sungmin instantly realizes the horrifying truth. This isn't just a skilled duties. Looking at a future Supreme Master, Hwon attacks first, moving so ridiculously fast he's literally spawning after images. To survive, Sungmin spams his traceless step to close the gap immediately. It's an incredibly gutsy, borderline troll move. Using a massive long spear for extreme close-quarters combat is basically suicide. He is totally banking on confusing the dragon sword. Too bad Hee-won is a master at trolling right back. He uses this nasty little technique called binding force. He weaponizes his inner energy, turning his wooden sword into a literal magnet to completely yank Sungmin's spear off course. Losing all his momentum, our boy gets violently stuffed right back onto the defensive. Hee-won just aggressively styles on him, twirling and pressing until Sungmin gets blasted backward. But stick with me here, Sungmin refuses to fold. He immediately claps back with the Ninth Heaven Extreme Spear. You and I are about to witness absolute madness. Sungmin lunges for a one-hit kill, but Hee-won parries the thrust mid-air, even as his own hand violently twitches from the impact. Despite the sheer kinetic force, Hee-won keeps his cool, but he knows the truth. If these were real weapons, Sungmin's monstrous raw strength would have ended this fight instantly. As this duel hits its absolute peak, Scarlet is just yawning on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Sungmin realizes he completely lacks the refined energy control to match Hee-won step for step. So what does he do? He forces a massive burst of raw inner energy. Boom! He unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of strikes, kicking up a massive dust cloud in the process. Wood smashes into wood with insane explosive force. The dust settles. The winner? Hee-won. His practice sword is pinned right at Sungmin's throat, proving exactly why relying on one weapon is dangerous. Lose your weapon, you lose the fight. Sungmin sighs. Defeat accepted. He honors their bet and officially calls Hee-won big brother. But honestly, Hee-won is secretly blown away by the kid. He points out that while Sungmin's foundational spear skills are totally world-class, his advanced moves are super rough. He just needs more real experience fighting true masters to sharpen his absolute potential. Soon, he will be totally unstoppable. To celebrate this new brotherhood, Hee-won drops his next destination, the legendary Sorum Temple. And get this, their travel plans align perfectly, because Sungmin is already heading exactly there. While these two fighters laugh off the coincidence, Scarlet watches them in pure dread. Two walking disasters traveling together? Yeah, that means major incoming trouble. Meanwhile, deep inside some dark cavern, a creepy skeletal figure senses the world shifting. Chaos is coming. Back to the boys this trip to Sorum Temple? Definitely not just a vacation. For Hee-won, it is pure political survival. He explains that the four mighty clans, Namgung, Jaegal, Moyeong, and Dang, tried creating an alliance, but since the clan leaders were equally overpowered, they literally could not pick a boss. So, they made a pact. Let the next generation fight it out. Every year, the heirs gather right before the Sorum Temple's roomkeeper, head monk Bull Young judges, who is truly the absolute best. As they finally arrive, Sungmin meets the other famous scions, including the incredibly toxic Dang Ah-hee. There is the elegant Moyeong Sojin, and the razor-sharp Yeagal Tae-young. When Ah-hee casually mocks Sungmin as a literal child, Hee-won gleefully grabs our boy in a solid headlock. He loudly brags that his little brother is hitting Supreme Master tier at just 18. Total calculated power play. Flaunting a monster genius like Sungmin as his own personal subordinate, that instantly skyrockets Hee-won's status among these deadly rivals. Sungmin suddenly realizes he is just a shiny political trophy right now. He sweats nervously, but plays along for the alliance. As the rich heirs vanish for their official summit, Sungmin and Scarlet sit down. She is furious temple food means zero meat. Our hero just wants to eat quietly, planning to return. The secret martial manual he looted from the mercenary Zion, and then quietly bounce. But his peaceful plans shatter when a monk suddenly drops a totally unexpected, shocking VIP summons. The roomkeeper demanded him. Specifically him. Sungmin is escorted into a deeply secluded chamber to face the freak monk. Bull Young is a massive, incredibly jacked guy who speaks pure riddles. He claims absolute chaos favors Sungmin. When our boy asks what that means, the giant monk suddenly snaps into a trance. Eyes glowing bright like a demon, he drops a haunting prophecy. Sungmin must travel north. In 5 years, a fated encounter waits in the land of eternal snow. Then snap. The spirit leaves. Bull Young is instantly back to his goofy, eccentric self. He literally laughs off the demonic possession, claiming zero memory of it. He checks the manual Sungmin brought, calls it common trash. But then, he randomly chucks Sungmin an incredibly rare pill. Now pay attention, you and I are getting a huge reveal. It is Sorum's finest elixir. Why so generous? The freak monk drops a nuke. Sungmin perfectly matches Weiji Hoyun's exact description. Hearing his old friend's name literally stops Sungmin's heart. Was Weiji Hoyun actually here? But Bull Young does not give free spoilers. Smiling like an absolute troll, the monk points toward a young, highly gifted disciple named Jihak. He is the future of Sorum Temple. You want info on Hoyun? You gotta fight for it. Cut to Sungmin, laid completely flat on his back. The stone ground is absolutely drenched in his sweat. Bruises everywhere. Standing over him is Jihak, casually gripping his staff in total, flawless victory. Our hero just stares blankly at the sky. Beaten. Again. This agonizing defeat crushes his spirit so badly that mental ghosts of Wiji Hoyon and Scarlet literally pop into his mind, totally roasting him for his lack of real progress. He is too drained to even argue back, but this hits way harder than his duel with He-Won. Against the sword genius, he actually held his ground for a brief moment. But Jihak tossed him around like a helpless toddler. The scariest part? Sungmin has zero memories of this overpowered monk from his past life regression. This intense mystery forces Bull Young to step right in and evaluate. When Bull Young asks for a combat breakdown, Jihak admits that our hero has genuinely mastered an absolutely terrifying spear technique. The form is perfect, but his real-world combat experience? Zero. Worse, the kid cannot control his own massive inner energy. Why? Because his mind, his body, and his sheer power level are totally out of sync. Time for a harsh physical metaphor. The head monk magically stretches one of Sungmin's legs to an insanely unnatural length. Our boy immediately wobbles, stumbles, and looks completely ridiculous right now. That weird imbalance? That is his internal state right now. He chugged elixirs for fast energy and speed-read high-tier arts with his brain, but his physical meat suit never had time to adapt. This twisted state is highly lethal. Bull Young drops a grim warning if he does not fix those energy pathways soon. His body will literally explode from overload within 10 years. Thankfully, Sorim Temple offers a fix. Why? Because the absolute legend Wiji Hoyon personally requested they protect him. Later, as Jihak and our bruised hero walk through the ancient temple courtyard, Sungmin violently vents his frustration. He trained so hard. He thought he was a true master now, but keeps failing. Jihak calmly tries offering him a real reality check. He explains our hero is fighting literal monsters. He-Won is a freak, once-in-a-generation genius. And Jihak? He has been hardcore groomed by every single warrior monk here since he was wearing diapers. Yet, despite that insane elite pedigree, Jihak confesses he got absolutely humiliated fighting Wiji Hoyon. Hearing that his old friend has soared to such an absurd, untouchable power level, way past Supreme Master, only ignites our hero's burning impatience. Hoyon is his friend, but also his ultimate finish line. Sungmin clenches his fists. Staying down is not an option anymore. Jihak warns that this path guarantees nothing but brutal defeat and endless frustration. But come on, my guy lives and breathes that exact feeling. He completely embraces the grueling struggle ahead. Cue the absolute most grueling training montage ever. He knows Hoyon is soaring through the sky while he crawls in the dirt. So, he commits to staying at Sorim to rebuild his broken foundation. When he finally staggers back to his crew, Scarlet and He-Won are stunned. His face is so swollen and violently battered from training, they literally do not even recognize him. Poor guy. Instantly, Sungmin gets trapped in a massive interrogation. He-Won is literally vibrating with intense jealousy, refusing to believe our rookie actually got a private sparring match against the legendary Jihak. Yeah, the head monk completely denied He-Won that VIP privilege. He-Won explains, Jihak is a hidden scion, one of the great sect's absolute secret weapons, kept securely in the dark. They do intense private training away from the world. This totally explains why he never knew him before. Stick with me, because you and I know his stay here gets crazy. Alright, you and I are back. He-Won leaves to train with his master, promising a reunion at the Namgung clan. Next up, our hero faces Scarlet, who is wandering off again. She claims a genius mage gains nothing from a temple of meathead martial artists. But before leaving, she totally trolls Sungmin, painfully roasting him to highlight what a massive loser he is. Getting beaten so easily? Embarrassing. But then, her tone totally softens. To keep him alive, she actually fastens a red braided bracelet to his wrist. This enchanted item links directly to her mind. It lets her signal him from literally anywhere. She challenges our boy to train like crazy so he can save her next time. Next morning, Sungmin finds himself frantically sprinting right after Scarlet. He desperately asks why she has been so nice to him. After some classic tsundere grumbling, she admits he simply caught her eye. He is not exactly a thrill ride, but his insane stubbornness makes her root for him. Dropping a final playful tease about his surprisingly good looks, she totally leaves him blushing. With a warning to find some confidence, she vanishes into the distance. Now completely alone, our hero makes a wild choice. He enters a dark cave, thrusting his high-end, black mithril spear into solid stone. He strips off his fancy enchanted armor too. To him, these overpowered items are just shameful shortcuts from his failed past life. To fix his weak mindset, he leaves it all behind. He even drops the great pill from Bull Young. Eating that elixir now would completely wreck his core energy balance and his physical body. Instead, he grabs a simple wooden staff. He is locking himself into 5 years of pure, brutal grinding before his destined encounter in the snowy lands. Ji-hak spots him on the training grounds, noticing the kid finally tossed his crutches and found real resolve. The monk kicks off training with the Sorum core philosophy. Martial arts means studying movement. The mind controls the body, but the body shields the mind. Ji-hak then unleashes a powerful technique that literally slices the air apart. Our guy completely zones in on the flow. Despite the loud buzzing of cicadas echoing in his ears, a sound representing his struggle, he finally starts to move. No more easy ways out. He is ready to suffer every single step of this long road. After a fierce, dust-kicking exchange of heavy blows, Ji-hak suddenly pauses. He admits our protagonist has seriously leveled up. The basics? Rock solid. But his advanced spear technique is still super clumsy. When asked why, Sungmin gives an honest answer. He ran away. In the past, hitting a wall meant retreating to basic thrusts and parries. They were just easier. Ji-hak straight up warns him that while the basics are super essential, true mastery means facing the painful path he abandoned. This hits hard, forcing our guy to stop running. He grips his wooden staff, completely channeling his deep purple inner energy into one devastating move, the coiled snake Soul Seeker. The resulting energy spiral is so insane it actually catches Ji-hak off guard, shattering the monk's wooden staff. Sungmin is left panting and totally exhausted, but he finally proved he will face his flaws head-on. Honestly, Ji-hak is just the absolute perfect mentor. For someone without natural talent, he gets it. He explains real prodigies like Wei Ji-yun are already flying while normal people just crawl, because Ji-hak himself actually felt that exact same despair meeting the little Chunma. He guides our hero with real empathy. He says if you cannot fly, walk. Cannot walk? Crawl. And if you cannot even crawl, you have to at least try. For 6 brutal months, the temple becomes pure, grueling repetition. Our hero realizes that while geniuses like Baek Sogo were absolutely great friends, they were completely terrible teachers. They could never understand why he struggled with basic stuff. Ji-hak, however, has studied all 72 unique styles of Sorum. This lets him brutally break down every single flaw Sungmin has. He points out that while his 6th sense is sharp, those other 5 senses and energy control are seriously lagging. Every day reminds him how pathetic he is compared to a true master, but he refuses to run away. As the seasons change and autumn leaves turn to winter snow, Sungmin finds his balance. Sitting on a giant rock under the night sky, he reflects. He compares himself to a literal dirt maggot. For a long time, he thought that dirt was the entire world. Now, he wants more. Surviving isn't enough. He wants to fly high and see how vast reality actually is. This huge perspective shift catches head monk Bull Young's attention. Finding our hero, meditating in the freezing cold, Bull Young realizes this kid has fundamentally changed. He gained enough skill to live comfortably in a tiny pond. When asked what he seeks now, Sungmin admits his crazy ambition. He wants to dream of flying. No more shortcuts. No more running away. When the head monk asks what these 6 months of pure suffering have actually taught him, our boy just smiles. He finally learned how to crawl. Cackling with approval, Bull Young says it is time for the next step as brilliant light flashes across snowy mountains. The lesson is obvious. He can crawl, so now he learns to walk. Time flies in the quiet temple, and after 18 months of non-stop grinding, Sungmin turns 20. His features are way sharper, his eyes holding a calm, mature depth. But despite leveling up physically, he is still carrying the heavy weight of a really bad habit, a massive inferiority complex. This makes him ask Ji-hak a tough question. Why would a master waste so much time sparring with a weak loser like him? Luckily, Ji-hak doesn't see it that way. Smiling warmly, he explains these matches are vital for his own growth. Sparring with our hero helps Ji-hak review and refine the complex Sorum techniques. It is a mutual martial arts journey. Ji-hak just wants to go further, the exact same dream he knows Sungmin is chasing. This conversation, watch this. This right here forces our boy to confront a brutal truth. His suspicions weren't about Ji-hak, but himself. Because of his past life, he always feared kindness was just a lie or a hidden motive. Our protagonist finally realizes his true dream isn't about reaching the martial arts pinnacle or getting validated by geniuses like Wei Ji-yun. It is way simpler. He just doesn't want to run from the truth anymore. Full of resolve, he visits Bull Young's cave to ask about his mysterious blessing. The monk reveals that it makes others feel instant kinship toward him. This completely shocks Sungmin. It basically confirms his worst fear that all his friendships were just artificially manufactured by magic. But the head monk quickly shuts that down. The blessing only boosts first impressions. It cannot sustain a relationship. If our boy had been a genuinely horrible or unpleasant person, everyone would have ditched him eventually. This means his deep bonds with Scarlet, Ji Yun, and the rest? 100% genuine, earned through his own actions. Overwhelmed with relief and literal tears, Sungmin asks the monk to remove that blessing. He wants to move forward, knowing future connections are based purely on truth. Fast forward 18 months, a 21-year-old Sungmin reunites with Namgong Hee-won, and our hero has changed so drastically that Hee-won jokingly asks if he became a monk. Sungmin points to his hair. You and I can see they both leveled up. Hee-won is a supreme master. Alright, you and I are jumping in. Heartbroken over his crush Moyoung Seo-jin marrying someone else, our boy faces a test. Hee-won throws a cup. Sung-min catches it effortlessly, erupting with energy. Hee-won instantly notices the shift. The old, nervous Sungmin is completely gone, replaced by rock-solid confidence. Interestingly, his friend mentions that the strange, unexplainable feeling, that weird excitement he used to get around Sungmin has vanished. This proves Bull Young successfully removed that annoying blessing. Hearing this, our hero just smiles, totally relieved. He finally feels like a proper martial artist. By the time he turns 22, Lee Sung-min knows his foundation is rock solid. It is time to leave the Sorum Sanctuary and face the world. Right before he packs up, the elderly Bull Young hands him one last errand. He needs to deliver a shiny golden scroll straight to the Hwasan sect leader. That is located in Dream War City. Talk about pure luck. This city sits right next to the Temple of Danye, the literal god of time. Recognizing the connection, he realizes fate might actually be pulling the strings here. Before moving forward, our protagonist decides it is time to catch up on the world he has been ignoring. Needing answers, he calls out to Neville, the red-haired shadow broker. In a flash, the guy steps out of the darkness, ready to drop updates on everyone important. Neville reveals that Baek Sago is now a legendary heroine, roaming the lands to protect the weak. Meanwhile, the infamous Sword Phantom, Dokbae Jun, has been aggressively smashing great clans to prove his dominance. Interestingly, Dokbae Jun is also heading toward the Hwasan sect. A spicy reunion is definitely on the horizon. But the craziest update? Wooji Hoyan. In 8 years, the little Chunma has evolved into an absolute powerhouse, backed by a terrifying squad of 20 master-tier warriors. Right now, she is marching north to obliterate the bloody Chunma, a brutal tyrant. The whole world expects the veteran warlord to crush her. Our boy? He just smirks. He knows her strength. To him, her victory is totally guaranteed. But seeing her face in the magic orb, he actually starts blushing. She isn't just absurdly strong now. She has become dangerously gorgeous. He spots a massive timeline shift too. Back then, Hoyan hid her gender. Now, she lives openly as a woman. This ripple definitely worries him. Still, he holds back from rushing over. They promise to meet in 2 years. He trusts her to survive and stay his ultimate goal. Meanwhile, in the freezing northern camp, Wiji Hoyan's reality is way more depressing than the rumors. She is super annoyed she never got those curvy proportions she wanted. And, honestly, her elite followers are just annoying. She desperately misses kicking back with Sungmin. Her subordinates just stare at her like creeps. To her, this huge war is basically just a distraction from what matters. The tension snaps when the bloody Chunma, Bak Woo-sun, steps onto the battlefield. Arrogant as hell, he mocks her, asking if a kid really thinks she can beat a veteran. Hoyan does not even blink. She just laughs at how ridiculously easy he was to find compared to her real rivals. Then, the slaughter officially starts. She drops a weirdly calm question. Which hand does he eat with? When the confused tyrant asks why, Huyan explodes with a terrifying dark aura. She is there to end him. She is leaving him exactly one arm for his forced retirement. Cut back to Lee Sung-min, finally arriving at the towering gates of the Hwasan sect. He has finally made it to Dream War City. Since he is carrying a VIP message from the high-ranking head monk Bull Young, he expects a quick visit. Guards skip the formalities and escort him right inside. Our boy just wants to speedrun this delivery. His true objective is finding Danier, the god of time. But suddenly, a familiar voice stops him cold. Sitting on a rock, nursing a massive broadsword, is Dokbae Jun. Even though the Sword Phantom was blinded, during their last brutal fight, he recognizes our boy instantly. He explains that while his eyes are gone, he could never forget the unique signature of Sungmin's energy. More importantly, he knows the weak mountain kid is now an absolute beast. But this reunion hits different. It is tragic. Dokbae Jun is violently trembling. His hands are wrapped in a sickening, dark energy. Later, When Sungmin meets Master Sung Ha, the sect leader, the golden scroll is revealed as a joke. It just says no. Bull Young flat out rejected the High Lord title. But things get serious when Master Sung Ha reveals why Dokbae Jun is creeping around the mountain gates. The old man wants a death match, but the leader refuses. Desperate to cheat his aging body, Dokbae Jun has actually started using forbidden dark charms. To a classic master like Sung Ha, that makes the Phantom a dishonorable, radioactive mess. Hearing this, our hero marches right back out to confront him. Stick with me. The old man's response is absolutely gut-wrenching. He cries about the horror of aging, feeling his legendary power literally bleed through his fingers. Desperate for just one last taste of his prime, he trashed his pride for dark magic. Deeply ashamed of his broken state, he begs Sungmin to leave. That conversation leaves a huge weight on his chest. To cope, he pivots back to his main quest, finding the Time God. The temple is just a crooked, wooden shack stuck in a swamp. Inside sits Denier, looking like a toddler in orange overalls. As the god of time, he is instantly irritated by Sungmin's presence. He flat out calls our protagonist a walking timeline disaster. Just by existing in this second life, Sungmin has shattered the historical flow. Daniel points out that, because he didn't perfectly copy his past life down to every meal, those tiny differences have piled up into massive, chaotic shifts across the entire world. That is exactly why Wei Ji Hoyan lives as a woman now, and why she is fighting a totally new war. Danier says Sungmin is basically corrupting the universe, and the glitches are only getting deadlier. To prove it, we get a brutal flash-forward sect leader Sung Ha getting sliced down by a completely crazed, dark magic-empowered Dokbae Jun. Back in the swamp hut, reality hits Lee Sung-min like a truck. He is a glitch. The childlike god of time confirms the timeline is severely fractured. But when our hero asks about that mysterious thing hiding inside his own soul, the god suddenly zips his lips tight. Turns out, even gods can die. Danier warns that spilling that secret equals a death sentence. To prove it, dark red lightning fractures the very air. Just mentioning it breaks reality. Terrified, Danier literally boots our boy out of the shack. But he drops one cryptic lead: first go find a being named Emberius. He also dodged death and carries a twisted destiny. Desperate for the power to fix his broken fate, Sungmin begs for a trial. However, Danier's eyes glow ice cold. He says no. Unlike Misha's straightforward combat tests, Danier's trials are pure psychological torture. Every single master who attempted them ended up going totally insane and dying. He tells our hero to cool off, but you and I know, if he still wants to risk his life, that trial is waiting. Alright, you and I are about to see a timeline break. Total panic mode. Turns out, Dokbae Jun didn't take rejection well. He hopped the walls and murdered Master Sung Ha. Our guy Sungmin is completely shell-shocked. In his past life, this never happened. Dokbae Jun was supposed to just take the loss, leave quietly, and drop dead a year later. It was supposed to happen in some random dungeon. But thanks to Sungmin's regression butterfly effect, this sad old man just went full cold-blooded killer. Naturally, our boy feels guilty. Blaming himself for changing fate, he wanders back to the Hwasan sect, only to hit a wall of furious disciples. They are hunting the old man down. And guess what? Since they saw Sungmin chatting with the guy yesterday, they instantly label him an accomplice. Swords drawn, aura flaring in Sungmin's Aishi might be partly to blame for this mess. But right now, he just needs to find Dokbae Jun. He decks the lead guard Bam, ready to brawl his way in. Luckily, a familiar troll steps up to save the day. Enter Kim Jong-hyun, the shady mage Sungmin met years ago. Conveniently, this guy is apparently helping the Hwasan sect with their little manhunt, so he has some serious pull. Throwing a cheeky wink at our hero, he drops an ultimatum on the guards. If Sungmin doesn't come along, neither does he. Talk about a power move. This forced team-up lets them slip right past the mob and into the woods. The vibe gets creepy fast. Jonghyun leads him into a clearing, choked with a foul mist that screams dark sorcery. And there it is, a brutally mangled corpse in the shadows, a disgusting proof of the forbidden magic Dokbae Jun is using. This isn't a friendly martial arts rivalry anymore. It's pure madness. A madness that Sungmin totally triggered by accident. Oops. He stands there sweating, trying to process this terrifying energy drain. Because let's be real, this is no ordinary martial art. It physically sucks the power out of your enemies. Next to him, the mage Jonghyun inspects this mummified, gray-skinned corpse that has been completely hollowed out like a juice box. This nasty evidence confirms their worst nightmare. Their target is way past using simple dark charm. She is literally eating people's life force now, just to buff his own stats. Jonghyun sarcastically notes that Evil Swordmaster fits him perfectly now. This whole realization hits our protagonist like an absolute truck. The Dokbi Jun he knew is long gone. He crossed the line. This isn't just sect drama anymore. Because he chose this forbidden hack, the entire continent of Area will eventually hunt him down. But hey, Jong Hyun's scout crow just flew back with an urgent update. The crazy mage already found the swordmaster. Now, here's where you and I realize this mage is a total troll. He actually admits to jamming the Hwasan sect's comms. He delayed backup on purpose to force a solo boss fight. He just wants to see how the timeline breaks next, since Sungmin's meddling caused this disaster. Gearing up for the boss fight, Sungmin gets hit with a classic flashback, back to simpler times. He remembers being a total scrub, panting and sweating his guts out, while Dokbi Jun watched over him. Back then, the Swordmaster was a genuine mentor, a guy who would playfully trip him for trying flashy moves way above his level. He preached patience, telling the kid he had years to grow strong. Yeah, well, that wholesome vibe is dead. Back to reality. Sungmin finds the boss waiting in the creepy woods. One massive regret is haunting him. What if they just never met? Because Sungmin was the idiot who told him that the Hwasan leader refused their duel purely over his dark charms. Realizing he would never be respected as a legit martial artist, the Swordmaster basically said, "Screw the rules then." He gatecrashed the sect that night, forced the fight, and got a bloody win that ruined his soul. Now, lurking in the shadows, Dokbi Jun straight up admits he loved the thrill. Zero regrets. Even with literal blood smeared across his face like a horror movie villain. Watching this, Sungmin feels the absolute crushing weight of his own big mouth. Because of his spoiler, a great master is dead, and this guy is a wanted fugitive. The Swordmaster tries to play it cool, saying everyone makes their own choices. But our guy can't let it slide. If he doesn't put this monster down right here, every future body bag is on him. And yeah, despite knowing full well, he is completely underleveled for this boss fight, the spearman steps up. He telepathically yells at Jong Hyun to fetch the cavalry as soon as possible, while he plays the suicide decoy. It is an insanely risky gamble, because as the moon pops up, the real nightmare starts. Dokbi Jun hasn't just gone crazy, he's gone full vampire, and his stats are peaking. So now, our hero is soloing a boss fed on dozens of victims. As the clash kicks off, Jong Hyun's troll voice echoes right inside Sungmin's head. He coldly points out that while the old man is definitely a vampire now, he's still basically old, meaning whoever infected him with this curse probably wasn't a top-tier vampire lord, or just didn't care enough to give him the youth package. But, wrinkly or not, the mage drops a heavy warning. Do not underestimate him. Supreme sword skills patched with undead cheat code durability, that is a spectacularly lethal combo. The threat level is absolutely off the charts. No hesitation from our guy. He violently lunges with a high-speed spear art, energy blazing off the tip to blitz the Swordmaster. They instantly trade a frantic, blurry flurry of strikes. Sparks fly, metal screaming across the clearing. Despite the insane pressure, Sungmin actually catches his old mentor slacking, throwing out a slick movement technique he swiped from Bake Sogo. Dropping a phantom afterimage to bait the monster, he swings hard from a blind spot. Dokbi Jun is actually impressed by the outplay, but raw vampire stats easily knock our boy back. Good thing Sungmin has some dirty tricks saved up. He pops a hidden spear skill, making pure energy violently erupt straight from the dirt. It almost skewers the boss's head, only missing because the vampire dodged at the very last microsecond. But this tiny victory? Yeah, it doesn't last long. To his absolute horror, the gash on the monster's face just zips right back together. HP fueled by stolen blood means normal damage is totally useless. The old man just laughs like an absolute maniac. He actually admits he is jealous of the kid's talent. That bitter envy is exactly why he threw away his humanity. 50 years grinding the sword path. And guess what? He hit a hard level cap. Desperate to cheat his aging body and unlock that legendary rejuvenation, he chose the monster path over dying as a weak, old man. Now, he isn't just sparring. He is purposely stalling for those Hwasan reinforcements so he can farm their blood and finally get his youth back. Sickened by this pathetic downfall, Sungmin is furious and heartbroken. He looked up to this guy. Funneling all that grief straight into his weapon, the spear explodes with material blade energy. Absolute powerhouse move. Even the Swordmaster is stunned. With tears cutting through the dirt on his face, our boy readies his ultimate strike to bury the monster he accidentally helped create. Look, in high-tier martial arts, hitting master rank means you can channel raw energy into your weapon. That is blade energy sharp enough to slice a steel block like hot butter. But transcending even that, you get material blade energy. The aura becomes a dense, physical force designed to instantly delete your opponent in one single, crushing blow. Alright, you and I are watching a certified master here. Dokebi Jun, Rock's material shield energy, basically a glowing force field, completely protecting his body from any fatal damage. Sadly, our boy Sungmin hasn't reached those levels yet. He is just brute forcing this power using sheer willpower and nerd-level textbook knowledge instead of actual raw talent. Thanks to this massive skill gap, it is a total beatdown. Under a romantic blood-red moon, these two dudes clash, sending wild purple and red sparks flying everywhere. Every single time their weapons touch, the impact absolutely rattles our hero's arms. Gritting his teeth against the insane pressure, Sungmin suddenly realizes the terrifying truth here. While he can barely keep up, one clean hit from the Swordmaster would literally instantly delete him. Yet somehow, despite being totally outclassed, our guy manages to trade over 100 blows. It feels like a legit miracle. Right up until Sungmin massively chokes, his spear hits absolutely nothing, leaving him completely wide open for a terrifying split second. That is plenty of time for any master to end it all, but instead of penetrating him, Dokebijun leaps back, flashing this psycho, bloody smile. That hesitation drops a humiliating truth bomb. The Swordmaster is just teasing him. This is not a duel. It is an aggressive playdate. And man, that realization hits Sungmin right in his traumatic flashbacks. He remembers his 4 sweaty years at Sorei Temple, grinding daily to lock in his skills. Objectively, our boy is absolutely stacked for his age, but he just has absolute garbage luck, constantly bumping into absolute freaks of nature like Wuji Hoyan and Scarlet. Talent so absurd, no amount of elbow grease could ever catch up. Accepting his status as the weaker guy in this toxic relationship, Sungmin stops freezing up. He admits he is way too weak to fix the timeline he broke, but stay a weakling? Hell no. Seeing Dokebijun aggressively mock his sweaty efforts while enjoying the violence, that is exactly why he pushed his body so hard for years. He did not just train to scrape by. He trained to become someone worth bragging about, to finally ditch that pathetic past-life loser energy. Fueled by this desperate, sweaty resolve, our hero suddenly aggressively lunges forward. Fast, blindingly fast. He dumps his entire soul into one massive thrust, whipping out material blade energy so thick it completely breaks logic. Before the Swordmaster can even process it, or pop his shields, the spear actually connects. A disgusting squelch echoes as the shaft slides right through Dokebijun's chest. That crazy smirk? Instantly deleted, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. He stares down at the glowing stick, currently living inside his heart. Dust settles, and Jun staggers back, his clawed feet dragging awkwardly. Wobbling hard, he gently grabs the spear shaft sticking out of him, gasping like a fish out of water. His eyes? Maximum panic and pain. Honestly, even Lee Sungmin himself stands there, completely frozen. That thrust was so far above his pay grade, the kid has absolutely zero idea how he just pulled off that miracle penetration. He totally zoned out, carried by pure desperation to evolve. And in that one magical microsecond, his spear outpaced the Swordmaster, completely shattering that glowing energy shield. Well, the wound is super fatal. Dokebijun starts laughing like a maniac, coughing up blood everywhere. Reality check hits, and he admits this thrust was way harder, and way stealthier than anything he has ever taken even. The Haosan sect leader's ultimate move. That material blade energy totally scrambled his internal plumbing. Without enough blood to pop vampire regen, the Swordmaster knows he is cooked. But instead of just taking the loss, he tosses his sword and literally sets his soul on fire. A dramatic suicide buff. Temporary god-tier power, draining his remaining minutes. Now, what would you and I do? Run. So our boy faces a choice. Just aggressively run and stall, letting the old man burn himself out. But looking deep into his eyes, Sungmin sees a romantic, burning passion that totally ignores the creepy vampire monster vibe. Sungmin suddenly realizes, ignore the goth makeup and fangs. Deep down, this dude was just an absolute gym rat desperate to bench press past his own human limits. Respecting the hustle, our hero refuses to let him die like a little punk. He decides to be a bro and honor him by trying to forcefully recreate that miracle. Super thrust one more time. The final clash? Super emotional. Sungmin dumps all his beta male grief into his spear, swinging with absolute desperate, tear-jerking passion, a tribute to the guy whose timeline he totally screwed up. As the Swordmaster finally drops, gasping on empty, he complains he could not witness a slightly sexier, more refined version of that move. He dramatically reaches for the sky, begging the universe for just a few more reps, before finally face-planting the dirt. Watching him die, our boy is basically drowning in guilt trips. In the original timeline, Dokebijun died looking cool against a mega genius, but because Sungmin time-traveled and messed everything up, he got downgraded to a lonely vampire forest hobo death. Crushed by his own butterfly effect, Sungmin bows his head, crying over the sweaty psycho he kinda admired. But hey, he is not crying alone. A familiar warmth hits him as Baeksogo slides from the shadows, pulling him into a surprisingly gentle, comforting hug. Whispering sweet nothings about his growth after that brutal fight, Lee Sungmin finds himself locked in her firm, protective embrace. He looks up, absolutely stunned. It is Baeksogo, his former sect sister, just standing there. It has been 5 long years since their little mountain rendezvous, so her jump scaring him in this creepy forest totally blue screens his brain. Very casually gathering pink morning glories like this is not a crime scene. She gracefully explains she came chasing the crazy rumors about the vampire swordmaster. She literally bedazzles Dokebi Jun's ugly gray corpse with flowers, a cute floral tribute. And get this, she had been creepily watching their entire fight from the shadows. Baeksogo drops the classic anime excuse. She did not interfere because of martial arts honor. She wanted Sungmin to face it alone, even if he got completely murdered. Exhausted, our guy just sighs and accepts this toxic logic. But deep down, the emo self-loathing kicks into overdrive. He feels like a massive fraud, convinced he only won by sheer luck, while Dokebi Jun died an absolute chad, a guy who never stopped grinding. This inferiority complex makes him feel way less valuable than the dead monster. Baeksogo, however, shuts that down instantly. She basically slaps the emo right out of him. She flat out declares the swordmaster was dead wrong. Tragic backstory or not, absolutely nothing justifies drinking innocent people like juice boxes for gains. Sungmin only killed him to fix his own messy time travel glitch. But Baeksogo? She is playing a way bigger game. She is acting on pure justice. Turns out, she joined the Martial Alliance, using their intel to aggressively hunt down any edgelords who threw away their humanity. When she praises his growth, he just violently cringes. He feels like zero hero material, even as she preps for her next gig. But then bam, a massive wave of pure, unfiltered panic hits our boy. Baeksogo reveals her next target, Weiji Hoyon, the little Chunma. Sungmin's heart violently hammers his ribs. He knows exactly how busted Weiji Hoyon's stats actually are. The anxiety absolutely spikes. Is this exactly how Baeksogo got folded in his past life? You and I both know her aggressively stubborn justice might just be a complete suicide mission. Listen, words will never stop her from walking into that trap. As she vanishes into the fog with a final hopeful smile, our boy is hit with a chilling epiphany. If logic won't keep her safe, he needs enough raw power to stop her physically. Meanwhile, news spreads fast. The whole world is suddenly praising the Ghost Spear for crushing a Supreme Master Vampire under a full moon. But that title? It means absolutely nothing to our protagonist. Driven by this dark, desperate energy, he marches straight back to the swampy hut of Danir, the god of time. He ignores the god's warnings about insanity and death. He demands to start the very trial he once feared. Knowing he is way too weak to protect his people, he is willing to risk his mind and life just to change that reality. Danir sees him coming and scoffs, because every past warrior who tried this ended up dead or completely deranged. Danir figures our boy has already lost his mind just by coming back. He warns him that the upcoming pain defies the physical world. But Sungmin? He is way past the point of caution. He demands the trial right now. His desperation to protect Baeksogo completely crushes any fear. With a sudden, violent surge of energy, Danir transports them both straight into the realm of the mind. This cosmic void is a starry nothingness where physical rules are useless. Danir explains that in this mental space, Sungmin's physical skills and status window are completely stripped away. He is left with nothing but memories and raw talent. To clear this trial, our hero must stay in this void until a massive golden hourglass runs out of sand. When Sungmin asks how long that takes, the answer is absolutely crushing. 1 century, 100 years of total isolation, and the rules are way more sadistic than they appear. After that first century, Sungmin can choose to return or flip the glass, but flipping it doubles the time, then triples it. It is an inescapable, irreversible trap. This trap has claimed almost everyone. Out of 10 challengers, 7 went totally mad and died. Usually, they got overconfident after the first century and foolishly flipped the glass, only to be broken by 200 years of dead silence. As the trial starts, the mental realm feels like a blessing. Made of pure thought, Sungmin never tires or hungers. He never needs sleep. He can swing his spear for years without stopping. But this perfection quickly becomes a new form of torture. Our hero actually starts missing physical suffering. He craves the burn of fatigue and the simple relief of a meal. But his mental form remains eternally, mockingly peaceful. This sensory deprivation, a special kind of hell. Feeling absolutely nothing is so much worse than pain. and the isolation breeds a much deeper, dangerous doubt. Completely alone, Sungmin has no masters like Weiji Hoyon or Baek Sogo to correct his stance. Panic sets in. If he practices one move incorrectly now, he might spend decades cementing a fatal flaw into his martial arts. He is desperate for just one single word of affirmation, but the void stays silent. Finally, he checks the hourglass for progress, and he is met with absolute horror. Not one single grain of sand has fallen yet. Meanwhile, back in the physical world, Denier sits watching Sungmin's motionless body. He is already preparing to clean up another corpse, but suddenly, the god's mocking smirk twists into pure shock. Something happening inside the boy's mind is defying a god's expectations. Let's pause here. You and I are witnessing something legendary. Deep in that void, Lee Sungmin begins a journey that would shatter any ordinary man. Denier mentioned that most challengers survived the first century easily. But for our hero, every second is a brutal struggle for his soul. Because he knows he completely lacks the natural genius of people like Weiji Hoyon or Baek Sogo. He must confront a painful reality. He is a maggot who must crawl twice as far. The weight of time is agonizing. Having only lived 40 years across 2 lifetimes, a 100-year sentence feels totally unfathomable. As years slowly bleed together, Sungmin's iron resolve begins to weather. He realizes that just blindly repeating the basics, parry, press, and thrust, is not enough. Because his body here never tires and never scars, he loses all physical markers of progress. He starts feeling like he is just standing still in an infinite sea of purple starlight. Nearing the end of the first century, he spirals into deep depression, apologizing to Dokbae Jun's ghost for being a pathetic victor. He hasn't improved despite decades of practice. Yet, when the sand finally drops, his fear of staying weak proves stronger than his fear of the void. With a trembling hand, our protagonist flips the hourglass, locking in 200 more years of isolation. This second century becomes the turning point after a phase of actual madness. Losing track of time completely, Sungmin eventually snaps back to his senses. His new perspective? Terrifyingly calm. He accepts his own slowness, because now, he has all the time in the world. He stops rushing. He finds genuine joy in the tiniest steps forward, balancing his inner energy, refining a single footwork maneuver. By the time he flips that glass for the 300-year mark, our hero has transformed. No longer a desperate victim of time, he is its master. He laughs at his own lack of talent, finding it genuinely impressive. It takes him centuries to achieve what others do in months. At the 1,000-year mark, he finally stands before the massive metaphorical wall of supreme mastery. A genius might climb it in a decade. Our guy? 10 centuries of ceaseless spear swings just to reach the base. At the 1,500-year mark, the miracle happens. Sungmin successfully replicates the impossible spear move that killed the swordmaster. He executes it with perfect, refined, lethal force. Even if he can only perform that one specific move, at such a high level, the achievement is monumental. Over a millennium in a static-filled hell, he transformed his maggot like crawling into a strike that could pierce the heavens. Back in the swamp hut, Denier is completely floored. Looking at the boy's motionless body, he realizes Sungmin hasn't just survived. He voluntarily extended his stay far beyond any mortal mind's breaking point. Now, here is a secret you and I need to know. Denier never told challengers that mental progress is agonizingly slower than the physical world. Because of this cruel trick, geniuses, who were used to rapid outside success, just crumbled under the stagnant training. Before Sungmin, even the most insanely persistent warriors only managed to endure 1,000 years tops. That is why Denier is shaking, unable to believe our hero stayed for 2,100 years. When Sungmin finally opens his eyes, he is completely disoriented. A single blood drop falls, a sign his brain is struggling to process over 2 millennia of memories all at once. Denier, looking unusually sweaty and concerned, explains that our guy actually went insane, countless times during those centuries. Normally, a mind never recovers from that kind of damage, but Sungmin did. Denier suddenly realizes the absolute secret to this impossible survival. It was his lack of talent. While geniuses broke under the slow pace, our boy was always a maggot used to falling and getting back up. His long history of misery and slow progress became his absolute greatest armor. He was already comfortable in the dark. Coming back is jarring. Sungmin complains, his body feels heavy and weak, just like a fragile insect. Denier explains, this is just a natural side effect of mental displacement. After 2,100 years, it is a miracle he can even speak. To help him integrate, the god provides a golden backup of Sungmin's memories. He absorbs it in a brilliant flash. His focus restores, reminding him of the exact friends and foes he must never forget. So, with literally zero places to crash and a squishy body that can't handle his massive brain, our guy just looks the god dead in the eye and says he's moving in. Denier is absolutely fuming at the audacity. But one look into the dead, hollow eyes of a dude who spent 2 millennia in a total void? Yeah, the god just sighs and gives up. 1 year later, our hero finally strolls back into Sora Temple, and when he walks up to his old rival, Jihawk, the glow-up is insane. Sungmin is taller, completely shredded. He gives off this incredibly heavy, ancient aura that leaves his rival totally speechless. When asked when he hit Supreme Master Tier, Sungmin just shrugs about 6 months ago, but Jihawk sees right through it. Those aren't the bright eyes of some teen prodigy. They belong to a man who literally survived eternity. They are just about to throw down when the head monk, Bull Young, steps right in. He laughs, telling them to chill out before their little sparring match accidentally blows up the temple's entire future. Sungmin, looking way more confident and definitely not holding back anymore, admits the real reason he came back. He needed to know if he finally caught up to the absolute genius, Weiji Hoyon. The old monk doesn't sugarcoat it. Compared to that monster of a girl from years ago, our boy still has a long way to go. But honestly, that doesn't faze him at all. He never expected one trial to magically put him on the same level as the ultimate prodigy, but he survived 2100 years in the void. If he can just get his physical meat suit to match his god-tier mind, he will be more than ready for whatever hits next. With that legendary dungeon cracking open in exactly 2 months, the Ghost Spear is officially done running away. Now, 22 years old, Lee Sungmin moves with this terrifyingly calm weight to him. His face is sharper. His aura? Not flashy, just crushingly heavy. After a super quick pit stop back at Sorum, to grab his enchanted armor and spear, he turns down his rival's offer to crash for the night. Why? Because his to-do list is completely insane. Unlocking the black heart in his chest, stopping a literal death, and tracking down the mysterious Imbiras. Our guy can't waste a single hour here. Armed with the time god's vague hints and some highly paid broker intel, Sungmin steps right into the sleeping forest. Alright, you and I are stepping into nightmare territory now. Pale mist everywhere, plus this screaming noise that literally shatters normal minds. But remember, our hero survived 2 whole millennia, floating inside a silent, chaotic void. So, this so-called mind-breaking madness? Just an annoying little buzz in his ear. As he strolls through, he deletes the local demons like he is completely bored. Grotesque, multi-eyed monsters, crushed instantly. A lazy backhand here, a tiny tap of his spear there. He looks like a guy aggressively swatting bugs, not a warrior fighting for his life. But this casual flex doesn't slip by unseen. 2 hooded guys in red and black are watching closely. They are absolutely terrified. They know a supreme master when they see one. His moves are so crazy smooth, he almost looks like an amateur. It breaks their brains. They try to fall back and call for backup. But nope. Sungmin is suddenly right behind them, casually asking about Imbiras. One guy totally panics and swings a dagger. Sungmin just tilts his head. Blade misses. Then a massive blast of magic fire erupts right in his face. Does he care? Barely. He waves his arm and puts out the inferno like blowing out a birthday candle. Then it suddenly clicks for our guy. They aren't ignoring his questions, they are literally deaf. They belong to some hidden tribe hiding deep in these cursed woods. So he starts drawing in the dirt to talk. But then boom, the tribe's elder drops from the trees like a meteor. This huge, shredded dude roars loud enough to shake the actual forest. He is beyond enraged that a stranger is messing with his squad. He charges with literal fire fists. But man, the power gap here? Not even funny. Sungmin doesn't even use the sharp end of his spear. He just smacks him with blunt force. Cut to 2 seconds. Later the elder is eating dirt, and our boy is literally sitting on him like a lawn chair. And since the big guy flinched at the name Imbiras, now, here is where you and I realize he means business. Blood on his face, eyes totally dead and cold. Sungmin knows this tribe is his ticket, and he gives them an ultimatum. They are taking him to their village. Period. No arguments. Deep inside the sleeping forest, this hidden tribe only stays alive by literally destroying their own hearing. Anything to survive those mind-breaking shrieks. Sungmin finally walks into their base, and it is a total wasteland. The whole zone is aggressively hostile. He asks why anyone would willingly live in this trash heap. Chief Kazuya steps up, claiming it is all for a sacred mission. The air between them instantly drops 10 degrees. Our boy clocks it immediately. Kazuya isn't just the mayor, he is a supreme master, hiding a massive power level. The tension snaps when the chief demands some answers. He wants to know why Sungmin wrecked an elder and dragged his guys here, but our hero just chills out, saying it was purely self-defense, no more drama needed. Kazuya does the math. Fighting this absolute unit would end in a total wipeout for his tribe. So, he makes the smart call and welcomes the Spearmaster inside. Guest mode activated. With the beef squashed, our guy drops the name Imbiras. Plot twist, Imbiras packed up 2 months ago. But he totally knew someone was coming for him. Because of course he did. He ordered the chief to guide this mystery guest to a secret spot. Kazuya takes Sungmin to a giant wall of thick, nasty tree roots to test his power. The chief tells him to break it. Sungmin winds up and delivers a massive, explosive spear strike, but the roots don't even scratch. Why? Total immunity to physical damage. Then Kazuya casually mentions only he can open it. Yeah, nice little troll move by the chief there. He mutters a quick magic password under his breath. The roots groan apart, revealing a completely pitch-black tunnel. Kazuya gives a final warning. Those psychic screams inside will melt the brain of literally any master alive. Does Sungmin care? Not even slightly. He walks straight into the dark. Normal guys would go instantly insane here. But remember, he survived 2100 years, trapped in his own head. His brain is basically armored by centuries of pure torture. These deadly screams are a total joke compared to the isolation he already conquered deep inside the fog. Suddenly, a weird purple flame sparks up. A huge voice echoes out, admitting it totally mistook Sungmin for another guy. It mutters about twisted causality and demands to know where you are returnee. Before fists start flying, a tiny floating spirit and a literal cat girl pop out of the mist. She yells at the booming voice to chill out, leaving our guy totally confused in the dark. He is just standing there, utterly bewildered. Deep inside this lethal mist, he's face to face with an anime cat girl and a glowing cloud. Absolutely wild. She introduces herself as Rubia. She's a familiar for Imbiras. And yeah, her master has some seriously weird tastes, hence the beast girl look. But honestly, she's just a walking tracking beacon. Next to her is Hyoju. This loud floating blob used to be a massive demon king who commanded ghosts centuries back. But since he lost his physical body way back when, he's basically just a grumpy, glowing nightlight now. Rubia tells Sungmin he has to tag along with them. Why? Because Imbiras is the only guy who can untangle the totally twisted, causality ruining his life. Now, here is the kicker for you and me. Rubia can't actually track Imbiras, but the link goes both ways. Imbiras will eventually sense her beacon and come running. Hyoju claims a prophecy predicted he would leave the forest with a returnee. That is exactly why he is tagging along. He also spills the secret about the forest tribe. Their supposed sacred mission? It is actually a brutal blood duty to keep a seal locked at the end of the path. But honestly, neither the familiar nor the great demon can give Sungmin any straight answers right now. Fed up with all this vague talk, our guy asks why he even needs the demon anyway. That insult totally triggers Hyoju. In a sudden burst of pure aggression, the spirit decides to attack. He lunges right forward and bites our hero on the wrist. His goal? Possess the boy and steal his body. But remember, Sungmin spent 2 entire millennia training his mind inside an endless void. His mental defense is basically unbreakable. So instead of taking over, the great demon gets instantly deflected and sucked straight into Sungmin's dark bracelet. Our guy just stares at the jewelry. He looks totally bored. Meanwhile, the mighty Hyoju screams in absolute panic, realizing he is trapped inside a fashion accessory. Rubia watches with massive secondhand embarrassment. She seriously has to wonder if this legendary demon is actually just a massive idiot. At first, the young mage plans to just throw the bracelet away, but Hyoju starts begging for his life. Since he was a terrifying conqueror for 400 years, he promises to lead our hero to hidden treasure rooms packed with rare artifacts. Rubia confirms the demon really was a big deal back in the day. That finally manages to convince Sungmin. Alright, you and I are about to see this journey get wild. With his 2 weird new companions following along, they head out. Rubia suggests finding a nice spot to relax while they wait for her master. But our protagonist has way bigger plans. He is totally focused on getting stronger. He tells his worried new friend that their next stop is definitely no vacation spot. They are hitting a dangerous dungeon. In this world, dungeons are not just normal caves or old ruins. They are completely weird anomalies, with their own crazy rules. Out in the normal world, a hunter could just loot a dead monster for parts. But dungeon mechanics work way differently thanks to the magic here. A defeated monster just vanishes into thin air, leaving a totally random reward behind. Think gemstones or fresh weapons. Usually, the tougher the beast, the better the loot drops. And all of this builds up to one main goal, taking down the dungeon master. Doing that gets you an insane reward and shuts the portal down forever. Now, Lee Sungmin stands right in front of a massive glowing crystal, the gateway. It has been 2 whole months since he teamed up with Rubia and Hyoju. Thanks to some solid info, he has finally tracked this specific location down. He remembers this exact place from his past life. It is the very spot where he once found the Stone of Past Life. Even with all his prep, doubt still haunts him. But he brushes that off fast. He spent years bleeding and training, specifically to change that dark, terrible future. With his mission totally clear, the young spearman touches the stone. Flash! He gets instantly teleported right into a dark, massive cavern. Before he can even look around, a massive guy leaps out from the shadows, swinging a giant axe. Sungmin blocks the heavy strike perfectly, which completely shocks the huge attacker. This loud giant named Grismo realizes he is not fighting a monster, and quickly apologizes. He actually recognizes our hero as the Ghost Spear. That is the title Sungmin earned by beating a famous swordmaster. Grismo explains he came here to stop a super dangerous young leader named Weiji Hoyon. She is known as the Little Chunma. Back in Sungmin's past life, she actually killed Grismo, but right here and now, he is rallying troops for justice. He seriously warns our guy that Weiji Hoyon brought a deadly group of Supreme Masters with her. Luckily, the Martial Alliance sent their own elite fighters to stop them. That includes Baek Sogo, a woman deeply tied to Sungmin's past. He is completely shocked to find her here. Seeing they share a goal, Grismo begs the Ghost Spear for help. Sungmin agrees to join the fight, earning himself a massive, friendly slap on the shoulder from the giant. As the two men trek deeper into the foggy, blood-red dungeon, Grismo warns our hero. The monsters in this specific zone, they are beyond strong. But the warning gets cut off when a blinding light lights up the cave. A mocking, familiar voice echoes through the mist, stopping them dead. Stepping from the shadows, the red-eyed Weiji Hoyon appears. She smiles right at our hero, like she was waiting for him this whole time. Down in the dark depths, a sudden spotlight breaks the gloom, revealing our hero and the giant Grismo. They feel instant relief seeing a figure up ahead. It is Baek Sogo. They got separated entering the cave, so Grismo quickly drops his guard, thinking they finally found their ally. Stick with me though, because this is where things get nasty. Sungmin senses something is deeply wrong. He tells the giant to look closer. The figure turns. Absolute horror. Her left eye is a writhing, pulsating mass of sick red tumors. Before they even blink, the creature lunges with a bone-crushing kick, sending Grismo flying. Rubia instantly identifies the freaky threat. It is a doppelganger. Normally, these monsters just copy how someone looks. But because this dungeon has totally twisted rules, this thing has actually copied Baek Sogo's elite combat techniques. Our protagonist is forced to watch this ugly monster perfectly execute the sacred traceless step, a special move he strongly ties to the real woman, who encouraged him years ago. Seeing this cheap imitation sparks a cold, deadly fury inside Lee Sungmin. He literally spent 2,100 years training just to earn Sogo's respect. Watching a monster wear her face and steal her skills? Unforgivable. His aura flares up, and he brutally cuts the imposter down with absolute precision. As the dust clears, a totally shaken Grismo wonders how something that insane could even exist. Rubia tries to lighten the heavy mood, offering to act as their guide since she is analyzing the layout. But of course, this instantly starts a petty, bickering match between her and the trapped demon Hiho-ju. The joke does not last long though. Grismo suddenly realizes a totally terrifying fact. If there was a fake Baek Sogo, there are probably copies of everyone else roaming this dungeon, including them. Meanwhile, in another area, a legendary master from the Martial Alliance stands battered and totally broken against a wall. Right in front of him lies his dead comrade, ruthlessly slaughtered by someone looking exactly like Weiji Hoyon. Rocking a black bodysuit and surrounded by creepy, slithering red ribbons, this little Chunma looks absolutely unstoppable right now. Driven mad by a need for justice, the old master charges her. Sadly, he gets swatted down like a bug. As the man dies, the woman just stares at the fresh blood on her hands, with a chillingly calm look. But wait, she is not a mindless monster. She is the real Weiji Hoyon, and she has been extremely busy. Tossed at her feet is the dead body of another doppelganger. This fake wore the face of Lee Sungmin. She thinks back on the 9 years that passed, smiling softly. She knows the real Sungmin must have trained like a madman to reach his current level. She truly values their crazy connection. Walking away, she makes one haunting wish that the real Lee Sungmin stays alive long enough for them to actually meet up. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, the real Baek Sogo sits on jagged rocks, heavily gasping for air. She just barely survived an insane duel against a fake Martial Alliance member. Thanks to the dungeon's weird laws, the defeated clone breaks down into glowing green particles, leaving a super rare orange elixir behind. Talk about lucky. This potion is strong enough to literally reattach severed limbs. But even completely exhausted, the silver-haired warrior knows she cannot rest yet. Alone, She stands zero chance against the little Chunma or her elite crew, so she moves out to find her squad. Sadly, she gets cornered almost instantly. Two of Wei Ji Hoyan's absolute deadliest subordinates, the Lone Ghost Sword and Meringue the Iron Fist, step from the shadows. You and I both know this looks bad for her. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin inspects a magic crystal dropped by his doppelganger kill. Heho-ju practically begs him to consume it for mana, but our guy hesitates. His mind, body, and energy are totally out of whack right now. Too much power might literally break him. Of course, the demon just laughs at his caution. The demon flexes, claiming his own black heart is still way better than Sungmin's, but the trash talk cuts off fast. They stumble onto Grismo, towering over some seriously injured dude. It is Chigol from the Gaibang sect bleeding out, missing an entire left arm thanks to a doppelganger. Sungmin does not miss a beat, tossing a top-tier healing potion to save him. Chigol recognizes our famous ghost spear and immediately starts trolling him about his relationship with Baek Sogo. And wow, our boy gets super defensive right away. Sungmin gets hilariously flustered over this guy, knowing his sect sister so well. But the rom-com moment dies instantly. A chilling voice echoes from the shadows. The bloody granny. Alright, you and I know this means trouble. Another Supreme Master drops in with a totally predatory grin. She smells their weakness and gets ready for the kill. But wait, Rubia finally finishes scanning the dungeon. A holographic map pops up, showing 3 yellow dots. Allies. And they are moving insanely fast just behind that massive stone wall. Panic hits Sungmin. What if Sogo is in danger on the other side? He completely ignores the deadly granny. Instead, he starts channeling a terrifying amount of inner energy, way beyond his limits. Because he spent centuries grinding in the mental realm, the power he drops right now is completely broken. Grismo and the granny? Absolutely stunned. Then boom, a thunderous strike. He blows a massive hole straight through the cavern wall. The dust clears, and there she is. The real Baek Sogo, battered, bleeding, and staring in pure shock as our hero steps through. Spear resting on his shoulder, radiating absolute boss energy. Seeing her long-lost junior show up like a knight in shining armor, the stoic warrior blushes bright red. Sungmin just looks down, totally calm. He hits her with the ultimate cool greeting, it has been too long. But playtime is over. Grismo and Sungmin quickly team up. The giant plays decoy, giving our guy the perfect opening. But before the fight even pops off, Sungmin literally vanishes. Total confusion hits everyone, especially the bloody granny. But do not worry, our boy did not run away. He uses the chaos to teleport right in front of the injured Baek Sogo. This sudden bodyguard move totally blindsides the top enforcers, the Lone Ghost Sword, and Meringue the Iron Fist. Sogo is literally trembling. She asks why he is here. Sungmin keeps it painfully simple. He is here to help. Time to win this fight. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. To save his life, he pulls out a legendary monk pill. He was terrified to use it before because the power is insane. But seeing Sogo hurting, he knows he cannot hold back anymore. He swallows half the pill. Instantly, a wild surge of purple and white energy erupts straight from his body. It perfectly refills his energy without any nasty side effects. The Lone Ghost Sword senses this massive new threat and decides to split up. He orders Meringue to finish off Sogo. While he takes on our feisty hero, the clash is completely brutal, just a violent blur of sparks and steel. Sogo watches from the sidelines in absolute shock. How did her junior get this insanely strong in only 1 year? Even the Lone Ghost Sword is totally impressed. He realizes the boy has less raw power, but his eyes? They carry the heavy wisdom of a true master, like someone who has lived for centuries. The fight hits a stalemate, so Sungmin unleashes the Ninth Heaven Extreme Spear style. He uses Coiled Snake Soul Seeker, and the spear becomes totally unpredictable, snaking right past the swordsman's defense and slashing his chest. The Lone Ghost Sword actually laughs through the pain. He loves the thrill of this duel, but knows he must end it fast, especially since his partner Meringue is actually losing his own fight. But get this, the Lone Ghost Sword does not die by our hero's hands. It is a crazy twist of fate. A figure looking exactly like his master Wei Ji Hoyan appears and mercilessly strikes him down. As he bleeds out on the floor, he is left completely confused. Why would his beloved leader betray him? His comrade Meringue absolutely loses it in a grief-stricken rage. He screams at Wei Ji for her cold betrayal. They had zero idea lethal doppelgangers were hiding in this dungeon. Both men die fueled by pointless anger. They never realized this killer was just a fake imitation of their master. With those two followers dead, only the Wei Ji doppelganger is left standing, looming there like an absolute nightmare. Sungmin knows they cannot win this alone. He tells Sogo to run through the blasted wall and find their allies, but Sogo hesitates to leave him behind. Our guy just gives her a gentle smile. He reminds her she is the fastest and the only one who can bring backup. Trusting him completely, she tosses over a rare elixir and runs away, begging him to please stay alive. Left all alone with the fake little Chunma and her terrifying aura, Sungmin prepares for a desperate final stand. He quietly whispers to himself, he is not planning on dying today. Now you and I need to remember his past life. Weiji Hoyan was the only survivor of this dungeon. When she emerged alone, everyone assumed she ruthlessly after 5-0, slaughtered her allies, and branded her a monster. But standing right here, facing this distorted, terrifying version of her, Sungmin finally sees the real truth. This dungeon creates perfect lethal mimics. The Weiji Hoyan who massacred everyone back then was not the girl he knew. It was this doppelganger. And this fake is way more monstrous than anything else. Dark veins pulse across its face. Its aura feels like a crushing physical weight. The fight kicks off, but the doppelganger skips traditional martial arts. Instead, she manipulates that red cloth around her neck. She turns it into a sentient, scaly whip. It strikes with the pure force of a falling mountain. This artifact stretches and moves with totally incredible speed. Sungmin is forced into a super desperate defense. He barely catches a downward strike with his spear. The violent impact shatters the ground beneath him and leaves both his arms, feeling like they might rip clean off. Our guy is in a brutal race against time. He just needs to survive 5 minutes until Sogo brings reinforcements, but every single second feels like forever. After getting blasted into rubble and coughing up blood, our hero realizes simple defense is useless. He has to tap into the iron mental fortitude he built during his 2,100-year trial. His mind is much stronger than his broken body. He remembers the lessons the real Weiji Hoyan taught him about redirecting heavy force. Meanwhile, the demon Heihoju watches safely from the bracelet. Heihoju points out a totally chilling detail. The doppelganger has not even used her real techniques yet. She is just toying with him using that creepy cloth. She never even saw him as a threat. But when Sungmin flares his purple energy and deflects her strike, the monster gives a sinister snicker. Our boy just showed some real skill. She finally sees him as a worthy opponent, meaning she is about to get dead serious. On the other side of the wall, things take a tragic turn. The bloody granny is defeated, but the survivors are in zero condition to help. Sogo is desperate to rush back and save her sect brother, but Chigul realizes the cold, hard reality. They are way too weak to face little Chunma's doppelganger. Knowing a rescue is just a pure suicide mission for everyone involved, Chigul makes a very painful choice. He strikes Sogo's pressure point, knocking her completely unconscious. Luckily, Chigul found an escape scroll on the granny's corpse. Since the exit stays hidden until the boss dies, this scroll is their only ticket out. With a heavy heart and a whispered apology to the friend he left behind, Chigul activates the magic. A huge flash of light fills the tunnel as they all teleport away. Lee Sungmin is left completely alone in the dark, with a monster that stopped holding back. The cavern battle hits a crazy fever pitch. A massive collision of power sends crimson energy ripping through the air. Lee Sungmin digs his heels in just to survive the insane shockwaves. He is in terrible shape and totally soaked in blood, gasping for air and barely holding his spear. Inside the bracelet, the demon Hyoju is running out of patience. The doppelganger is not showing a single drop of fatigue. The spirit shouts tactical directions, trying to guide our hero through lethal strikes coming from everywhere. But even with the coaching, the crushing weight of those red ribbons is just way too much. Every hit shatters Sungmin's dark armor. The physical toll is breaking him, but Heihoju is less worried about our guy's health and more concerned about his home. Complaining the bracelet is getting destroyed, he points out a cold reality. Sogo and the others have been gone for a while. They are not coming back. Heihoju tries to provoke our young hero. He asks if Sungmin resents his sister for betraying him and leaving him to die. But our guy doesn't take the bait. He has absolute faith in Sogo. He knows something must have blocked her return, and he definitely does not regret staying behind. He wouldn't even be alive right now if she hadn't saved him on that mountain years ago. This crazy display of loyalty actually impresses the old demon. Since Hyoju cannot let his host die and risk being trapped here forever, he finally decides to stop complaining and actually start helping. Suddenly, a massive, ghostly fanged silhouette towers over Sungmin. The spirit starts pouring pure, raw demon power straight into our hero. Because the boy has the legendary black heart, his body can handle this chaotic energy. Blinding light erupts from his armor. It instantly snaps his broken bones right back into place and fully seals his wounds. The dungeon's air shifts instantly. The doppelganger inherits the arrogance of the real Weiji Hoyan and pauses her attack just to watch this insane evolution. She finally sees our guy as an equal, but this power surge is almost too much. Sungmin feels like his veins might explode. Heihoju actually offers to take over his body, to end the whole fight with a single punch. But our hero refuses to give up control. He demands the energy and nothing else. He spent 2,100 years mastering his mind. He has the mental insight to harness this raw power, even if his body is breaking. Stick with me, guys, because this is the exact moment he trained for. Sungmin leaps straight into the air. Alright, watch this. 9th Heaven Extreme Spear. 4th move, 9 Dragon Murder. 9 spectral purple dragons absolutely erupt, charging the doppelganger in a blinding cataclysmic explosion. The monster counters with a massive red fist, but our hero isn't done. Drawing on everything he and Hyoju have, he unleashes the 6th move, Futility. It's so insanely fast. The spear literally vanishes. It creates a vacuum, violently pulling everything inward before detonating. A massive pillar of energy blasts straight through the dungeon ceiling, completely lighting up the cavern. The smoke clears. Green particles of the defeated mimic float away. Lee Sungmin stands alone in the wreckage, gasping, barely breathing, but alive. Slowly, he pulls himself together. He's drenched in sweat. Even though only 9 years passed in the real world, the sheer mental weight of his training feels like he's lived through multiple millennia. Because he spent every waking second of that eternity thinking about one person. His first instinct, wondering if he's finally strong enough to stand by her side. Of course, Hyoju immediately ruins the mood. The demon's spectral voice mocks our protagonist, laughing at him for getting all emotional over borrowed power. But honestly, Hyoju is just talking a big game. Secretly, the demon is seriously impressed. He notices Sungmin handled that borrowed energy with elite precision. It proves our guy isn't just riding on luck, he is genuinely, terrifyingly skilled. The celebration is super short. Hyoju needs his leftover energy back, warning the brat that the physical rebound could literally kill him. But Sungmin, having lived through constant, brutal struggle, he just shrugs it off. But once that energy is ripped away, reality hits him hard. Dark energy erupts, unleashing a blinding pillar of light. It shoots through the dungeon as his body finally gives out. Luckily, his familiar, Rubia, is watching over him. She's completely terrified, because he's been writhing in pure agony for an hour. She even tried using the elixir Bake Sogo gave them, but it barely makes a dent. Why? Because his internal energy veins and joints are absolutely trashed. Sungmin realizes he definitely would have died without that gift. It's a bitter pill to swallow. He owes Sogo his life all over again. Yet, despite his failing body, our hero refuses to stay down. Driven by one single goal, he forces himself to wobble past the bloody granny's corpse. Nearby, Rubia suddenly picks up a mana trail. It confirms a teleport scroll was just used for 3 people. Huge relief, that means Sogo and the others successfully escaped the dungeon. With his friends finally safe, limping through the dark, he focuses entirely on finding Weiji Hoyon. His vision violently blurs, and he starts coughing up blood. The physical toll is just immense, but he keeps dragging himself across the cracked earth. He spent 2,100 years in that mental trial just to reach her, betting his life on a 13-year-old girl's promise he won't stop now. Finally, he sees her. Weiji Hoyon sits atop a rubble pile, looking like an absolute masterpiece of lethal elegance. But seeing her shatters Sungmin's hope of ever being her equal. Her movements? Flawless. Even the magical doppelganger he just fought couldn't come close to copying her. She is a true monster of pure talent. When she finally notices him, her reaction is surprisingly casual. She casually mentions defeating the dungeon boss and fighting a monster using the 9th Heaven Extreme Spear. Because she instantly recognizes his wild growth, she gives him a genuine compliment. But Sungmin? He can't even look her in the eye. He's hiding behind massive insecurity, feeling completely unready to face her as an equal. Sitting back to back, it's totally bittersweet. Weiji Hoyon admits she hates people's expectations, but honestly, she confesses she wouldn't mind if it was Sungmin watching her back. She actually wants him to travel with her. But our hero does something insanely difficult. He says no. He refuses to join her right now, because he refuses to live in her shadow. He wants them as true equals. Now, you and I know, this greed actually makes Hoyon proud. They agree to meet in 1 year, the 10-year mark of their promise at their first meeting spot. Walking in opposite directions, Hoyon privately admits she wanted to force him to stay, but she respects him way too much. Stepping through a magical portal, her final silent thought is the one thing she couldn't say loud. She truly missed him. While Sungmin finds peace, the scene outside is pure chaos. Bak Sogo is completely hysterical, screaming at the Martial Alliance members. She blames them for dragging her out and leaving Sungmin behind. Viewing their so-called righteousness as absolute hypocrisy, she does something radical, quitting the alliance on the spot. Consumed by guilt and desperate for more power, she disappears into the forest alone, leaving everyone in shock. Far away, others continue their own paths. Celsius at the forge, Scarlet deep in her books, and Jihak, in brutal training, all completely unaware of the massive destiny pulling them together. In our world, most people are defined by norms and ethics that keep society running safely. We call them humans. But there is a much darker category of beings, existing way beyond those safe boundaries. Nightmarish creatures, blood-drinking vampires, death-defying liches, and barbaric werewolves who traded all honor for primal hunger. And then, there are those standing, right on the terrifying edge of that transition. People call them the Inhumans. And our boy, Lee Sungmin? He's finding himself dangerously closer to that border than ever before. While his physical body lies unconscious, recovering from that brutal dungeon fight, Sungmin finds himself drifting through a vast, starry mind space. Suddenly, he's startled by a swirling Dummzeit, mass of flames manifesting right beside him. He immediately recognizes the voice, the Void Monarch. Because lending power connected their spiritual worlds, the demon can now just stroll right into Sungmin's actual dreams. He assures our hero that, yeah, his physical body is currently screaming in absolute agony from the pack's recoil, but he isn't gonna die. Curious about who he's really dealing with, Sungmin asks to see the demon's true form. The Void Monarch obliges, transforming into a massive purple-skinned warrior with black hair. Surprisingly, the demon actually looks way more human than Sungmin expected. But pleasantries end fast. The monarch is intensely curious. How did a weak human handle his demonic energy so flawlessly? He felt Sungmin's inner turmoil, the yearning, and that deep-seated inferiority complex. Yet, he hit a mental barrier so powerful, it deflected his own demonic domination. Sensing his memories, the secret's totally out. He knows Sungmin is a regressor. He's absolutely shocked our protagonist spent over 2,000 years training mentally under two gods. It completely explains that ironclad mind. But the monarch just laughs at the pathetic results. To him, Sungmin, still being this weak after 2 millennia, perfectly proves the natural ceiling of humanity. So, he offers a ridiculously tempting shortcut: just become a demon. He points out, Sungmin already has a monster's heart and demonic energy in his veins. Fully commit, and he could easily surpass Weiji Hoyon, the exact woman he's desperate to reach. However, our hero doesn't hesitate. Flat-out refusal. He has zero interest in trading his humanity for a power boost. The monarch warns him by the world's standards, he's already considered an inhuman. That heavy conversation lingers in Sungmin's mind long after he finally wakes up. 3 months pass, slowly recovering from the demon power's rebound. Back on his feet, he begins the long trek north, following an old prophecy from the monk Bulyung. Stick with me. Told to head toward the land of eternal snow for an important meeting. Sungmin and Rubia are currently roughing it in the freezing wilderness. Alright, you and I are heading to Travia, the northern city of chaos. Rubia is miserable, complaining about the freezing cold and no shelter, but Sungmin, completely focused. He knows what kind of pandemonium they are walking into. This place used to be run by the blood heavenly demon, but ever since the little heavenly demon took him down, the whole city has turned into a lawless, inhuman war zone. It is a literal sanctuary for monsters wearing human faces. No wonder Rubia is terrified. Sungmin is not scared at all, though. He is ready. As they move through the dark woods, his superhuman senses suddenly pick up a very familiar scent. He smells wild dogs. Sure enough, dozens of glowing eyes pierce through the pitch-black shadows. A massive pack of werewolves just decided our hero is on the menu tonight. Perfect timing. Sungmin actually wants to test out his newly recovered body. He smiles, welcoming the challenge for a little warm-up exercise before reaching the city gates. The bloodthirsty lycanthropes lunge right out of the darkness. Rubia screams out a warning. These are not normal wolves. They get huge power buffs at night, and normal steel cannot even scratch them. But get this, Sungmin is not carrying normal steel. Flashback to his visit with the dark elf blacksmith Seljarus. She almost had a literal heart attack when Sungmin dropped a massive chunk of pure orichalcon right in front of her. He won that legendary metal by crushing the doppelganger boss. The material is incredibly rare, so the blacksmith considered it a massive honor to forge. She ended up crafting him an absolute masterpiece. A devastating black and gold spear, fully infused with magical ore. Back in the present, Sungmin puts that weapon to work. One glowing horizontal slash, he instantly decapitates multiple monsters at once. Those invulnerable hides, they slice like butter against the orichalcon blade. He moves with insane speed, spinning the spear into a complete blur of energy until the entire forest floor is piled with dead wolves. He traps one survivor and demands some answers. The bloody creature snarls, bringing up his so-called crimes in a nearby village. Turns out, these mutts belong to the Phantom Wolf sect, and they are absolutely furious. Sungmin ruined their local tax collection. Rubia looks away, totally guilty, remembering the village. A corrupt innkeeper had drugged the poor cat girl. He tried selling her into slavery. That obviously forced Sungmin to beat the guy half to death. By saving his friend, our hero cost the sect their dirty profit. Hence, the ambush. A bunch of stray dogs forming a martial arts sect? Sungmin finds that hilarious. He offers the monster a free pass to leave, but the werewolf, totally blinded by pride, lunges forward for one last strike. Sungmin just ends it. Cold, clinical, dead. From inside the magical bracelet, the demon Hyoju watches the whole bloodbath. He agrees these wolves were complete trash, but he still has notes. He warns Sungmin to drop the arrogance. Flexing his strength like that shows a very dangerous level of overconfidence. Why? Because these dead lycanthropes were just the bottom-tier foot soldiers. They belong to a severely powerful master. Hyoju suspects their true leader is someone Sungmin absolutely cannot beat right now. The demon warns him, showing off is a one-way ticket to the grave, especially if the big boss is who he thinks it is. Sungmin tries brushing off the lecture, saying he could not just let Rubia get kidnapped. But then, the vibe in the forest instantly changes. A thick, heavy snow suddenly starts falling. The demon was right. Through the freezing blizzard, a tall, white-haired man in a fur coat casually walks toward them. This guy radiates a completely different level of absolute authority, way more terrifying than those dead wolves. He introduces himself as Ju-Wan, the leader of the Phantom Wolf sect, and he looks exactly like the type to violently settle a grudge. Sungmin literally freezes. Cold sweat pours down his face as an incredibly suffocating pressure crushes his lungs. The big boss himself is standing right here. Ju-Wan stares at the blood-soaked snow with pure disappointment. He is not sad about his dead pack. He is just annoyed they were weak enough to get slaughtered. When the Wolf King glares at our hero, the aura is so intensely heavy that Sungmin can barely breathe his own name. Ju-Wan instantly recognizes him as the legendary Demon Spear. Curiously, the Alpha Wolf points something out. Rumors claim the Demon Spear fights for the good guys, but the dark, twisted energy rolling off Sungmin feels exactly like a monster. Sadly, Ju-Wan hates small talk. He flares his massive power, casting a giant fanged shadow over the snow, and asks one terrifyingly simple question. How do you want to die? Just as things turn completely lethal, a familiar flame explodes from the bracelet. Hyoju, the Void Monarch himself, roars onto the scene. He completely mocks the crazy wolf for bullying a weak kid. Turns out, these two heavyweights share a deep history going back 4 centuries. Ju-Wan is totally stunned. He thought the Void Monarch died 400 years ago, seeing the legend reduced to a floating ghost possessing some human kid? Insane. The two ancient monsters instantly start trading insults. Hyoju makes fun of the wolf's dead fish eyes. Ju-Wan laughs at the demon being homeless. The tension is razor sharp, but when Hyoju challenges him, Ju-Wan actually backs down. He claims he was just walking through the neighborhood anyway. A few dead foot soldiers are not worth risking a war with a legendary spirit. He turns back into the blinding blizzard, but he drops one last chilling threat. Be careful in Travia, because the others will not be this nice. The pressure fades. Sungmin is left shaking, wondering if he stood a chance. Hyoju is brutally honest, absolutely not. Ju-Wan is an ancient monster who spent centuries grinding his skills. Sungmin had zero chance of winning. Then, the demon just starts screaming. He is furious. He had to beg to save the kid. But instead of panicking, our hero just smiles. Finding another massive wall to climb after reaching the supreme peak, that thrills him. It means his journey is far from done. But as he and Rubia head toward the city, that warning about the others hits hard. And yeah, he should definitely be worried. Now, this is where you and I get to see the real villains. Deep in a dark chamber, Ju-Wan meets the Predators. He plays a magical replay, proving the Void Monarch is back. Look at these apex monsters. A giant horned demon, a sinister succubus named Geniella, and a skeletal lich called Preskin. Geniella is extremely interested in the footage. Why? Because our demon spear recently destroyed one of her favorite little toys. While the big bad predators gossip about the monarch and his new human host, the lich Preskin is staring at Sungmin with terrifying, absolute focus. While everyone else bickers, those flaming eye sockets are locked right onto him. Everyone else sees the demon spear, but Preskin recognizes something else entirely. This is the heart thief he has been hunting. Meanwhile, right outside the city, Sungmin stops to read a secret scroll about Travia's true power players. He learns about the Predators, an ancient, brutal crime syndicate of vampires, werewolves, and liches. They stick to the shadows, so normal people have no clue how insane their power is. The scroll lists 5 main leaders, the Black Stars. Sungmin connects the dots. Ju-Wan was just one of them. That means 4 other god-tier monsters are waiting. 4 more monsters with that exact same suffocating aura, all hiding inside the city. Hyoju uses this terrifying realization to start his classic villain pitch. Humans are naturally weak, right? Especially against things that have lived for centuries. To help Sungmin survive, the spirit begs him to throw away his humanity and go full demon. But Sungmin fiercely shuts him down. He remembers sword phantom Dokbae Jun. That guy traded his soul for power and lost literally everything. To honor his memory, Sungmin swears he will crush the Black Stars as a human. Hihoju just scoffs. He tells the kid not to come crying when it is entirely too late. But the danger is closing in fast, deep inside the bloody streets of Travia. Alright, you and I are about to witness absolute madness. Vampire Queen Geniella is playing with a broken toy taunting the city's former ruler, Biak Muzion, once a proud warrior, now a completely one-armed wreck. Propped against a wall, Geniella finds his suffering absolutely beautiful. Biting his arm to taste the pure desperation, she offers to completely regrow his limb and give him power to destroy the girl, the one who humbled him, but only if he becomes her servant. Biak Muzion still refuses, but his resolve is definitely cracking. And Geniella? She's already getting bored. She's a predator who quickly loses interest, the very second she actually owns her prey. Luckily for her, and terribly for our hero, she finds a new distraction. A subordinate reports that a strange human just walked straight into the city, one who smells exactly like an inhuman. Geniella immediately recognizes the description. It's the demon spear Ju Wan mentioned. Since he's the one who broke her toys before, she totally ignores Ju Wan's warning. To her, this isn't a threat, it's just a fresh form of entertainment, and she refuses to let it pass by. Meanwhile, as Sungmin and Rubia finally step into Travia, they're greeted by a literal city of the dead. Skeletal corpses aimlessly wander the foggy streets alongside cloaked monsters. The air absolutely reeks of rot. Rubia is terrified, constantly questioning if they can actually find that important person, the one from the monk's prophecy inside this absolute hellhole. Hihoju notes this massive public display is incredibly abnormal even for inhumans, proving that the city has completely fallen into madness. Just as Sungmin starts to scan the crowd, boom, a sudden drop from behind. Geniella falls from the sky in a blinding shower of energy, landing right at his heels. Before he can even draw his spear, she introduces herself with a playful, totally predatory smile. Our boy is now standing face to face with a literal black star. And that mercy, Ju Wan, offered him back in the forest? Officially run out. As Sungmin stands totally paralyzed in the middle of the street, Hihoju's earlier warning rings completely hollow. The demon assumed that by intimidating the crazy wolf, Ju Wan, the other predator leaders would just stay away. He was dead wrong. Geniella doesn't follow logic or rules. She follows her whims, and right now, she's standing directly inside his shadow. Cold sweat hits Sungmin as he realizes the Void Monarch's protection has already completely failed him. Geniella's eyes immediately lock onto the spirit resting inside his bracelet. She starts mocking Hihoju for falling so incredibly low. The monarch, never one to take an insult quietly, fiercely flares his spectral power, threatening to teach this little brat some manners. But Geniella isn't even slightly intimidated. She points out the cold, harsh reality. Hihoju is a bodiless soul far past his prime. Despite his immense spirit energy, she openly doubts he could actually defeat her, not in her own territory. To prove her absolute dominance, she turns those piercing demonic eyes straight onto Rubia. This is a terrifying power that allows the vampire queen to see through the very core of a being. She cruelly dissects the cat girl's entire existence, pointing out that Rubia isn't human or demi-human. She's just a magical doll with fake organs for show. Because Geniella totally shatters Rubia's right to call herself alive, the poor familiar is left sobbing in pure terror. But when Geniella tries to use that exact same gaze on Sungmin, she hits a massive wall. Gripping his jaw, she stares deep into his eyes. But for the very first time, her demonic sight reveals absolutely nothing. Hihoju smirks at her confusion, proudly reminding her that our hero is an absolute anomaly. He survived trials most people couldn't even imagine. But instead of getting frustrated, Geniella is thrilled. The fact she can't see through him makes Sungmin the perfect new toy. A local thug briefly interrupts, trying to grab Geniella's hair. Big mistake. She decapitates him in a sudden blur of violence, never even breaking eye contact with Sungmin. The city is filthy, and her mood is shifting fast. So, she gets straight to the point. She reveals she was the one who took in the sword demon years ago. She isn't mad, Sungmin killed him. Though toys break eventually, right? She actually admits she admires people who work hard. That's why she makes an insane, unprecedented offer. She wants Sungmin as her direct vampire servant. Our hero gives a flat rejection, but Geniella isn't offended at all. In fact, she's satisfied. She notes his eyes hold a depth of time no normal human could ever endure. Yet, they look like they could shatter at any second. That exact vulnerability is what she wants to exploit. Gliding away into the fog, she playfully tells him not to submit too easily. She'll be waiting for the exact moment he hits total despair to offer again. Once she vanishes, Sungmin is left completely shaken, wondering just how insanely strong she really was. Heeho-ju delivers sobering news. Geniella is the second strongest person Sungmin has ever met. When our hero naturally asks, who could possibly be stronger than a literal black star, Heeho-ju stays completely silent. Instead, focus shifts to a dark chamber, where a glowing orb reflects Sungmin's every move. The lich, Preskin, has finally tracked down the heart thief, and trust me, he isn't planning a polite hello. He orders the hollow-eyed girl, Ein, to move out. Meanwhile, as our hero continues his journey through the harsh north, a massive, chaotic force awakens in Travia's frozen outskirts. A man with wild, scarred skin and glowing eyes pulls himself right out of the snow, violently grinding his teeth as he tries to remember how long he was actually unconscious. This is Biak Wanpei, a man whose entire past is a blur of violent slaughter. Staring at the massive city walls in the distance, he wonders why he traveled this far north. Observing the area from a distance, Wanpei's narrowed eyes lock onto a battle already in progress. He spots Lee Sungmin facing off against Annie, a terrifying monster girl armed with biological tentacles. Instead of helping or moving on, the scarred observer lets out a sinister chuckle. He prepares to crash the conflict, completely amused by this wild pairing of a spearmaster and a tentacle monster. Now, to understand how Sungmin ended up in this snowy deathmatch, you and I need to rewind a few days. Walking the freezing city streets with Rubia, they were suddenly intercepted by a mysterious hooded figure who turned out to be the Black Mage, Kim Jong-hyun. Since they previously teamed up to kill the Sword Demon, the encounter actually begins on pretty friendly terms. Jong-hyun jokingly claims he's just sightseeing, totally ignoring the mangled corpses littering the alleys. But the vibe instantly drops when the mage asks if Sungmin has heard of Predator. He explains that the Inhumans monsters that literally eat human shev officially begun making their move, since they completely crushed the former ruler, the Blood Heavenly Demon. High-level monsters known as Black Stars are now flooding Travia to shatter the world order. He warns that these absolute beasts possess enough raw strength to completely erase entire alliances off the face of the earth. Jong-hyun believes a new history is starting here, and he's eager to watch it unfold. Back in the present, Rubia nervously wonders if our boy should have accepted Jong-hyun's invitation to stay at his house. She suggests the mage might actually be the important person they need. But our protagonist firmly refuses. The mage makes him incredibly uneasy. Sungmin is convinced staying with Jong-hyun would just end with him getting dissected. Besides, nobody ever said their target had to be inside the city walls. So, the duo heads back into the wild to continue searching. Unfortunately, their exploration is violently cut short. A sudden slash of energy splashes fresh blood right across the white snow. Annie appears, staring with empty purple eyes. She claims she's finally strong enough to finish what she started, proudly boasting about her new infinite mana and massively enhanced energy. Realizing he's in a completely dire situation, our hero activates his black heart. He lunges forward for a massive midair clash, sparking a blinding explosion of light. But suddenly, the duel is cut short. A massive shockwave shatters the ground. Biak Wanpei, wild-haired powerhouse from earlier, intervenes, landing heavily right between the two fighters. He mocks them for having fun without him and violently demands to join the fight. He releases a surge of physical force so insanely powerful that both Sungmin and Annie are blown backward, coughing blood in the snow. Our hero is left wondering who could possibly be this overwhelmingly strong. Alright, you and I are about to see absolute madness. The dust clears, and this stranger flashes a bloody grin. It is the crazy heavenly demon himself. The power balance? Completely shattered. To understand how bad this is, you need to know who Biak Wanpei actually is. Long before this, the dragon sword Namgung Hee gave our hero one chilling piece of advice. If you ever cross paths with the crazy heavenly demon, just run. In the world of Area, there are exactly 3 legendary heavenly demons alive today. That includes the famous Wuji Hoyan, but many believe Wanpei is the only one who deserves the title. His power? Pure, primal, and overwhelming. Right now, that insane strength is fully unleashed. Een can barely stand just from the pressure of Wanpei arriving. This guy lives for the hunt. He mocks her fading spirit, demanding the monster girl keep entertaining him. This pushes the monster girl into a blind rage. She lunges at him with absolutely everything. But Wanpei does not even blink. Instead, he throws both arms wide open. He unleashes a fire-infused palm strike so huge it shatters the ground, creating a literal inferno. Watching through his magic globe, the Lich Prescon starts absolutely panicking. He knows that even with Ein's insane healing, she is dead if her body turns to ash. Wanpei is just that dangerous. Presscon screams at Ein to swallow her pride and run. Luckily, she actually listens. Despite her scorched body and shredded tentacles, she regenerates just enough to blast away at blinding speed. With his first toy suddenly gone from the field, Wanpai locks his terrifying gaze right on Lee Sungmin. Our hero freezes up. Even though he has never met this guy, something deep inside his heart is reacting instantly. It reacts to the master's crushing presence. The spirit Hyo-ju, watching from the armor's shadows, confirms it. Sensing something totally wrong, the demon spirit orders Sungmin to capture this old man. Capture him instead of killing him? Our boy thinks that is completely insane. He is not even sure he can survive, let alone take a living legend prisoner. Suddenly, Wanpai seems to snap back to reality. Touching the blood on his chest, he realizes he wandered way up north to Travia. He must have blacked out on a months-long killing spree, but that moment of clarity vanishes fast. Knowing he will lose his mind again soon, he decides to just enjoy the fight. Wanpai blurs, teleporting instantly right in front of our guy. His fists are radiating pure red energy. When Sungmin frantically asks why they even have to fight, the crazy demon roars that two martial artists meeting is reason enough. He leaps high and slams down a strike so heavy, it blasts a massive crater into the snow. Sungmin barely blocks it. This guy's raw power actually dwarfs the Wuji Hoyan clone. The pressure is so suffocating he cannot even find a tiny opening to counterattack. As they clash again, a massive energy explosion blows both fighters backwards. They stand on opposite edges of a smoking pit. Wanpai is absolutely thrilled to find a kid this strong. Meanwhile, Sungmin is frantically looking for an escape route, but Hyo-ju refuses to let him run. The spirit screams from Sungmin's chest, demanding he stay. The terrifying reason becomes clear. As Wanpai starts glowing with a very familiar, blood-red light, Hyo-ju realizes in pure shock that the crazy heavenly demon is not just using martial arts. He is actually wielding Hyo-ju's own demonic power. Debris flies everywhere. Stick with me here, because things just got wild. Sungmin stares in pure disbelief. That energy swirling around Biak Wanpai, that is the Void Monarch's personal demonic energy. It is the exact same power our boy draws from his bracelet. Sungmin freezes up, stunned, but he quickly bites down and forces himself to snap back to reality. Getting distracted against a living myth is an instant death sentence. Knowing he has to win and actually pulling it off are two different things though. Sungmin goes completely on the offensive. He thrusts with a high-speed fatal flash. Wanpai does not even dodge. He just reaches out and casually catches the spear shaft barehanded. Absolute total dominance. This single moment shatters our hero's confidence. He believed he could eventually crush the monster girl Ain, but staring at the crazy heavenly demon, he sees absolutely zero paths to victory here. He is fighting a martial artist who reached a truly godlike level, but Sungmin refuses to roll over and die. He remembers that extreme pressure has always forced him to level up. He unloads an insane flurry of strikes, but Wanpai just swats the deadly energy away with his palms like annoying flies, laughing at these petty little tricks. Things get critical. Sungmin tries leaping into blind spots for a special strike, but Wanpai is reckless and bored. He just detonates his own internal energy, leveling the entire zone. He literally blows up the battlefield just to flush our hero out. Thankfully, Sungmin's orichalcum armor and a clutch defensive barrier keep him alive. Bleeding and battered, Wanpai actually gets suspicious. He realizes this 20-year-old kid has energy reserves matching his own. He wonders if Sungmin used age regression, or if he is the little heavenly demon hiding in disguise. Our boy instantly denies it. Wanpai does not care about the truth anyway, he just wants blood. As the demon charges a massive palm strike, Sungmin reflects on the 2,100 years he suffered in that hellish void. Why didn't he ever quit? Greed? Hate? No. He just flat out loves martial arts. That realization changes everything. Exchanging blow after blow, Wanpai notices something truly terrifying. This kid is getting faster and hitting harder with every single clash. He assumes it is a mid-fight awakening, but Hyo-ju knows the real truth. Our guy is not learning new tricks. He is just retracing a path he already mastered. The delicate balance of his inner energies is finally collapsing. Under this insane pressure, the 2,100 years of power he lost upon returning to his body is finally erupting. Sensing he is actually getting pushed back, Wanpai decides the warm-up is over. He prepares to go completely all out, but in that exact split second, our boy finally spots the opening he needed. With a blinding flash, he executes the sixth form, Path of Nothingness. The strike is so violently precise that Wanpai screams in sheer agony as blood sprays everywhere. The untouchable legend just took a hit. But in this brutal world, wounding a crazy man usually just signs your death warrant. The entire battle shifts instantly when Sungmin lands that devastating blow right on the side of Biak Wanpai's head. The path of nothingness hits so perfectly that the demon stumbles back in pure shock, realizing way too late that this kid actually broke through his guard. But Wan Pai is a living myth for a reason. Feeling his life is threatened, he stops playing around and unleashes his ultimate technique, the Vortex Blood Tempest. An absolutely massive energy blast deletes the entire area, leaving a smoking crater where Sungmin stood. A bloody Wan Pai gasps for air, actually feeling regret. He thinks Sungmin just got erased from reality. He genuinely mourns the kid, knowing 10 more years would have made him an absolute god. But as the smoke clears, Sungmin explodes through the dust and lands a bone-crushing kick straight to the demon's jaw. Wan Pai is completely stunned. Surviving the tempest should have been physically impossible. The reason why hits him fast. A massive blue flaming spirit manifests right behind our hero. Hyo-ju, the Void Monarch, has fully awakened. Seizing control to save Sungmin, he pins the demon. We are about to uncover the real truth here. With eyes glowing, Hyo-ju calls Wan Pai a power thief. How is a human wielding the Monarch's signature energy? It is buried deep. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Inside Wan Pai's core lies a demonic power no human should control. This totally explains his insanity. But in a desperate struggle, his sheer willpower actually manages to fight back. He forces the spirit to drop control of Sungmin's body. Our hero hits the ground hard, coughing up blood, realizing that even though he survived, his physical body is still lagging way behind the 2,100 years of mental training he endured. Once the dust settles and Wan Pai drops unconscious, Hyo-ju drops a massive bombshell. This crazy old grandpa, he is the VIP the prophecy warned about. Why? Because Wan Pai successfully blended raw demonic power into his martial arts. Sure, the side effect is total insanity, but he holds the absolute key to Sungmin's future. If our boy learns his methods, he can finally unleash full power without losing his humanity. When the crazy old man finally wakes up, he spills his tragic backstory. Years ago, he visited this mysterious southern tribe. They possessed absolutely ridiculous physical strength, but zero actual fighting technique. So, he taught them martial arts. In exchange, they handed over a sketchy elixir and a secret breathing method. It shattered his limits, sure, but the heavy cost was an energy deviation that turned him into a mindless, feral monster. He spent years trapped inside his own body, drifting through brutal blackouts and wild killing sprees. Seeing this guy's pathetic state, Sungmin makes a seriously bold offer: I will cure your insanity. He explains that Wan Pai isn't just dealing with a basic energy imbalance, he is being poisoned by raw demonic power. Since our boy knows specific sorcery techniques to protect the mind, he promises to end this nightmare. Desperate and full of hope, Wan Pai grabs Sungmin's shoulders, swearing to do whatever it takes. Our hero's first instruction? Super simple, but brutal. You need to let me slap you. Before the old legend can even process that, smack! Sungmin delivers a bone-shattering slap right to his face. Rubia is absolutely horrified, and the crazy heavenly demon is left completely stunned. After the dust settles, the spectral spirit Hyo-ju drops some wild info. He recognizes the exact source of Wan Pai's power. Apparently, a southern tribe used to worship Hyo-ju centuries ago. Wan Pai clearly met their descendants, because Hyo-ju is actually the original owner of that exact demonic energy. Hyo-ju realizes this is the ultimate golden ticket. If Sungmin can just learn the old man's secret breathing technique, he can finally harness his own demonic power, without turning into a monster. Naturally, our boy is super skeptical. He is terrified that learning a literal madman's technique will make him crazy too. Luckily, Hyo-ju clears the air. Wan Pai only lost his mind, because the demonic power inside him has no master, so it runs totally wild. But since Hyo-ju is literally bound to Sungmin's soul, the power will stay perfectly obedient. That is why Hyo-ju tells our boy to strike the deal. I will cure your madness if you teach me your breathing technique. The treatment obviously starts with another brutal slap to Wan Pai's face, but the negotiation hits a massive brick wall immediately. Wan Pai explains that he physically cannot teach the technique. He made a binding word incantation oath to that southern tribe. In this crazy world, breaking a magical promise like that means instant death. Well, time for plan B. Since they cannot learn it from him, they have to visit the source. Hyo-ju is actually thrilled about this road trip because his ancient treasure stash is also hidden, down in the south. And just like that, the crazy heavenly demon officially joins the party. As they start their massive trek, the old man is being surprisingly obedient. He is totally confused by his own lack of rebellion. But Hyo-ju explains the funny logic here. Since Wan Pai carries Hyo-ju's energy, he instinctively views the spirit, and by extension Sungmin, as his literal parent. He literally cannot disobey. Despite his cheeks stinging from the therapy slaps, Wan Pai admits his mind has never felt clearer. He agrees to follow our boy. starting with a quick return trip to Travia for some much-needed rest. During the walk, Sungmin drops a heavy question. Just how strong is the crazy heavenly demon compared to the rest of the world? Wanpei responds by showing off a massive, jagged scar across his back. He reveals that 10 years ago, he was nearly slaughtered by the Sword Supreme, a top-tier member of a shadow organization called Beyond the Heavens. This revelation, it is a harsh reminder that true monsters exist here. Now, you and I know this world is crazy. We are talking about freaks who trained for thousands of years. While our hero processes this insane power scaling, the scene shifts far away to a very tense meeting. Weiji Hoyan is currently being cornered by that exact same Sword Supreme. He confidently offers her a spot in his shady Beyond the Heavens group, claiming, it is the perfect cure for the loneliness of being at the absolute top. But Hoyan? Not interested at all. She mocks his edgy reason for starting a club, and flat out rejects him. She isn't lonely, because she has someone chasing her closely from behind. Infuriated by her massive disrespect, the Sword Supreme unleashes a dark, suffocating aura, fully intending to force her into submission. But Hoyan just laughs in his face. She flares her own overwhelming energy. She isn't scared of the heavens, she is ready to rip them apart. Meanwhile, back in the city of Travia, the crazy heavenly demon decides he needs to handle some personal business. He tells the crew he has an old buddy nearby that he really wants to visit. But when our hero, Lee Sungmin, suspiciously asks if the crazy grandpa is just trying to run away, Wanpei absolutely snaps. He shouts that he would literally go insane without his daily treatment slaps. Since Wanpei won't drop it, the group follows him into a super sketchy alleyway. He stops in front of a rundown building, mentioning that a massive idiot lives inside. Seeing this is clearly private. Sungmin tells the old guy to just meet them at the local tavern when he is done. Wanpei agrees, leaving our hero and his companion Rubia completely alone in the dark city streets. The peace doesn't last long though. Sungmin instantly senses they are being watched. A creepy purple crow, controlled by the lich presscan, lands right on a nearby ledge. When Sungmin calls the stalker out, a massive, terrifying skull silhouette erupts right behind the bird. The lich is absolutely furious. Why? Because our boy is currently carrying the Black Heart, an insanely overpowered artifact that Prescan spent his entire undead life creating. But Sungmin, completely unfazed by the spooky light show, he casually points out he didn't steal the heart on purpose and reminds the salty lich that a dark mage busted for gross human experiments isn't exactly holding the moral high ground here. To gain the upper hand, our protagonist decides to play a very dangerous card. He casually drops his connection to Lloyd, the master of the Golden Magic Tower. Since Sungmin literally saved Lloyd's life before, he threatens to unleash the entire magic tower to hunt this lich down. This troll move works flawlessly. The crow actually flinches in visible panic. The lich quickly realizes that if those elite tower mages get involved, they might actually uncover the dark secret, nature of the Black Heart, and destroy whoever possesses it, including himself. Sweating under the pressure, the lich finally caves and explains what this heart actually does. It is an organ literally built for predation and evolution. It devours other hearts to steal their knowledge and skills. The lich made it for his daughter, Ain, but now, it is fully adapting to Sungmin's human body. Sure, our hero won't be growing creepy tentacles like the monster Ain, but the heart lets him perfectly absorb high-tier medicines, just like those expensive revitalization pills he ate earlier. Satisfied with the lore drop, Sungmin casually slaps the magical crow away. Epic disrespect. Having learned enough about the weird power in his chest, he and Rubia start to walk away. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupts them. Wanpei is back way sooner than expected, but he isn't alone. He is literally dragging a disheveled, bloodshot guy named Baek Museon, better known to the world as the Blood Heavenly Demon. Through a quick flashback, we see exactly what happened moments ago. Wanpei found his old buddy just rotting away in a dark, nasty room, totally drowning in booze. Museon has completely given up on life. After losing his Armand, his Prido, a young prodigy, Museon is completely broken. He thinks, what is the point? If he cannot match the absurd, cheating talent of monsters like the little heavenly demon, why even bother trying? But Wanpei refuses to let his friend drown in this pathetic self-pity. He snaps at Museon, shouting that a real martial artist does not just throw in the towel. You do not quit just because the mountain looks too high. To prove age and reputation mean nothing. Wanpei drops a truth bomb. He confesses he was nearly killed that very same day by a 23-year-old brat. Back in the present day, Wanpei looks super embarrassed, admitting he lost to a kid. But hey, it works. Museon just stares at our main character with huge eyes, suddenly face to face with the living, breathing proof of Wanpei's crazy story. You and I know our boy is strong, but Baek Museontha, once legendary Blood Heavenly Demonis, totally unimpressed. When Wanpei introduces Lee Sungmin, the vibe is freezing cold. Musion instantly accuses his buddy of lying about the boy. He laughs right in their faces, refusing to believe this decent-looking kid is anywhere near the level of the genius who crippled him. But Wanpei has a sneaky hidden agenda here. He drags our hero aside and whispers the real deal. Ever since Musion got his arm chopped off by that little prodigy, he has been drowning in a massive inferiority complex. Wanpei thinks the absolute best way to fix his buddy is some good old-fashioned brute force therapy. He wants Sungmin to absolutely shatter Musion's ego again. A fresh beatdown might just force the old guy to wake up. And, to bribe him, Wanpei offers our boy a ridiculously rare secret blood art. Sungmin actually says no at first, since his skill plate is already pretty full. But Musion's absolute obnoxious arrogance finally pushes our guy right over the edge. The washed-up master gets right in Sungmin's face, mocking his age. He warns that, one day, he will meet a real monster and feel actual despair. The sheer irony makes our protagonist let out a dry, tired laugh. It is completely hilarious to him, because he has literally lived through that exact nightmare. To Sungmin, this old legend is throwing a pathetic temper tantrum over one single loss. Meanwhile, Weiji Hoyon, the girl, who wrecked them both, acts like a saint with her power. Totally done with the drama, Sungmin finally steps up and accepts the challenge. He coldly tells the loser to shut his mouth and use his fists. The duel kicks off right in the streets of Travia. Musion lunges with his Crimson Phantom Mist art, fueled by pure desperation to not lose to another kid. But oops, he severely underestimated our boy. Sungmin goes on the attack, busting out a high-tier spear technique called Fatal Flash. Musion thinks the kid is just fast. Wrong. He is totally shocked when Sungmin uses insane footwork to weave and blast enhanced energy. This is that sweet technique he picked up from his old mentor. Baek Sogo taught him this. It lets him land a vicious two-step death blow that catches the one-armed fighter totally slacking. Because honestly, Musion spent the last 3 years just drinking. Instead of actually learning to fight with one arm, he gets totally flattened. Sungmin unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, eventually pinning the so-called legend to the dirt, spear right at his throat. Bleeding in the dirt, Musion bitterly spits that a worm like Sungmin is nothing compared to a dragon like Wuji Hoyan. Our boy just smirks. Then you must be even lower than a worm. Then he absolutely roasts the broken man for wasting years. He points out this fight might have actually been close if Musion bothered training instead of crying. Sungmin walks away, feeling pretty heavy about the brutal lesson he just gave. Wanpei is super optimistic, hoping this fresh loss will motivate his friend to bounce back. But our hero? Super skeptical. He knows firsthand that getting crushed over and over does not always make you stronger. Sometimes it just breaks you completely. And sadly, Sungmin's gut feeling is dead right. Later that night, in the dark, Musion is approached by a dangerously beautiful woman named Geniella. Instead of deciding to train and win back his honor, this desperate loser makes a twisted deal. He begs her to make him a vampire. Now, stick with me, this is where things get wild. Over in a creepy, dimly lit mansion, the vampire queen Geniella is hosting a dangerous black mage named Kim Jong-hyun. She is completely obsessed. Why? Because, unlike most black mages who die the second their master dies, Jong-hyun somehow survived the downfall of his old boss, the Demon King. This new threat is weirdly humble about it, brushing it off as pure luck. As they chat, Jong-hyun hands her a very messed up drink made from the blood of 10 people. It looks like a classic villain move, to prove he dumped his humanity. But the mage just laughs. He does not need cheap tricks, because his terrifying dark aura already screams that he is a literal monster. That toxic confidence totally wins the queen over. She admits they vibe perfectly, even calling him the second most insane human she has ever met. Building on this deep, mutual respect, Geniella officially welcomes him to Predatora Literal Club for Monsters and hands him a red star emblem. But their little party gets cut short by sudden news. Lee Sungmin, the exact human Geniella finds so entertaining, is packing up to leave Travia. Hearing this, the queen slowly turns toward a massive, terrifying shadow lurking in the corner. Yep, that is Musion, the same guy who got embarrassed by our boy. Geniella decides to hand Musion his sweet, long-awaited revenge, but there is one massive rule. He gets permission to hunt the kid down, but killing him is strictly forbidden. While this whole trap is being set, Jong-hyun just sits there smirking. He knows exactly who that first insane human is, and he realizes Sungmin just walked right into a massive headache. Using his dark magic, the black mage pops up a projection screen to watch our hero from a distance, whispering a sarcastic good luck for the bloodbath ahead. Meanwhile, Sungmin is just wrapping up 2 straight months of brutal training with Wanpei's crazy heavenly demon. The sessions are pure chaos. Mostly, it ends with Wanpei smacking our guy around for failing to master the energy flow. But despite getting battered daily, Sungmin stays locked in. Remember, he originally rejected Wanpei's offer to teach him the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. He did not want his fighting style getting too messy. But eventually, Wanpei's aggressive sales pitch totally wore him down. Though he made it super clear he just wanted the skill, no master-disciple bonding allowed. As the year wraps up, our protagonist takes a second to reflect on his massive gains. He spent 10 whole years grinding for one specific prophecy, and now, ready to leave Travia and meet an old friend. Sadly, his travel plans get instantly cancelled. Standing there in the snow, Wanpei suddenly catches the foul scent of blood on the wind. They look up at the cliffs and spot a dark figure leaking evil energy. Wanpei freezes in pure horror. He recognizes that bloodshot eye, waiting for them. It is his old friend, Musion, but he is a total beast now. The tension in that freezing clearing snaps as back Musion steps into the light, showing off his absolute nightmare of a new body. Both Sungmin and the veteran Wanpei are dead, frozen in shock. The guy standing up there, that is not the proud martial artist they knew. Musion's hair is wildly out of control, his teeth are literal fangs, and his skin glows with a sick, predatory red light. Heiho-ju, the purple spirit living inside Sungmin, says it best. The guy tossed away his humanity. He is a full-blown vampire now. Wanpei is completely crushed. He roars in absolute disgust, furious his friend would throw away his martial arts pride for cheap, dirty power. But Musion just laughs maniacally. Pride could not grow his missing arm back, and pride did not give him this invincible body. He drops a bombshell. He isn't even here for his own revenge. Those human emotions? Dead. Instead, he is just an attack dog for the vampire queen Jiniella, ordered to drag Sungmin into pure despair. We are about to see a bloodbath. Sensing the insane danger, our boy locks into his combat stance. He tells Wanpei to guard the cat girl, Rubia, but Heiho-ju quickly warns him watch out. Musion isn't just some low-tier vampire. The queen literally fed him a massive chunk of her own ridiculous power. Boom. The fight kicks off with pure, explosive violence. Musion lunges, a terrifying blur of red energy. Sungmin has no choice. He instantly combines absolutely everything he's learned, weaving his Violet Dawn. He merges that mystic art with the Vortex Blood technique he just picked up. The result? A massive energy beast the Nine Dragon destruction. An absolutely spectacular display of power. But when the smoke clears, Musion is just standing there, totally unfazed. Before our MC can even blink, the vampire counterattacks with blinding speed. One single strike sends Sungmin crashing straight through solid rock. He's left defeated, face planted in the cold snow. As our boy lies unconscious, Musion just looms over him, a twisted, sadistic grin on his face. He plans to follow the queen's orders, keep the kid alive. But he figures he'll rip out his tongue and limbs first. Luckily, Wanpei isn't just going to watch. He catches Musion's wrist mid-air, his face radiating pure, absolute authority. Musion growls at him to back off. But Wanpei declares this duel is over. He is protecting his successor from a blood-starved beast. And then, crack! He brutally snaps the vampire's wrist right in half. That injury doesn't even slow Musion down. His arm regenerates instantly. He actually finds it hilarious that Wanpei finally chose a successor. Now, he eagerly welcomes the chance to murder the crazy heavenly demon himself. These two absolute monsters clash, blasting shockwaves that completely shatter the battlefield. While the masters throw down, Rubia scrambles desperately. She tilts Sungmin's head, pouring a healing elixir straight down his throat. Heiho-ju watches, deeply concerned. He knows that even if Sungmin wakes up, the power gap is just way too massive. He starts thinking the only option left is forcing the kid to absorb his own demonic energy. It is a massive risk. But suddenly, as the spirit watches his body, that worry turns into pure, absolute shock. Something literally impossible is happening. Even though his internal organs are completely shredded apart, a wild, fierce new energy starts radiating from our MC. Sungmin's eyes twitch, ready to snap open. Heiho-ju, the mighty void monarch himself, is absolutely speechless as he stares down at Lee. Sungmin should be dead right now. That beating was completely lethal. Yet, defying all logic, his body is rapidly healing itself in the real world. Meanwhile, our guy is drifting inside a mental void, swallowed by thick mist. There, he catches a quick glimpse of his old friend, the little heavenly demon, which perfectly anchors his fading consciousness. His eyes snap wide open, but they aren't normal anymore. They are literally glowing with this vibrant star-like energy. For a split second, our hero is totally confused. Did he actually just die? Boom! A massive explosion shakes the ground, snapping him right back to reality. Through a strange mental vision, Sungmin clearly sees Wanpei violently clashing with the crazed vampire, Musion. That sight hits him like an electric shock. He realizes, right, Thending is simply not an option. He has way too much left to accomplish, and way too many people relying on him. So, he forces his fingers to twitch. His eyes flare with blinding light. But this recovery is completely brutal. Our protagonist suddenly violently coughs up a massive spray of blood. Poor Rubia is terrified, fully believing he's finally met his end. But get this, Sungmin actually feels better than ever. His internal injuries healed in such an insane, unique way. His inner energy is now flowing with a perfect harmony he has literally never felt before. Heoju figures it out. That legendary black heart, it just evolved. It completely rebuilt our hero's body from the brink of absolute death. Sungmin stands up, practically glowing with celestial aura. Wanpai just grins, totally shocked by the transformation. He asks, "What the heck just happened?" Our boy simply replies, "Cold and confident, this body just refuses to die easily." But deep down, the young warrior is quietly questioning where this crazy power came from. He remembers an old prophecy about being favored by a god of chaos. He strongly suspects that exact unknown entity is pulling the strings here. But honestly, no point overthinking it in the middle of a war zone. Time to unleash this newfound strength, and you and I both know what happens next. This sudden power spike absolutely terrifies Musion. The vampire feels our hero's aura has completely, utterly changed. He is genuinely terrified that Sungmin achieved martial enlightenment while bleeding out on death's door. Driven by blind rage and the dark power gifted by his queen, Musion lunges for a desperate killing blow. But the result? Immediate. Devastating. Sungmin moves so insanely fast he becomes a literal blur, slamming the vampire straight into the snow. The impact carves out a massive crater. Musion is left choking on his own blood, utterly humiliated. He is completely confused. Why isn't our hero even using his spear? Sungmin calmly drops the hardest flexif he drew his weapon. This fight would already be finished. And he isn't quite done testing out these new limits. Pushed into total, desperate madness, Musion tries one last pathetic attack to reclaim his pride as the blood heavenly demon. He screams wildly about his eternal loyalty to Queen Janiela, but the guy is completely lost. Our MC just looks down at him with genuine pity. Even in his literal final moments, this guy is obsessed with some queen, completely forgetting his own proud path as a true martial artist. Watching his old rival turn into a mindless puppet, Wanpai turns his back in heavy, crushing disappointment. He gives the nod to end it. With one final, blinding flash of energy, our hero permanently deletes the fallen vampire. All right, you and I can finally breathe. The battle in the north is officially over. Lee Sungmin stands victorious over the defeated vampire. But after a clash that brutal, our spearman is left with way more questions than answers. He still has zero clue why vampire Queen Janiela threw Museon at him in the first place. Shaking off the pain, he decides they are totally done with this freezing wasteland. Our boy looks around and declares it's time to pack up. He vows to never return to the dark, bloody memories of Travia. Meanwhile, miles away, in her luxurious mansion, Janiela is eagerly watching our hero leave through a glowing, magical projection. She is genuinely fascinated by this. Why? Because despite being literally seconds from death, Sungmin completely refused to use the Void Monarch's dark energy. That crazy level of self-reliance just makes her crave him as a servant even more. When the Black Mage, Kim Jong-hyun, asks what she actually wants from a human, the queen happily reveals her very twisted, specific taste. She wants someone who is terrified of despair, yet absolutely refuses to surrender to it. She blatantly mocks Jong-hyun, telling him he doesn't qualify. He's just a hollow shell who gave up ages ago. Then, she drops a chilling prophecy. She strictly predicts the mage will fail his goals and die a horrific death. Jong-hyun just casually shrugs off the curse. He prepares to leave the north himself, considering he has now officially joined the brutal monster syndicate, Predator. Plus, his guild leave is expiring, so it is back to the Black Magic Tower. Along the way, he thinks about the Apostle of the Apocalypse, realizing that destiny seems fully determined to constantly drag him and Sungmin together. As he vanishes into a swirling mass of dark purple energy, he smirks. He is highly anticipating exactly what kind of monster our hero becomes next. By the time their paths cross again, it'll be wild. Boom scene shift. Welcome to the massive, bustling streets of Rubes, the legendary city of dreams. It is a highly advanced, sprawling metropolis, packing all the top mage and mercenary guilds. It sits right next door to the powerful Murim Alliance, so the place is literally swarming with elite martial artists and insane mages. Our protagonist steps in and immediately feels the crushing, heavy pressure of this city. He notes right away an A-rank warrior is basically trash tier here, When the squad hits up the local guild to register, the receptionist could not care less. She dryly acknowledges Sungmin's impressive S-rank status, but completely loses her temper when Wan Pai, the crazy heavenly demon, starts yelling and smashing his medallion on her desk. She coldly warns the old man caused trouble, and they will use immediate, lethal force. That makes Wan Pai sweat and instantly backtrack. Because yeah, even this crazy veteran knows you do not just pick random fights inside a hyper-guarded sanctuary. Finally, they clear the front desk. Rubia the cat girl pops right out of Sungmin's cloak. She is totally hyped to be back in Rubes. She happily reveals this city houses Lloyd, the legendary master of the Golden Magic Tower. To Sungmin's shock, he discovers Lloyd was actually an apprentice to Rubia's master. So stick with me here, because Lloyd previously promised to grant our hero one massive favor. Rubia's praying. Her master left a text on red, so the tower is stop number 1. To cross this giant city, our chaotic squad heads out. They hit a massive station for the local Flexa Giant steam train. Rubia nerds out, explaining mages, tech guys, and dwarves actually teamed up to build this beast. Old man Hyoju is crying about ticket prices, while Wanpei acts like a literal toddler. He demands the window seat just to stare at the pretty views. This thing flies. They blast past rocky terrain, hitting the Golden Magic Tower station in record time. Finally, our gang steps inside the ridiculously shiny, giant golden building. Rubia guides them under fancy chandeliers until they spot a blonde, bearded dude rocking a monocle. Surrounded by scrolls, meet Master Lloyd, the big boss of the Golden Tower. He looks up, hitting our squad with a total knowing smirk. You and I both know our boy is cashing in that favor. The tower's juicy secrets? They're about to drop. Inside, Rubia and Lloyd have a massively overdue reunion. Honestly, it has been 7 whole years since they last crossed paths. The cat girl looks exactly the same, but Lloyd is completely shook by Sungmin's glow-up. Our guy went from a fragile little weakling to an absolute unit of a warrior. Since Lloyd owes him big time, he tells our spearman to name his price, joking he is not made of money. Weirdly though, Sungmin completely ignores the free loot. Instead, the gang asks about Rubia's missing master, Inveris. This guy survived the God of Time and has completely messed up causality, making him incredibly annoying to track down. Lloyd casually drops that the sneaky mage visited recently, leaving cryptic orders for them to head south. Honestly, this lines up perfectly with our hero's own travel itinerary. He was already going south to tame his edgy demonic powers anyway. But Inveris left one creepy warning: Sungmin absolutely cannot lose his humanity. Talk about a heavy vibe check. Right on cue, Hyoju flares up. The ghost realizes Inveris totally predicted they would team up. Before dipping out, Sungmin hits Lloyd with questions about that annoying northern lich. Lloyd admits his hands are tied. Why? Because Preskin has a vampire queen named Janiela and a boss lich named Arbez protecting him. Sungmin is completely stunned. That implies Inveris is actually strong enough to rival legendary monsters. After failing to find Scarlet at the Red Tower, the gang regroups, while Rubia heavily judges Wanpei's fashion. He is playing with souvenirs like a total country bumpkin. Meanwhile, our boy is sweating over the calendar. Tomorrow is March 14th, the big 10-year anniversary date with Weiji Hyun. Even Hyoju admits that while Hyun was a prodigy, Sungmin has finally leveled up into an absolute beast himself. Still, our guy is completely restless and stressed out. He hits the moonlit streets to blow off steam. His sharp spear strikes quickly, attract a creepy stalker in the shadows, Yu Ho-jung, the infamous ironclad spear. As a top-tier spearman himself, Ho-jung instantly realizes our boy's technique is on a godlike level. But yeah, this midnight chat gets super awkward really fast. Ho-jung starts whining about why a righteous warrior is hanging with a criminal like the heavenly demon. He literally offers to help Sungmin murder poor Wanpei right there. Our boy Icy rejects him. Ho-jung storms off like a sore loser, dropping a dramatic threat about the sword of justice finding Sungmin if he goes bad. Finally, date day arrives. While Wanpei runs off to act like a tourist, our hero is a sweaty mess. Hyoju is ruthlessly trolling him, saying that pounding heart means he is completely in love. Not just a friendly meetup, huh? Blushing like crazy and totally fed up with the ghost's wingman commentary, Sungmin decides he needs absolute peace and quiet. Before seeing his girl, he grabs his bracelet and violently rips it off. Boom. An explosion of light erupts as he literally forcefully mutes his connection to the Void Monarch. Center of the square, Sungmin waits by the fountain. You and I know exactly what this means. It is the spot he promised to meet his childhood crush 10 years ago. His anxiety is skyrocketing. He showed up a whole hour early like a total simp, overthinking everything. Should he have brought flowers? He instantly turns tomato red, just imagining it. He panics, calling it just a bro hangout. Waiting there, he clenches his fist, stressing over whether he is actually worthy to stand beside his genius waifu. He flashes back to the old days, remembering how he busted his tail for Weiji Hyun's attention. Even when she called him stupid, her praise was basically his life goal. He wonders what would happen if she finally admitted he is awesome. Ding! The noon bell finally rings, and our boy is intensely scanning the crowd like a hawk. But it is totally empty. Knowing the date is right, panic sets in. He yells at the air, instantly summoning the shadow broker Neville from a cloud of creepy mist. Sungmin angrily demands his girl's location, and the answer is a total jump scare. Neville reveals the little heavenly demon is at the southern gate, literally throwing hands with Ho-jung. The ironclad spear? This makes zero sense. Our boy knows that on a normal day, Hyun would effortlessly wipe the floor with a guy like Ho-jung. Knowing something is horribly wrong, he says screw the city's speed laws and launches onto the rooftops. He rockets across town in an absolute blur, his mind completely panicking. What could possibly nerve his friend this much? At the southern gate, it is grim. Yu Ho-jung is standing there, draped in edgy, spiked armor. He is gloating over a badly beaten, bloodied Weiji Hyun. This loser actually mocks her, pointing out that her black blood proves she is suffering from some kind of abnormal debuff. Weakened state indeed. Hyun, barely able to lift her head, asks why this jerk is attacking. Of course, Ho-jung just ignores her, calling it desperate villain talk. He admits he is fighting dirty, but claims killing a vulnerable girl is totally justice before she gets too strong. Classic hypocrite. Staring death in the face, Hyun refuses to beg. Instead, she just quietly asks for the time. Hearing it is past noon, she closes her eyes, absolutely heartbroken that she just missed her 10-year date with Sungmin. As the armored clown steps up to finish it, Hyun mentally apologizes to the boy she wanted to see. But plot twist. An explosive blur suddenly crashes into the scene, landing forcefully between them. The impact literally sends Ho-jung flying backward. Hyun looks up, totally shocked. But wait, Ho-jung is furious, screaming about the demon spear protecting villains. Sungmin completely ignores the guy's manic crying about justice. He just turns to his injured girl. Her voice actually trembles, asking if it is really him. Cue the gentle, confident smile. Our boy confirms it, standing over her like an absolute boss to shield her. Furious at being left unread, Ho-jung lunges with a massive, drill-tipped spear strike. Sungmin doesn't even flinch. At the last microsecond, he effortlessly parries the heavy attack. Before the stalker can even blink, our boy delivers an absolutely crushing counterattack. The street fight hits boiling point. Sungmin is just standing there, radiating an insanely heavy, badass aura. Facing him, the ironclad spear is visibly shaking from that dramatic intervention. Since Sungmin is flexing magical armor that literally auto-heals, Ho-jung realizes he screwed up big time. Panicking, the ironclad spear stops holding back and finally activates his personal buffs. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Lunging forward with a massive energy vortex, the enemy strikes. But our guy? Centuries of refined instincts. The masters collide, massive explosion. Sungmin knows this clash should be incredibly tough. But honestly, it ends way faster than anyone expected. His speed and refined spear techniques are just on a completely different level. In seconds, he completely bypasses Ho-jung's defenses and strikes him down. The arrogant ironclad spear, left totally bloodied and defeated right there on the cobblestones. A massive crowd starts gathering, and Sungmin knows staying in the open is a death wish. He quickly secures the weakened Weiji Hyun on his back to retreat. Even in pure agony, Hyun feels the heavy irony here. She never imagined their 10-year reunion would end with her playing the damsel in distress. But that tender moment, instantly ruined by massive embarrassment, because she is pressed right against him. Our usually stone-cold Sungmin gets incredibly flustered, sweating and blushing so hard that Hyun actually jokes about being too heavy. Behind them, Yu Ho-jung struggles up, screaming that Sungmin is abandoning justice. By protecting the little heavenly demon, the Muram Alliance will brand him a villain and send an extermination unit. Sungmin just stops, turns around, and delivers one seriously cold, piercing glare. He flat out tells him he does not care about their political games between orthodox and demonic factions. To him, saving his friend is literally the only thing that matters right now. He gives the beaten man one final warning: value your life and stop chasing impossible fights. As they escape across the city rooftops, the spirit Hyo-ju manifests, demanding to know their next move. Hyo-ju says leave the city immediately. Sungmin refuses. He knows outrunning an elite pursuit unit with an injured girl on his back is basically a guaranteed death sentence. So he rolls the dice on a crazy gamble, seeking sanctuary with the unorthodox demonic alliance. Hyo-ju calls it naive, but Sungmin knows the enemy of his enemy is his absolute only hope here. Things get way more urgent when Hyo-ju inspects the girl on his back. The demon spirit realizes Hoyan is not just exhausted, she is suffering from a brutal curse of submission. This dark magic is violently twisting her energy and breaking her core. Hearing this fills our hero with absolute fury and deep regret. He realizes that even in total, blinding agony, Hoyan pushed herself across the entire continent just to keep their promise. When he asks how to break it, He-Ho-Ju gives a brutal answer: find the caster and kill them. The group finally arrives at a massive, hidden estate. A mysterious woman in a red kimono named Boye greets them. She is the chief steward of the demonic alliance, flashing an incredibly eerie smile. She fully acknowledges the legendary reputation of our two young heroes. By standing here, Sungmin has officially stepped into the underworld's heart, trading the Muram alliance threat for a brand new, highly uncertain alliance with the shadows. Inside the massive demonic alliance estate, our hero comes face to face with a top-ranking official named Guan Hu. Since Sungmin recently defeated the Sword Demon and Blood Heavenly Demon, Guan Hu is highly suspicious. He immediately points out a massive contradiction in our hero's actions. Sungmin has the track record of a totally righteous warrior, yet he travels with the crazy Heavenly Demon and just rescued Weiji Hoyan. This wild choice has effectively invited the total wrath of the Muram alliance. Guan Hu demands to know his true loyalties. Sungmin stays perfectly calm. He belongs to absolutely zero factions. He clarifies this is not political at all, he is simply protecting his friend. This totally honest answer makes Guan Hu burst into uncontrollable laughter. The little heavenly demon having a friend? It sounds completely absurd. But the official quickly realizes the kid is dead serious. He admits it takes real guts to crush the ironclad spear just for a companion. Since the demonic alliance is acting as their sanctuary right now, Guan Hu tries pressuring Sungmin into officially joining their ranks. But our boy refuses to be a pawn. He tries to leave, stating Hoyan's future is hers to decide. This blunt rejection actually makes Guan Hu panic, finally dropping his tough act. He admits the leader gave strict orders to protect Sungmin regardless. This revelation leaves the demon spear highly intrigued about the mysterious boss secretly favoring him. Once settled into a quiet room, He-Ho-Ju manifests with a grim warning. Sungmin is walking a deadly tightrope between the orthodox and unorthodox factions, and worse, his own humanity, and the absolute inhuman power of the Black Heart. The chat gets cut short when Weiji Hoyan finally stirs. She looks physically broken, completely drenched in sweat as she wakes up. Sungmin immediately demands to know who cursed her. Hoyan just flashes a weary smile, asking if he is even strong enough to handle the truth. She fought her attacker for 3 straight days and nights, but could not kill him. Instead, he infected her with the curse of submission. His name? The Fist Sovereign, a core member of the elite group, Beyond the Heavens. Wan Pi had previously mentioned taking a brutal wound from a sword sovereign in that exact same dark organization. Sungmin realizes they are dealing with a league of monsters way beyond his imagination, but his resolve? Unbreakable. He loudly declares he will execute this sovereign, no matter the cost. That vow brings a genuine blush to Hoyan's face. She finds his protective anger deeply touching, even though she stubbornly tries claiming she can handle her own problems. This leads right into a moment of lighthearted bickering about their shared past. Hoyan teases him about how much he has grown up in 10 years. The heavy tension suddenly shifts into something much more personal when she locks eyes with him. She asks for a simple friend's favor. Sungmin totally expects a serious request for medicine or revenge, but Hoyan just points to a bowl of rice. She is starving, and the curse means she cannot move her arms. She playfully sticks her tongue out, demanding that he feed her. This leaves our normally stoic hero in a state of comedic, blushing rage. He realizes that even as a newly minted legendary master, his friend is exactly as unpredictable as ever. But jokes aside, while hiding at the Demonic Alliance branch, Sungmin realizes his options for saving her are rapidly running out. We are about to find out just how deep this goes. He tries using connections through Arabrisa to investigate Beyond the Heavens, but shockingly, even the world's best information brokers have absolutely nothing on them. Zero. With no clear cure for the curse draining Weiji Hoyan's life, the spirit He-Ho-Ju suggests a new plan. They need to head straight south to seek out powerful shamans. Our boy realizes his clock is ticking fast. With the Muram Alliance's hunting dogs definitely closing in, he demands a final meeting with Guan Hu. Sungmin asks a very pointed question about just how far the Alliance's protection goes. Guan Hu sighs, explaining their cold reality. Most of their members practice extremely dark demonic arts. These arts eventually warp their minds entirely. When members inevitably cross the line into mindless monsters, the Alliance just drops them, leaving the cleanup to the righteous Muram Alliance. Hearing this forces our hero's hand completely. He fiercely declares they are leaving the Alliance's safety immediately, even if it means being hunted by every single major power in the world. Suddenly, the whole room's atmosphere crushes down. Guanhu's face distorts under massive energy. Through a magical link, the supreme leader of the demonic alliance speaks directly to our guy. The boss probes Sungmin's true motives. Seeing his unwavering loyalty to Hoyan, he actually grants them permission to leave. But then, he drops a highly cryptic invitation. If Sungmin ever decides to fully embrace the absolute darkest path, he should seek the leader in the Legro forest. Stick with me, because as they escape in a carriage, 1P can only marvel at Sungmin's insane growth. He points out that hitting the transcendent realm at just 23 is basically unheard of. Inside the carriage, the vibe shifts to their legendary reputations, sparking a spicy little banter session with the cursed Weiji. Hoyan and Wanpai go back and forth. Even weakened, her pride is massive. Wanpai totally wants a rematch when she heals up, but unfortunately, their road trip gets cut short at a stone bridge. Yu Ho Jung, the ironclad spear, blocks the way. High on his own justice, he slaps a heretic label on our entire crew. Just because of who they are, our boy tries to troll his way out, jokingly offering to trade Wanpai for freedom. But Ho Jung's absolute obsession with black and white morality? Yeah, peace was never an option. Sungmin's patience? Gone. He calls out this garbage justice system that executes people for what they might do, not what they actually did. Talking is completely pointless now. Against a fanatic like this? Nope. Dark, murderous energy starts swirling around our guy. Seeing the fight is on, Yu Ho Jung fires up his spiked magic armor, ready to crush these so-called heretics. But let me tell you the real tea about this bridge showdown. It's a cold political sacrifice. Back at Ho Jung's place, a secret letter dropped in from the Murim Alliance. The order was incredibly simple. Kill the little heavenly demon, whatever it takes. But with zero backup from the Alliance? This was a straight-up death sentence for the ironclad spear. The higher-ups absolutely knew Hoyan had heavy hitters guarding her. Lee Sungmin and Wanpai could easily crush one guy. And honestly, Yu Ho Jung knew exactly what was going on. He knew he was a disposable pawn, getting punished for dropping the Alliance's prestige earlier. But this guy's crazy fanaticism completely overpowered his will to live. Driven by his lifelong obsession to wipe out anything demonic, he took the suicide gig and marched to the bridge. And back in the present, the clash is instantly brutal. Ho Jung jumps into the air, aiming his spear right at the squad. But our boy steps up to block him, absolutely boiling with rage. Sungmin is incredibly sick of guys like this. Guys who justify murder just by slapping an evil label on someone like Hoyan, who hasn't even done anything wrong. Since their logic is literally a brick wall, our main character quits talking. If this righteous world wants to call him and his friends demonic, fine. He will play the villain to protect his people. The energy explosion that follows is an absolute game ender. Sungmin dumps all his power into one final hit, totally overwhelming the ironclad spear and dropping him onto the bloody stone. Dying on the floor, Ho Jung warns that Sungmin will regret this, but our young spearman looks down with zero sympathy. Regret it? Not a chance. He watches the light leave the master's eyes, wondering if acting like an unbending zealot was really worth dying for. Wanpai shatters the heavy silence with a harsh reality check. Why? Because our boy just flat out killed a famous master from a highly respected sect. His righteous hero status? Totally dead. He is officially a wanted man. The crazy heavenly demon breaks down the trap. The Alliance sacrificed Ho Jung just to get the perfect excuse. An excuse for a full-scale war. Before this, our crew wasn't evil enough to send an army after. But killing a hero like Ho Jung? That flips the script. For the Alliance, losing one master? Completely worth it if it gives them legal rights to execute a monster like Hoyan. I mean, she has already hit the legendary transcendent tier. While Sungmin tries to wrap his head around that, a freezing voice echoes right behind him. Moving with scary speed, a masked dude with long green hair just spawns in. Straight into their blind spot. Meet the hidden sovereign of beyond the heavens. He instantly starts trolling them, calling them worms for even talking about a realm that is the ultimate wall. A peak that a washout like Wanpai could never hit. The air gets super suffocating. The sovereign flares his aura, literally paralyzing our boy with just raw, insane pressure. He roasts Wanpai over his past loss to the Sword Sovereign, laughs that Hoyan is conveniently knocked out, and flexes that he is a true transcendent master. The guy actually invites both Wanpai and Sungmin to attack him together. Our hero is literally shaking. He realizes the excuse the Alliance wanted just showed up looking like an absolute raid boss. A boss he cannot even move against, let alone beat. Sungmin is sweating bullets, totally confused about why this overpowered guy even bothered to show up. But the masked freak gets right to the point. His main quest? Kidnap the little heavenly demon, Weiji Hoyan. He explains that after taking the Fist Sovereign's curse, she should be broken. She should be completely shattered by now. But since our boy is stubbornly standing guard, the Sovereign figures out that taking her won't be a simple grab-and-go job. Which brings us to goal number 2. He has to delete Lee Sungmin to break her spirit. And to keep the annoying alliance bugs from crashing his party, the Sovereign pops off a special device. A massive white light swallows the entire bridge. Suddenly, the whole world turns into this crazy cosmic void. Floating stars, weird geometric shapes literally locked them inside a pocket dimension, cutting them off from reality. Inside this space, the Sovereign actually admits something. He admits our boy has mad skills for his age, especially after casually deleting the ironclad spear, but he wants to test that personally. Then, he shoots a freezing look over. A totally disrespectful glare at Wanpai. He ruthlessly mocks the crazy heavenly demon, pointing out it has been 10 long years since he got clapped by the Sword Sovereign, and he still hasn't hit the transcendent tier. The Sovereign calls him straight up trash and tells him to sit down. This brutal roasting leaves Wanpai shaking with anger. Our guy can only watch his buddy get mentally destroyed. Sungmin snaps and charges in to start the fight. The Sovereign? Zero reaction. He swats the attack away like a fly and drops an insane flurry of explosive blades. Huge explosions rock the void. Our boy just freezes in absolute terror. He realizes the Sovereign missed on purpose, purely to troll him and prove his speed was unreadable. Then the masked menace decides to bully Wanpai. He teleports right behind the veteran, landing a vicious neck strike. Even the spirit Hyoju has to admit the truth. This guy is on a god-tier level. Getting bored of the fight, the Sovereign casually catches Wanpai's punch mid-air. He blasts a brutal kick into his face, yelling that the legend wasted his life. 10 years of failure. With Wanpai knocked out and bleeding on the floor, the Sovereign decides he is only taking Hoyon. He glares at Sungmin, acting super disappointed that a kid with such hype potential would use the power of a cheap demon spirit like Hyoju. But honestly, even with this massive power gap, our boy in the silver armor refuses to back down. Energy ramps up for one last, desperate stand. He is not letting this arrogant freak touch Hoyon. The young spearman revs his internal energy up to the absolute max. Dark, sinister power erupts from his feet, wrapping around that silver armor. Inside his mind, the Void Monarch Hyoju is watching, noticing that Sungmin's eyes just flashed with a totally savage, predatory vibe, glowing red with pure, high-tension rage. From up in the starry void, the hidden Sovereign looks down, looking half amused and half disgusted. He roasts our boy again for using such trash-tier demon power. He totally thinks the fight is wrapped up. To him, it's game over. The veteran Wanpai is knocked out cold in the dirt, and our protagonist is clearly next on the menu. Now here is where you and I get a surprise. The Sovereign is dead wrong. Wanpai starts moving again, resonating perfectly with Heihoju's demonic aura. The bloody veteran lets out a terrifying roar, and he explodes. A massive aura erupts, making the Sovereign realize he is basically fighting two berserk monsters at once. Inside, Hyoju warns Sungmin to stay focused. Sure, this overflowing power feels absolutely thrilling, but it comes with a brutal price. The Sovereign immediately lunges to crush the threat, catching Wanpai in a violent energy whirlwind. He drops a cold lecture, explaining that demonic power is just a trap that completely destroys any human foolish enough to use it. Seeing our hero's borrowed strength as a cheap shortcut, he binds the spearman in energy chains. He asks if the boy honestly thinks this borrowed power is enough to hit the transcendent tier. Our guy answers not with words, but action. He manifests a massive, jagged blade of pure energy, gearing up for a move he has been perfecting. The Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. His hands glow with fiery energy, and the Sovereign's eyes widen in pure shock. Sungmin unleashes a lightning destruction thrust, slamming his spear right into the Sovereign's defense. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion of light completely rattles the entire dimension. As the smoke clears, the Sovereign is left standing in a massive crater, his robes totally shredded. Then, he actually offers rare praise. He admits that, in terms of raw, sheer force, that last strike actually hit the transcendent level. Unfortunately, Sungmin realizes he is hitting his absolute limit. Blood drips from his mouth as he does the math. Even with the Monarch's power, he is still slightly weaker than his opponent. But driven by the image of a suffering Weiji Hoyon, our hero screams for more power. He forces Hyoju to surrender even more demonic energy. Consequences be damned. And this time, the results are totally different. Thanks to centuries of mental trials stabilizing his mind and body, Sungmin successfully manages to entangle his internal energy with the demonic power, creating a compressed vortex of pure destruction. Alright, you and I need to watch this. The Sovereign finally takes things seriously. Snapping his fan open, he adopts a combat stance, realizing he cannot look down on the boy anymore. But his cold killer intent remains. He plans to end this duel once and for all. Our guy drops into a low stance and unleashes the 7th form of the Supreme Nine Heaven's Spear Sky Pierce. A tiny, hyper-dense orb of black energy forms at the tip of his Orihalkan spear. Then, it erupts into a massive storm of energy beams. The Sovereign is completely forced to use his fan to redirect the lethal strikes. He openly acknowledges the attack's insane quality. But just as the Sovereign prepares to counter, a sudden white flash entirely consumes the scene. Before the masked master can even react, a totally unexpected final strike from our hero carves a violent arc through the air. Red blood splatters across the void as the Sovereign collapses. He clutches a smoking, fatal wound in his chest. Absolutely stunned, he cannot believe the boy had any strength left to move after an attack like that. However, this victory comes at a horrific cost. The Sovereign realizes he accidentally killed Sungmin during that final brutal exchange. He turns his back on our motionless hero, walking over to claim Weiji Hoyon. But right before he reaches for the girl, a faint sound stops him dead. Our hero, his hand violently trembling, and his eye glowing with an unnatural light, digs his fingers into the dirt. He literally forces himself up. With a chilling, spectral voice, he delivers a final vow to protect Hoyon, even as his own life fades away. The Sovereign is genuinely impressed by the boy's insane tenacity, but knows he must end this threat for good. He draws a crystalline dagger to deliver a mercy kill, actually lamenting that he could not recruit the boy into his organization. As he raises the blade for the final strike, the focus pulls back on the utter devastation. Then, flash, a sudden bolt of dark lightning rips across the sky, completely interrupting the finishing blow. A massive column of dark lightning crashes right onto the battlefield, signaling a terrifying new force. As the smoke clears, the unorthodox demonic alliance leader is finally revealed. He is literally holding the hidden Sovereign by the head, electricity crackling everywhere. The leader greets his captive as Tung Mugi, mockingly asking why he is still out here bullying children. This causes the bloodied Sovereign to violently snap back. He demands the leader stop using that name. But despite the Sovereign's obvious fury, the Alliance leader remains completely unfazed. He even presses a knife into the Sovereign's head to assert absolute dominance. When the trembling Sovereign asks how the leader even reached this hidden dimension, the man just simply replies that there is no place he cannot go. The Sovereign then quickly realizes he is only fighting a projection, but the leader completely dismisses that detail, casually noting that even a mere clone is enough to end a worm like him. This display of absolute power leaves Lee Sungmin in total shock. He recognizes the terrifying presence of the man he once saw as a distant legend. The Alliance leader just ignores the Sovereign's angry threats about interfering with Beyond the Heavens. He admits it looks like interference, but honestly, he was just moved by how desperately our hero was struggling to survive. He delivers a cold ultimatum. The beaten Sovereign is in absolutely no state to stop him. Plus, the only person in the Sovereign's organization who could actually threaten the leader is currently just watching. Done talking, the leader gives the Sovereign exactly 3 seconds to vanish before he gets turned into a puddle of blood. Recognizing the very real lethal intent, the hidden Sovereign disappears into smoke with a final vow for revenge. Once the threat is gone, the Alliance leader turns to a motionless Lee Sungmin. He jokingly tells him not to grow up to be as pathetic as the guy who just ran away. When our hero rasps that he totally could have killed the Sovereign himself, the leader points out the grim reality. Sure, a kill was possible, but it would have prompted Beyond the Heavens to slaughter our hero and seize Weiji Hoyon within a week. By letting the Sovereign live, the leader forced the organization into a strategic silence. Smart, right? The leader then addresses Weiji Hoyon directly, warning her that in her cursed, severely weakened state, she will only be a massive burden to Sungmin. He offers her sanctuary within the unorthodox demonic alliance, promising to send his people for her in a few days. Then, before dissolving into a starry purple mist, he leaves them with one final, ominous warning. Be extremely wary of the Murim Alliance leader. Eventually, Sungmin wakes up in a nearby cave, head bandaged and body broken. Weiji Hoyon is right there, explaining that they had to hide because the Murim Alliance is still hunting them. She watches her followers, Rubia and Wanpei, setting up a barrier outside, but her mood is super heavy. For the very first time, the little heavenly demon admits she feels utterly helpless. She absolutely hates that our hero is being torn apart over and over just to save her. She quietly confesses that this is not why she wanted to be his friend 10 years ago. To prevent our hero from getting hurt anymore, Hoyon makes the incredibly difficult choice to accept the Alliance leader's refuge offer. Although Sungmin is super frustrated, he realizes staying together would only make her feel more helpless. He accepts her decision, swearing to find a way to break her curse, while she safely recovers. But then, the heavy atmosphere suddenly shifts. Hoyan randomly asks if he finds her beautiful. Our boy blushes deeply and looks away, but he honestly admits that he has always thought she was absolutely beautiful. In a super rare moment of vulnerability, Weiji Hoyan holds Lee Sungmin's face. She forces our hero to confront the heavy romantic tension that's been building for a whole decade. He is a blushing, sweating mess as she leans in way closer, asking if friendship is truly the only thing between them. It is a full-blown romantic climax. But unfortunately, this beautiful moment is completely ruined when the crazy heavenly demon Wanpei bursts right into the cave, shouting about breaking through barriers. This forced, terrible interruption triggers a massive flash of anger from our boy, who promptly punches the old man right in the face for the awful timing. Classic. Rubia is left in total shock by the chaos. Though both Sungmin and Hoyan immediately try acting as if absolutely nothing happened at all. Luckily, the focus shifts back to our protagonist's recovery. Rubia prepares to remove the bandages from his head. While they used powerful elixirs to treat his physical wounds, Rubia is still worried about the lingering dark energy that pierced his eye during his last life and death struggle. As the wraps finally come off, her expression instantly turns from relief to pure, unadulterated shock. Because his body absorbed Hyoju's demonic power, Sungman's right eye has completely mutated. It is a predatory golden color with a vertical slit, while his left remains red. You and I know this new look is insane, even if he's confused. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in. His vision is clear now, but it is time for a painful goodbye. The demonic alliance arrives to escort Hoyan. She admits their time together was absolutely invaluable. She vows to become someone he can be proud of next time they meet. Sungmin watches her leave, heart completely shattered. But honestly, it is the best choice for her recovery. He ends up clutching a lock of her red hair, a little gift the alliance leader suggested keeping for sorcery. Hyoju obviously trolls him relentlessly for keeping a girl's hair. Our hero snaps back, denying he is going to sniff it or do anything creepy. He is strictly following instructions. With his girl safe, our boy plans his southern trip. He needs to break her curse and control this demonic energy, mutating his body. So, he sets 3 big goals. Find a shaman, locate Wanpei's southern tribe, and hunt the Fist Sovereign. Classic to-do list. As they trek through the dark southern woods, Sungmin's mutated eye suddenly flares up. Hyoju explains he is finally seeing the true flow of demonic energy, a sight forbidden to normal humans. Honestly, this forced bodily mutation just really annoys our guy. He hates turning into a freak, but Hyoju points out that civilization down south is basically zero. That makes this whole place a massive breeding ground for fear-born monsters. And right on cue, a massive snake demon lunges. This thing feels Sungmin's dark aura and literally mocks him for wearing a fake human shell. It thinks they are brothers. That insult? Oh, it fuels his absolute rage. Refusing to become a monster, he delivers one brutal, decisive strike. He slashes the beast into a bloody fountain, proving his humanity. Despite that ultra-grim fight, things take a hilarious turn. Rubia and Wanpei discover the demon meat actually tastes like sweet honey. They sit there, happily feasting on the remains. Meanwhile, miles away, Hoyan actually chuckles. She is imagining our boy trying way too hard to look cool on his quest. Back in the dark forest, the journey marches on. Neville tells our hero and the old veteran Wanpei that Devon City is their next stop. This is super crucial. Why? Because an insanely talented shaman lives right there. His name is Alador, and he might be the only guy capable of breaking Hoyan's life-draining curse. Old man Wanpei is absolutely ready to charge right in blindly, but Neville smacks them with a reality check. Devon is the main turf of the Jagal clan big shots in the Orthodox Alliance. Sneaking in is a crazy, huge risk. The timing is actually terrible. The clan is currently hosting a massive birthday celebration for the child of Jagal Taehyung and Moyong Sujin. Because of this party, Orthodox martial artists are completely flooding the city. This hits Sungmin hard, remembering that Moyong Sujin was a very familiar name. She was the exact woman his sworn brother Namgung Hyeowon loved from afar. Thanks to this spicy little connection, our hero suspects his bro is probably in town too. Neville strongly advises them to back off. He reminds Sungmin that he is officially a wanted demonic human. But our hero refuses to delay his girl's recovery any longer. To fix this mess, Neville offers a pricey solution from his guild, a special disguise kit. Unfortunately, the quality is pure garbage. It turns Wanpei into a guy named Helmut. Helmut Sebastian Kraus is so comically, hilariously ugly that Sungmin is just deeply annoyed. Meanwhile, we cut to a carriage traveling under the unorthodox demonic alliance's heavy protection. Hoyan is currently dealing with a clone of the alliance leader. This guy keeps lingering around her carriage, completely ignoring her very obvious, very lethal irritation. She straight up questions his motives. A boss of his level does not do favors for free. The leader just mocks her narrow worldview, laughing that her massive ego assumes too much. She thinks she is the main attraction? Wrong. He drops the bomb. He has zero interest in her. He is obsessed with our boy, the demon spear. Hoyan instantly flares with killing intent. This guy is actually the legendary demon emperor, Yang Ilcheon. And he drops a shocking secret. He infinitely prefers people who bleed for their strength over lazy natural geniuses. So, he wants to make Sungmin his personal disciple. Hoyan argues that Sungmin is a genius too, given his 10 years of crazy growth. But Ilcheon just laughs at her cute ignorance, hinting at a much deeper truth. He notes the heavy burden our hero carries is way more than just 10 years of sweat. He respects the 1,000-year struggle he senses inside him. Sungmin is the only one worthy of his ultimate teachings. Stick with me. Here is where it gets funny. Back in Devon, they find the shaman, Alador. The tattooed guy is ready to work, but the serious mood instantly shatters. Why? Because he sees Sungmin's comically lazy dot-faced disguise. Alador is visibly disgusted. He seriously questions how anyone could confidently walk around looking like a joke. Looking that absurd takes guts. Inside the workshop, Sungmin tightly grips that lock of red hair wrapped in cloth. He is absolutely desperate to save Hoyan. He asks Alador to track down the exact scumbag who cursed her. The shaman's eyes glow with wild, magical energy. Boom, he instantly pulls up a vision of a lush forest. It is packed with elves. He confidently declares the caster is hiding deep in the elven forest. But wait, bad news incoming. Snapping out of it, Alador explains this curse is viciously nasty. The caster definitely suffered a massive magical backlash. They are enduring the exact same agonizing pain they inflicted. Hearing about this huge weakness, the old veteran gets ideas. Wanpai assumes hunting. This crippled target will be super easy. The duo preps to leave, though Sungmin suffers through Wanpai's ridiculous, dramatic roleplay as a fake fallen noble. While they plan, the city's politics hit boiling point. Jaegal Taeyong, a total high-ranking beast of the local clan, suddenly gets cornered by the deadly Black Hound squad. They belong to the Murim Alliance. Since our boy is branded a super dangerous demonic threat, they sent this elite pursuit squad just to hunt his head. Taehyung remembers his old clash with the demon spear, realizing that kid is now a terrifying monster. The squad leader admits they completely lost track of their target. They suspect the fugitives are using disguises to sneak through town. This leads straight to an incredibly awkward encounter. Taehyung accidentally intercepts Sungmin and Wanpai, but their disguises are so painfully stupid, he is literally paralyzed with confusion. Wanpai actually gives a grand, theatrical speech about being the fallen heir, Helmut Sebastian Kraus. And our hero? He just stands there in a swollen mask, claiming his name is Gaidong. Taehyung starts sweating bullets because this mask is just aggressively, unnaturally ugly. He knows it is completely fake, but he feels an overwhelmingly terrifying aura rolling off these two trolls. Starting a fight right here? Absolute suicide. So, he smartly lets them pass. As they walk away, Rubia wonders if they got totally busted. Honestly, Sungmin just wants to smack the old man for overacting. Why was he so dedicated to the bit? Wanpai drops the truth. Good disguises cost too much. They had to hoard their gold to afford the shaman's hefty fees. So, they bought the cheapest, ugliest trash-tier masks. Sungmin realizes Taehyung showing up was no accident. The elite forces are tracking them. You and I know what happens next. Taehyung breaches the shaman's shop with his squad, only to find they barely missed their absolute targets. Frustrated, Taehyung is about to snitch to the rest of the division. But wait, Namgung he won the dragon sword him steps in, because he's actually Sungmin's sworn brother. Taehyung demands backup, threatening that crossing the Murim alliance is a massive mistake. Surprisingly, Hee-won agrees to help, claiming it's his personal duty to smack some sense into his straying brother. Alright, you and I are about to see a wild chase. Tarion immediately mobilizes the Heavenly Light Squad for a massive manhunt. High on the walls, our fugitives spot the growing army. Wanpai completely roasts the pursuit squad as trash, but Sungmin knows they can't stick around. They got the intel they needed, so it's time to sprint toward the Elven Forest at absolute top speed. Our hero angrily peels off that sticky, goofy mask. He tells Wanpai to drop the act right now. They need to focus completely on the road ahead, because Lee Sungmin and his entire crew are being hunted hard by the Murim Alliance. Forced into the thick woods, they catch a lucky break. The spirit Heoju realizes they're right near his old hidden stash. He finally promises to hand over that sweet treasure he kept hyping up, but the vibe completely tanks the second they step into the trees. Our protagonist? Horrified. The forest is absolutely packed with angry, swirling, vengeful spirits. When he demands answers, Heoju casually admits this bewitched forest was actually mutated by the world's lingering fear of him. 400 years ago, the Void Monarch was so terrifying that the leftover trauma literally poisoned the land after he died, completely twisting the forest's mana. Heihoju is secretly flexing that his legacy is still this toxic, but our boy just wants to survive. Heihoju explains that while a few spirits might still respect his authority, most are completely wild now. To navigate this death trap, the demon spirit summons little purple wisps as guides. Sungmin realizes that if they just follow these glowing little buddies, they can grab the loot and ditch the Murim alliance all at once. But the plan crashes when the wisps start shaking in pure terror. Heihoju's face hardens. He senses a very familiar, overwhelming presence in the mist. A massive demon with long red hair and black horns steps out. Enter the Great Red Demon, a super high-ranking boss from the Monster Syndicate, Predator. He's been waiting 400 years to see the dead monarch again. Meanwhile, Rubia is losing her mind, realizing they've been walking in circles for 2 hours straight. Wan Pai, the veteran, realizes he can't even scratch a single tree. A massive barrier is locking down the whole forest. While our hero deals with this nonsense, the Murim, Alliance Pursuit Squad, is having a way worse time. Things get deadly fast when a giant fire spirit ambushes the elites. Moyoung Sojin and Jigal Taeyong realize their physical swords are completely useless against this vengeful ghost energy. The shaman Alador jumps in, blasting it with heavy mana. Alador is sweating bullets, literally screaming at the Alliance members for being so cocky. He yells that normal martial arts are pure garbage in the bewitched forest. These spirits are made of ancient fear. And even though Jagal, Taeyong tries flexing about his elite Heavenly Light Squad and the Sword Dragon, Namgung Hiwan, Alador shuts him down, warning they are all literally moments away from a total massacre. Why? Because the forest runs on the Void Monarch's leftover dread. Just a tiny fraction of that energy could wipe out every single clan here. Meanwhile, back with our guy, the irony is honestly hilarious. The world's top warriors are getting farmed by trees, while the spooky wisps act like cute pets for our boy. All because he's got Heihoju riding shotgun. Heihoju is sweating, awkwardly admitting that the living hell the pursuers are currently experiencing is 100% his fault. As the red demon approaches, Sungmin realizes the crazy legend he carries is his ultimate shield, but also a massive danger magnet. Deep inside the bewitched woods, the air gets insanely heavy. Heihoju instantly senses a lethal threat approaching. This forest holds monsters with absolutely broken stats. He yells at Sungmin to stay sharp. From the thickest shadows, a giant steps out. Yes, it's the Great Red Demon, the elite enforcer of Predator. Our hero actually freezes for a second. He's literally staring down one of the 5 kings of the demon realm. Talk about bad luck. But wait, this red demon is totally washed up. He admits the Demon King title is basically empty right now. To prove it, he rips his shirt open, revealing a nasty, jagged, hollow hole right where his heart used to be. Heihoju bursts out laughing. This legendary threat is just a sad parasite, hiding in the bushes to leech off leftover ancestor energy. The red demon sadly admits he got kicked out of his own armory after getting utterly humbled. Heihoju is shocked. Who the heck could beat a great demon like that? He drops a massive name, Yona, a legendary 9-tailed fox who just took over as the new boss. Honestly, Heihoju doesn't care about bullying a pathetic loser, so he tells the guy to scram. He clarifies they only came here to grab one specific item. The crippled monster visibly sighs in relief. Finally moving on. Our protagonist reaches a massive, totally ominous dark pagoda. Sungmin seriously doubts the loot hasn't been looted after all these centuries. Heihoju just laughs at him, flexing his energy to rip open a glowing subspace portal right there. Get this, since the stash was locked in another dimension. Everything is pristine. The vault is insanely huge. Our boy casually pulls out a glowing gem. Heihoju confirms, that's a literal dragon heart. Next up, a massive mountain of dragon bones, scales, and chests bursting with gold. There's even a magic gourd that pours infinite booze, which Heihoju obviously calls the greatest treasure ever. Sungmin thinks it's useless garbage, but as the young spearman absorbs the energy from the hoard, his internal power literally doubles. A massive, game-breaking level up. But the party ends fast, as they start trekking back out. Rubia is actually stressing about the Murim Alliance squad, but Sungmin does the math. Without the glowing guides, those stuck-up orthodox warriors are getting absolutely slaughtered by the spirits. Yep, he's right. They stumble into a clearing soaked in blood, completely covered in dead elite martial artists. What a mess. But it gets weirder. The humans weren't the only victims. The red demon is ripped to pieces, meaning something way worse is hunting. Suddenly, 2 battered survivors stumble out of the fog, including Sungmin's bro, Namgung Hiwan. He's beaten and gasping. He stammers that the red demon jumped them first, but then a new nightmare showed up and tore the Demon King apart. Just then, a huge, purple aura crashes over the clearing. Hehoju lets out a dark, trolling laugh. He basically tells our boy, game over. Standing there is a terrifying, purple-skinned titan rocking long black hair. The strongest greater demon alive. In that bloody clearing, Namgung Hwon and the last survivor are completely frozen by this new nightmare. The purple titan just stares down at the battlefield. It radiates a suffocating pressure. But inside Sungmin's head, Hehoju figures it out. This thing isn't even alive. It's a pure physical glitch, made entirely of his own leftover energy. You see, the forest soaked up the Void Monarch's terror for centuries, eventually spawning a hollow clone of Heoju himself. As the insane energy swirls around our hero, the ghost notices a huge change. Old Sungmin would have absolutely panicked here, but after crushing the blood heavenly demon, his mind, body, and energy are totally locked in. Plus, since he literally just doubled his mana with the Monarch's elixir, he is done playing the underdog. He grips his orichalcum spear with cold, scary focus. He decides that despite this monster's insane aura, he can actually win this. Boom! The battle explodes in pure violence. This purple-cloned, exact same beast that just murdered a great— Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. The red demon lunges, but Namgung Hwon watches in total shock. Sungmin is actually matching this absolute titan blow for blow. Soon enough, the tables completely flip. Our spearman starts thrashing the demon clone like it is nothing. Hwon is literally sweating bullets right now, completely unable to process this. How did his sworn brother get this ridiculously overpowered? Heoju breaks it down. Sure, the clone looks terrifyingly strong, but honestly, it is just an empty fake missing a soul. It might be tough enough to hijack a dead red demon, but fighting Sungmin? No shot. The monarch literally tortured our guy through hundreds of years of hardcore mental trials. Sungmin stays totally sharp during the beatdown. He quickly realizes something crucial. The monster has infinite stamina and crazy healing, but its actual moves? Embarrassingly sloppy and totally predictable. This lets our spearman absolutely style on the monster with flawless precision. Once the dust finally settles, the spirit Heoju immediately starts trolling him, teasing that he enjoyed showing off way too much. Silence falls over the forest. Sungmin turns his cold gaze toward the leftover pursuit squad. Namgung Hwon instantly realizes he is hopelessly out of his league here. So, he plays the friendship card, begging for his life. He promises the Namgung clan will back off completely. Because Sungmin actually respects their past, he casually lets him live. He gets ready to walk away. But wait. Right as they start leaving, the shaman Alador literally crawls out from a pile of dead bodies. Our hero is utterly baffled. He could have sworn the guy was toast. Alador awkwardly laughs, admitting that playing dead is basically his ultimate skill. He knew sticking with that doomed squad was pure suicide. So, the shameless shaman begs to tag along. He trades his fancy tracking skills for a VIP escort out of the woods. Sungmin figures a local GPS might actually be useful. He agrees, but Alador nearly chokes when he hears the destination. Armory, the literal demon city the red demon just escaped from. Meanwhile, deep in another section of the woods, the political drama escalates into a total bloodbath. Jae-gok Tae-young is absolutely raging, screaming about Hwon, abandoning the team, and giving up to some demonic human freak. Survivors Moyoung Seojin and Jae-gok Tae-young are panicking right now, arguing about escaping this fog and calling for backup. Suddenly, boom, a masked assassin from their own side drops in. He violently stabs Jae-gok Tae-young right in the back. The killer then drops a brutal truth bomb. The Murim Alliance never planned for this squad to actually win. These elite kids? Totally disposable pawns meant to spark a convenient war. Since the original mission went completely off the rails, the Alliance sent the cleanup crew to erase everyone. Gotta tie up those loose ends. The masked captain stands over the fresh bodies, happily confirming the massacre is done for his corrupt boss, while our boy handles the south. Stick with me here, because the plot is thickening. We cut to Legro Forest. The demonic Alliance boss, Yang Il-cheon, promised a safe hideout for the little heavenly demon. Weiji Hoyon finally meets him face to face. Yang Il-cheon tries super hard to act like a cool, legendary boss, but he instantly cracks. Why? Annoying little fairies keep swarming him. He awkwardly explains to a very confused Hoyon that these tiny trolls love this place because the fairy queen lives here. It is literally the perfect magical spa to cure her curse. She is finally safe, but the demon emperor drops a reality check. It will take Sungmin at least 6 months to find her. Meanwhile, our lost squad is sweating through a jungle. Old man Wan Pai barely remembers where he learned his demonic tricks 10 years ago, so they are walking in circles. Thankfully, our newly adopted shaman Alador steps up to help. He asks if Wan Pai kept any souvenirs from the tribe for a magic tracking spell. Blushing furiously, the old guy pulls out a very suspicious-looking braided friendship bracelet. Oh, Rubia absolutely roasts him for this. She instantly guesses some lady gave it to him. With the romance teased and the spell fired up, they finally get a clear route. But the hype dies the second they arrive. The village is totally wrecked. They find a traumatized survivor named Purvis, who completely freaks out when he spots Wanpai. No hugs or happy tears here. He just collapses on the ground, weeping. Then drops the darkest plot twist: everyone else burned to death when a fire demon attacked years ago. The monster was hunting for humans who could use demonic energy, and literally roasted the clan. Purvis cries, thinking their worship of the dead, Void Monarch, brought this terrible curse down. Sungmin pushes for the full story. Purvis reveals that right as the massacre was ending, a golden nine-tailed fox heroically showed up out of nowhere and chased the fire demon off. She offered to save the survivors, but Purvis was way too paranoid. He thought the fox just wanted to eat them later. Hearing this insane news hits Hyoju right in the feelings. His loyal followers are completely gone. Plus, he figures out that this golden fox is definitely Yona, the exact same beast who crushed the red demon and now runs armory. Mind blown. Wanpai is absolutely shattered. The woman he had a massive crush on might be gone. But since Yona is supposedly guarding the survivors who know those secret breathing techniques, our boy knows they have to rush to armory right now. Plus, they might find clues about that psycho fire demon. Alador is practically shaking at the thought of a demon city. So, Sungmin tosses the guy a shiny purple gem from his secret stash. Boom! The greedy shaman instantly stops crying. He even brags that his own legendary master lives in armory. He promises to hook them up with a guide for the deadly streets. But honestly, this dignified master turns out to be the ultimate troll moment for our guy. They hit armory and discover this noble master lives inside a super sketchy brothel. Sungmin is dying inside, sweating bullets as he stares at the flashing red lights and sketchy demons hanging around outside. Hyeoju is laughing his ghostly head off. He thinks the wild demon nightlife is absolutely fantastic. A stunning woman in a bright blue robe happily greets them at the front door. She promises them a crazy good time. But then Hyeoju drops the funniest bomb ever. He whispers that in this specific club, everyone wearing blue is actually a dude. Faced with this epic trap, our traumatized hero just stares into the void, totally dead inside. Taking a deep breath, Sungmin finally steps into the wild and chaotic flower house. He meets a heavily tattooed sorceress named Frau. Since Sungmin literally kept her annoying student Alador from dying, she feels totally obligated to pay him back for the babysitting job. Things get super awkward fast. Frau totally thinks this young spearman wants a romantic night with her. Sungmin aggressively friendzones her instantly, clarifying he is absolutely not here for that. He just wants a VIP meeting with the boss. Since Frau is tight with the city ruler, she agrees to set up a chat with the nine-tailed fox, Yana, but she is suspicious. Why is a normal human casually touring a monster city? Our guy explains he desperately needs to learn how to control the insane demonic energy that is mutating his body. Frau scans him with her magic eyes and her jaw drops. She cannot believe he hasn't gone completely insane from that massive purple aura. She realizes his crazy luck comes from fate force. It is a wild energy pushing his life down a set path. She explains that because his fate force is so ridiculously high, he survives totally impossible traps and keeps miraculously bumping into the exact people he is destined to meet. You and I both know that explains why Hoyon keeps popping up. And while Sungmin is totally overwhelmed by this massive revelation, alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Stressed about his hijacked destiny, our hero is stuck waiting 4 whole days for an official audience. Finally, he and the veteran step up. Wanpai follows him into a massive chamber to meet Yana. And bam! The ruler of Ormori is a stunning lady rocking fox ears and glowing tails. Everyone is completely stunned. But Yana? She just stares at the empty space right next to Sungmin. She literally asks the air how the Void Monarch is doing. Yep, she can sense spirits. She sees Hyeoju clear as day, even though normal humans totally cannot. The demon spirit himself? Absolutely. Completely clueless right now. He has zero memory of this fox girl. Yana explains that 500 years ago, the monarch saved her life when she was just an average fox, and because she really wants to chat with her hero, she blasts a crazy wave of energy, forcing Hyeoju out into a massive, muscular physical form. But this totally causes a huge misunderstanding, since Yana sees this giant ghost hovering right over our guy. She thinks Hyeoju is some cheap parasite trying to steal this weak human body. Desperate to pay back her 500-year debt, she actually offers to help the monarch get his true power back. Sungmin just stands there, hurting, as the energy goes wild. Meanwhile, Hyeoju drops the most evil, predatory laugh you have ever heard. Oh yeah, the Void Monarch is totally down for this sketchy deal. So now our boy is sandwiched between two ridiculous legends having a reunion. Inside the massive halls of Ormuri, the vibe completely flips, from serious tension to absolute, unhinged chaos. The nine-tailed fox queen, Yana, is straight up crying. Her centuries of hardcore fangirling are finally validated seeing the Void Monarch in the flesh. But honestly, this reunion is anything but sweet. The second Hyoju gets a body, he brutally backhands Lee Sungmin. Our hero goes flying. Not gonna lie, this isn't even betrayal. It is just the demon showing off his massive, overinflated ego. Yana is just flabbergasted as Hyoju immediately starts screaming at her. Why? Because he is wildly offended that she thought he would just possess Sungmin to get his strength back. To this absolute drama queen, living inside a weak little human is deeply insulting. He brutally roasts the fox queen, telling her to tuck those glowing tails away and stop offering him stupid shortcuts. He is going to get his real body back himself. Thank you very much. He orders her to back off. Yana, totally whipped by her ancient hero, just cowers and promises to be perfectly obedient. Sungmin finally picks himself off the floor, totally nosy about their history. He asks if the demon really saved this fox lady back in the day. Hyoju, being pure tsundere, completely ignores him. He swears he has zero memory of it. Yeah, right. We literally see a flashback of a giant demon protecting a tiny bleeding fox in the snow. Anyway, after trashing our guy's pathetic body, Hyoju hits him with the creepiest smile ever, casually mentioning he will definitely steal the kid's body eventually. But Sungmin? He just drops a cheeky little smirk right back. That totally unbothered reaction absolutely triggers the demon. Meanwhile, all that crazy energy from the palace gets the whole city staring. Outside, a heavily tattooed dude and his entire tribe are literally throwing a street party. They are convinced their actual god is back. These guys survived the southern clan that worshipped the monarch centuries ago, and they totally think Sungmin is their holy messenger. Yana explains they just lost their home, all thanks to a ridiculously strong demon named Chu Song. Hearing that name, Wanpai loses his mind. He grinds his teeth, realizing this is the exact same monster that murdered his entire tribe. Ready to throw hands, the veteran stalks after Yana to get intel on this beast. Left alone with the hardcore fan club, our hero gets handed a super sketchy red book by one of the cultists. It is a top-secret manual for using divine power. Hyoju laughs and explains the troll logic here. Because these fanatics worshipped his scary legend for hundreds of years, their blind faith literally leveled up. It actually turned his evil demonic energy into pure divinity. A normal person would go completely insane using it. But Hyoju tells Sungmin to chill, he is already a freak of nature with a demon living inside him. Manual secured. Then Yana pops back in with some totally inconvenient news. She has to ditch Ormuri for 15 days to visit her old training mountain. Why? Because she cheated the system. She rushed getting her 9 tails in 500 years instead of 2,000. So magic rules are tying her down. Hyoju, having a super rare awkward soft moment, actually respects her crazy loyalty. He promises to babysit the idiot Sungmin while she is away. Now, let's get serious. You and I need to pay attention here. Wanpai drops the intel. Chu Song is actually a horribly mutated Imugi, basically a snake that failed the dragon exam, and he is a ruthless psychopath. And wow, the timing is absolute garbage. Miles away, Chu Song is already rubbing his hands together, knowing Yana just left town. The big ugly demon knows the city is totally undefended right now. He decides to use this golden opportunity to just massacre everyone in Ormuri. Glowing with pure evil energy, he marches his army straight ahead. He is so ready to watch the Fox Queen's whole kingdom burn. Meanwhile, back in a dark room in Ormuri, Sungmin is meditating super hard. His body is literally shaking with energy as he forces the violet dawn. He is mixing his mystic art with an insane new breathing technique, and it is destroying his body. Hyoju asks if he can actually pull this off. Honestly, Sungmin admits he does not have Weiji Hoyon's cheat-level genius. Balancing these warring powers is basically suicide. He is about to force it anyway, when a voice from the dark tells him to cut it out. Enter Enverus, a top-tier mage and master of the Golden Tower. Wait, it is Master Lloyd. He finally steps out to drop a massive warning. Sungmin absolutely cannot lose his humanity. Our hero is actually pretty thrilled to see him. Meeting the guy with the same messed up destiny is huge. But Enverus? Total mood killer. He coldly claims he never even wanted to say hi. Typical wizard behavior. They quickly shift to asking where everyone went. Sungmin casually mentions Rubia and Wanpai are just snacking at the night market, while Yana is out of town. The vibe in the room gets super heavy real fast. Enverus gets super depressing about fighting destiny. He compares them to a bug dodging a shoe, only to get washed away by the rain. Sungmin hates this loser mindset. But the mage breaks down the brutal math here. Listen, Because Sungmin literally time-traveled, he carries this ridiculous fate force. It is basically a cosmic magnet dragging everything to one terrible ending. Yep, the god of time Danier set the rules. This magnet is pulling Sungmin and all his friends straight into the actual apocalypse. But look, Enverus didn't just break in here to give a depressing TED Talk. He spills the tea. A massive monster is coming to Ormori. It is an old rival he absolutely cannot solo. Since Yana is gone, this arrogant mage literally has to beg Sungmin for help to stop a bloodbath. Our boy smells desperation and goes full capitalist. He whips out the gigantic red dragon heart he looted earlier and looks Enverus dead in the eye with a wild demand. He will only fight if Enverus magics this giant rock into a drinkable power smoothie. Enverus loses his absolute mind, screaming that the raw mana in a dragon heart is a death sentence. Any normal human would explode like a water balloon. But Sungmin just points right at his freaky, pulsing black heart. The mage freezes. He realizes this kid's totally messed up anatomy might actually survive it. Boom, forced teamwork, locked in with a magic oath. If Enverus wants a meat shield to fight this boss monster, he has to cook up the ultimate cheat code item for him first. Fair trade. While they are doing business, the night market turns into an absolute nightmare. Poor Rubia is trapped inside a screaming crowd as citizens and low-level demons just run for their lives. Fire explodes everywhere. A completely panicked Cyclops drops the worst news possible. Chu Song, that exact same fire-breathing psychopath who wiped out Wanpai's entire family, is back in town. The beast walks out of the flames, laughing like a maniac while torching the streets. He points right at Wanpai, promising to cook him alive. But the spearman? He does not even blink. Instead, he just spits out his lollipop. Stick with me, because this is where it gets wild. Flashing a terrifying red-eyed smile, he faces the demon. 10 years of waiting, and he proudly shouts his name. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness. The crazy heavenly demon, Biak Wanpai. He promises Chuseong will fear his name until he is ripped apart. Now, the scene shifts. Meet our base absolute dread, and a legendary predator. He is the reigning lich of the Black Stars. For centuries, Arbase was a famous sorcerer, but returning as an undead, Lich exposed his twisted, horrifying magic experiments to the entire world. Hunted by every major power, his survival is just proof of his insane strength. Down in his inner sanctum, Arbas stares at the flaming skull of a lesser Lich. That Lich is Prescan. Arbase drops a chilling backhanded compliment, praising Prescan for making a masterpiece out of garbage materials he calls child's play. But this arrogant moment gets cut entirely short. Arbase suddenly senses a breach in his territory. 2 rats just shattered his barrier. Prescan instantly panics, terrified that the Fox Queen Yana has finally come back for him. Arbase stays completely calm. He points out Yana cannot be here. Her possession ritual is still unfinished. Viewing these intruders as annoying little bugs, Arbase orders a terrified Prescan to stall them. Back in the courtyard, Lee Sungmin waits calmly under the night sky. Prescan storms in, absolutely furious. Our hero greets him like an old buddy, which only makes the Lich even madder. Prescan freezes. The guy who stole the heart is the intruder? Remembering a quick flashback of the mage Enverus, Sungmin casually confirms that his ally has already moved on. His companion is heading for the city center. It is just the 2 of them now. Prescan gets ready to take back his black heart, but instantly realizes he is completely outclassed today. Our MC has evolved on a staggering level. Sungmin moves so fast, the Lich cannot even track his shadow. Prescan is getting absolutely wrecked from the very first clash. The insane pressure gives our hero the perfect chance to test something new. He combines his inner energy with his newly cultivated demonic power. Channeling the Violet Dawn mystic art, Sungmin activates the 3rd vortex technique, the Blood Demon God, secret art. Leaping high, he drops a massive red and black energy slash known as Blood Hunt. The explosion is so incredibly huge, it completely swallows Prescan, blasting the Lich backward in pure agony. Honestly, even Sungmin is shocked by the damage. He only meant to use a tiny fraction of his power here. That pure destruction proves his strength just hit a totally new realm. Standing over the burning, defeated Lich, our boy demands to know about the Chimera Girl, Ayn. A broken press can reveals the great Lich King took his daughter. Meanwhile, deep inside the palace, Arbase is busy running sick experiments on Ayn. She is locked inside a massive magic circle. Arbase is obsessed with her endless energy capacity. His sick plan? Funnel the entire city's demonic power into her, then implant his own soul inside. By stealing this perfect body, Arbase wants to evolve into a legendary massacre devourer. But his dark plans get cut short. Enverus the mage steps right out of the shadows. He mocks Arbase, calling him a beast, starved for power he cannot even handle. Our base does not recognize his face at all, but Enverus prepares for battle, showing off crazy magic seals. Because of their deep, bloody history, the mage promises the lich will remember him before dying. Inside that dark sanctum, our base's arrogant smirk instantly drops into a look of absolute terror. The lich stares at the glowing tattoos on Enverus' arm. Reality hits him hard. He is looking at someone who died 100 years ago. Those specific, glowing, magical runes belong to an absolute legend. Our base panics, barely managing to stutter the name Laplace, but this mage is way more than just some ghost returning from the past. Enverus, now revealed as Laplace, is actually Cain, the strongest mage to ever walk the earth. Cain explains he was once cursed with a fate of total ruin. To escape it, he threw away his power, his identity, and even his face. He hid for a century. But after unexpectedly meeting Lee Sungmin, that terrible destiny snapped right back into place. So, he took back his mana and his true form. He is done running. He will do his duty and save the world. As Kana's epic mana explodes, we jump back to Sungmin. After destroying the lesser lich, our boy sprints toward the central plaza. And guys, what he finds looks like the actual apocalypse. The massive duel between these two god-tier mages has hit its peak. Light pillars and energy tentacles are literally tearing the city apart. Our base is breaking down, completely frustrated to hear that Prescan is already dead. Sure, the lich can resurrect if his soul urn is safe, but seeing Sungmin enter the fight, our base knows his winning chances just hit zero. Pure desperation forces his final play. It is his cruelest trick yet. He activates Ain's magic circle. A subjugation mark glows on her head, mutating the poor girl into a mindless monster with giant claws and tentacles. Our hero does not even blink. He confidently smirks at the mutated Ain. She is way stronger than last time, but he can see her eyes are totally dead and empty inside. Remembering Prescan's warning about Arbesa's mind control, Sungmin's focus turns ice cold. He drops into a combat stance, both of his heterochromatic eyes glowing with wild energy. Boom! He fires a massive blast, launching Ain backward and defeating her in the rubble instantly. That insane power display actually leaves the great mage Cain sweating bullets. Cain realizes swearing a mana oath to Sungmin might have been a huge mistake. While fighting our boss, the Grand Mage starts thinking our boy might actually be the most dangerous guy in the entire city. Strangely, seeing Sungmin's crazy strength, our base chooses absolute madness instead of just running away. The lich surrenders his very existence to a higher darkness. He offers his life as a lowly servant, calling down the direct authority of the actual Demon King. A massive, fleshy monster covered in eyes appears right behind him. Cain watches in pure shock. He knows any mage using this power gets their soul eternally tortured after they die. This dark transformation leaves Cain deeply frustrated, seriously questioning the lich's sanity. But our base is chillingly logical about this. If the contract's only downside happens after death, he just needs to make sure he never dies. Reborn as the king of predators, our base takes a grotesque new form, covered in fangs and huge eyes. Fueled by pure slaughter and hunger, things get insanely lethal. A giant phantom arm tears through the air above the beast. Cain instantly recognizes this deadly threat. He screams a panicked warning to Sungmin. It is soul annihilation magic. That ghostly hand literally deletes your soul on contact. Our hero is instantly forced onto the defensive. Sadly, the pressure is just too insane. A violent energy blast smashes into our boy, sending him crashing hard into the dirt right beside Ain. Sungmin winces in deep pain. Cain knows this is a brutal war of attrition. Borrowing Demon King's strength costs a massive price, meaning it cannot last forever. Their only real shot here is buying time. They just have to survive until Arbus's borrowed power burns out. But the lich just laughs, calling Cain a senile old fool. Because that massive, glowing magic circle, gathering the city's energy is almost done. The lich is actually the one stalling for time. He gloats that once he absorbs Ormuri's full power, he becomes literally unstoppable. Strangely, Arbase adds, he only used this desperate move because his backup, Chuseong, and another ally totally failed to show up. Glowing eyes scan the battlefield. Where the hell did those bastards go? The answer? Somewhere else entirely. The crazy heavenly demon Biak Wanpai finally intercepted the fire demon Chusong. Our veteran warrior confidently stands his ground. Alright, you and I are diving into pure madness today. Wanpai vows to tear the monster apart for the slaughtered humans. Chusong? He just finds the whole encounter boring. He admits he is way too superior to remember the dead humans. This cold indifference, it instantly triggers a lethal, explosive response from Wanpai. Boom! He explodes with a massive aura, activating his secret blood art. He swears to rip out the monster's heart and engrave the fallen names on it. Chusong, totally stunned, a mere human remains standing after a demonic fire blast. This forces the demon to get serious. Our hero moves in a red blur, dropping heavy, energy-infused blows. Wanpai's strength is overwhelming. Chusung realizes he cannot take these strikes head-on. Why? Because our guy is fighting with a century of refined rage. He smashes straight through the demon's metal mask. The massive shockwave sends Chusung flying, but despite the heavy damage, the fire demon drags himself out of the smoke. With a predatory laugh, he admits Wanpei's reckless courage is actually impressive for a human, so he returns the favor. Full power. Chusung flares his aura into blazing flames. He reveals his true form, an Imugi, a beast that failed to become a dragon. Intimidated by this massive monster? Not at all. Wanpei just grins. He realizes they are remarkably alike, both failed to reach a higher state. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin hits his physical limit. He is hunched over, totally gasping for air. The battle hits a critical breaking point. Facing the Lich Arbez and an endlessly regenerating chimera, our hero realizes a prolonged fight is a death sentence. It will completely drain his remaining stamina. This exhaustion gets worse, thanks to the oppressive dark aura radiating from the Lich's magic, threatening to obliterate everything it touches. Inside his mind, the demon spirit Hihoju is equally frustrated. He wonders if they got dragged into a pointless struggle just for a dragon heart. Sungmin silently agrees, but Arbez has zero interest in chatting. He finishes a massive magic circle designed to violently channel the city's pooled demonic energy right into its center. The Lich views Annie as the only vessel capable of holding this force. He commands her to the center, planning to use her monstrous heart to fuel his own evolution. Now watch this. Miscalculating the sheer danger, our boy charges right into the circle to stop the ritual. Arbez just watches with a mocking smile, expecting the spearman to explode. The Lich knows any mortal, or even a great dragon, would be ripped apart by this massive funnel of power. But Arbez makes one massive, fatal mistake here. He has absolutely no idea that Lee Sungmin possesses the exact same kind of monstrous heart as the Chimera. As the energy surges, Hyoju panics. He screams for our hero to destroy the circle before his human body shatters. Arbez, however, starts a gloating countdown to what he assumes is Sungmin's execution. Luckily, the fireworks fail. Instead of an execution, the center of the circle detonates with a violent flash of light as our protagonist's heart goes to work. It successfully devours the demonic energy. This forced absorption shatters the magic circle, scattering the gathered power. The smoke clears, leaving a bloodied but standing Lee Sungmin. Faced with the total ruin of his lifelong wish, Arbez falls into pure, terrified despair. Why? Because the Demon King is already moving to claim his soul for the failed contract. The Lich attempts a desperate soul exchange, firing an energy beam to hijack Annie's body. Strangely, a familiar shadow intercepts the ritual. The black mage Kim Jong-hyun suddenly appears. He catches the Lich's soul right in his bare hand. Arbez is stunned. He realizes this missing ally was just waiting for this exact moment of fatal weakness. Jong-hyun casually admits his entire cooperation was a fake-out to harvest the Lich's mana and knowledge. The great mage Cain watches in pure silence as the mighty Lich King crumbles to dust. But the atmosphere gets even more sinister. Cain senses it instantly. By draining the Lich's soul, Jong-hyun has actually triggered the birth of an even greater evil. Smiling at our hero, the black mage notes that Lee Sungmin's fate has finally started moving. Meanwhile, a much more powerful, terrifying demonic figure begins stirring in the shadows. The battle takes a horrifying turn. That demonic energy Lee Sungmin absorbed? It has completely overwhelmed him. Even though the rampage is brief, the damage is done. The sheer volume of power mutates our hero into a monstrous entity with glowing eyes and jagged teeth. Kim Jong-hyun just watches and laughs in manic delight. He loves chaos. He finds this ominous evolution to be a spectacle way beyond his wildest dreams. As the black mage watches this new fate unfold, we shift back to a sweating, battered Cain. The great mage is at his absolute limit. He realizes with pure dread that Lee Sungmin has mutated into something that should never exist. His mana is totally running dry. His body is failing hard from spell backlash. Cain knows he cannot survive a long fight. Arbez is dead, but the threat just got worse. Cain makes a final, desperate choice. He sacrifices his very life force to the great mana, creating a final, massive bastion of starlight energy. He trades his life to ensure not a single enemy escapes alive. Cain's explosive sacrifice actually buys a crucial moment of stillness. But Kim Jong-hyun remains totally unaffected. The twisted mage just mocks the noble sacrifice. He questions if Cain can actually win, especially since the monstrous Lee Sungmin's durability is reaching insane levels. As Cain bleeds out, the world slowly fades to black. The narrative shifts straight into our hero's mind. Our protagonist wakes up in a purple cosmic void. feeling eerily similar to his past trials. He is totally confused. He remembers fighting beside Cain right before the demonic energy overflowed. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying red version of himself looms out of the total darkness. Before he can even process the shock, the Void Monarch appears. He delivers a sharp punch straight to Sungmin's face, snapping him right out of his daze. Heoju gives a quick, clear explanation. This is Sungmin's inner world. That huge red monster, it is his inhuman nature, currently piloting his real body like a rabid dog. The monarch explains it is a total miracle his human mind is intact. The only fix? Beat the absolute crap out of his own demonic consciousness. Heoju cannot help him here. This is a wall the young spearman must break alone. But instead of giving up, our guy just smiles. He reminds the panicked demon spirit of one simple fact. When it comes to fighting entirely on his own, he has centuries of brutal experience. As the monarch fades, Lee Sungmin summons his energy spear, facing his inner demon. Meanwhile, out in the real world, things get even crazier. A massive blue energy giant manifests from behind, signaling the final act of this absolute nightmare is just starting. But back inside the mind space, the situation takes a terrifying turn that not even the legendary Void Monarch saw coming, because he shares a subconscious space with Sungmin. Heoju is the only one who sees the muscular, blue-veined entity standing right beside our hero. This sight leaves the mighty demon spirit in a state of absolute, pure panic. He is horrified this insanely powerful being hid inside a kid unnoticed. As Heoju screams in terror, falling through a suppressed cloudy void, you and I are left speechless. The plot thickens. A translucent purple hand casually points toward the horizon, while a glowing entity just flexes its presence at the end of the martial path. This forced realization? Absolute mindbender. It deals a massive, embarrassing blow to the Void Monarch's fragile ego. Because this being? Way out of his league. Heoju, literal king of demons, involuntarily drops to his knees in submissive silence. The glowing figure puts a finger to its lips, basically telling the monarch to shush. Talk about dominating, leaving our hero to face his internal emotional baggage totally alone, back in the mind space. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin is having a sweaty wrestling match with a red demonic beast. Since this angry dog just moves on primal instinct, our boy reads its patterns like a basic dating profile. This is a battle of pure, raw skill. Since he can't rely on his usual inner energy or edgy demonic powers in this void, our hero relies on his foundation. Luckily, the thousands of years he spent obsessing over martial arts haven't magically vanished. Our boy lands a savage downward strike, proving he's absolutely not about to lose to some brainless, single-minded beast, even one born from his own edgy darkness. Once the red silhouette fades, Heoju finally snaps back to reality, sweating buckets and visibly traumatized. But when our hero casually asks for the mental realm exit, the usually loud monarch is suspiciously quiet, totally gaslighting him by hiding that terrifying encounter. This awkward silence leaves Sungmin confused, but the rude awakening back to the physical world, way more jarring. Back in reality, the mage Cain is tied up in blue chains, looking physically and emotionally destroyed. Why? Because he literally burned his life force just to babysit a rampaging Sungmin. He is basically a hollow shell now. Cain looks at our hero like a toxic ex with limitless, terrifying red flags. Looking up at the bloodied sky, he literally admits he is glad he finally stopped the boy, before he turned into a literal world destroyer. However, Lee Sungmin casually shatters those chains and steps up, offering a half-baked apology. Cain instantly rejects it, because earlier, he swore a magical mana oath to help our boy absorb the dragon heart. Sungmin demands he keep that spicy promise. Cain is absolutely horrified by the audacity, pointing out that both of Sungmin's eyes have already mutated. They are full-blown demonic eyes, now a glowing red sign he is losing his humanity. Cain fully believes giving this demon spear any more power would straight-up doom the world. But our stubborn hero refuses to back down. Face-locked in absolute determination, he reminds Cain that ghosting a mana oath means literal death. But the mage doesn't even care anymore. Cain has already torched his own life away anyway, all to stop that crazy rampage. Believing he is on his deathbed regardless, he plans to use his battered body's final moments to totally drag down the walking red flag that Sungmin represents. But wait, just as the breakup drama reaches its peak, a massive pillar of energy crashes down from the sky with ridiculous force. Lee Sungmin can only stare up in absolute, jaw-dropping shock, paralyzed by the sheer flex of this arrival. Physically cracked and totally exhausted, Cain just stares at the beam like an idiot. He senses a crazy power he definitely did not swipe right on. It has finally arrived. Kim Jong-un, however, just starts laughing like an absolute maniac. Throwing his arms wide, he realizes he is witnessing the super rare descent of a literal transcendental being. a wild spectacle he never thought he would catch in person. As the blinding light fades, a gorgeous woman with flowing hair and a divine veil drops in. Enter the Spirit Queen, a legendary VIP from the spirit realm. Talk about possessive. She instantly declares she hasn't given Cain permission to die. The battered mage is so confused. Bound to him by a mysterious, spicy contract, the Spirit Queen glares right at our hero. She basically says she will handle her man's debts, volunteering to fulfill Cain's promise. The mage starts panicking and begging her to stop. He knows if our boy gets even a drop more power, it is instant world destruction. But the queen shushes him like a boss, declaring she doesn't care if the entire world collapses or explodes, just as long as she gets to keep her favorite mage by her side. Peak yandere energy. While the dragon heart pulses suggestively in front of our protagonist, Kim Jong-un decides to, nope, right out of there. Why? Because this sneaky guy has already gotten his fill of the drama and secured the monster girl. The black mage slips away into the mist like a total coward. He smirks, wondering how ridiculously overpowered he and the spearman will be the next time their romantic fates inevitably cross. But plot twist. The physical world is literal poison to the Spirit Queen, and she starts bleeding mana everywhere. Cain realizes she has to bounce back to her realm instantly to survive. But nope, she refuses to leave her man. Smiling through the pain, she forcefully yanks the mage right into the light. Cain screams one last desperate roar as they get magically abducted together, leaving the battlefield in super awkward, heavy darkness. Our boy is just left face down, in the dirt, motionless. Meanwhile, his heart just keeps thumping with a crazy, heavy rhythm. Then, boom, camera cuts to the snowy outskirts where our grumpy veteran Wan Pi is having a terrible day. Bloodied and completely wrecked, he flashes back to his tragic romance with Durga, the woman he loved. Fearing his own crazy madness, Wan Pi had tragically friend-zoned her back to her tribe for safety. But get this, the trollish fire demon Chu Song just laughs in his face. He reveals the sickest irony. Durga died by his hands exactly because Wan Pi sent her to the village he torched. This toxic revelation should have emotionally destroyed the boomer. Instead, it gives him crazy clarity. Wan Pi straight up admits his whole tragic hero routine was just a lame excuse to dump her, all so he could be a martial arts nerd in peace. Finally ready to ditch that sweaty obsession, he instantly ignites his true origin energy. Guys, this is literally a suicidal cheat code. It makes a warrior shine like a dazzling pop star for 1 second before guaranteed death. Our guy turns into a blinding pillar of energy, throwing the most ridiculous, bone-shattering punch ever. It completely wrecks the cocky, untouchable Chu Song. Rubia watches, jaws dropped, as this crazy boomer burns through his life force to win. Wan Pi screams at the sky, begging for just 5 more minutes of life. Just long enough to confirm the kill. Unfortunately, this anime world hates happy endings. Wan Pi's epic energy fizzles out like a cheap firework, leaving him pathetically slumped on his knees, bleeding from the eyes. Chu Song, somehow surviving that nuke, stands over him laughing like a classic villain. He totally mocks the old man's useless flex. But wait, just as this crispy demon winds up for the fatality, little Rubia struts into the smoke, blocking him. The epic battle hits maximum drama as the fire demon gets ready to end our favorite grandpa. Wan Pi is completely out of juice. Running on empty, he watches in absolute horror as this tiny, adorable cat girl steps right between his helpless self and the blazing psycho. Wan Pi screams at her to run away, but our furry companion refuses to budge an inch. Flashing a tragic, cute smile, Rubia remembers when she thought this whole road trip was just super annoying. But hanging out with Sungmin and this grumpy grandpa, she actually fell in love with her chaotic life. That's why she is betting it all right now, boldly telling Wan Pi she absolutely refuses to let him die. Chu Song, clearly sick of the power of friendship, charges up a spicy fireball right in his mouth. But right before he spits hot fire, we get a massive lore drop about Rubia. Turns out, she is a bougie artificial spirit, made by Grand Mage Inverus, and the Spirit Queen herself. So, she is packing a secret cheat code. Even though she usually sucks at magic, the Queen totally left her a panic button for the ultimate worst-case scenario. Suddenly, a massive, insane inferno explodes out of Rubia, literally shoving the demon backwards. She casually explains to a shook Wan Pi that she is borrowing the Queen's epic power. It is a one-time VIP gift meant to save her master. Knowing this crazy energy will run out fast, she begs Grandpa to take the hint and run away. Unfortunately, this troll of a universe hates people on low health. Wan Pi is so incredibly drained that if he even tried jogging, he would faceplant instantly. And if he dies, little Rubia is totally on her own. To be ripped apart by this enraged demon? No chance. Refusing to let that tragedy happen, The crazy heavenly demon forces himself to stand one last time. He begs his failing body for strength. He has to protect the one comrade who risked everything for him. Usually, the world ignores desperate prayers like this. But get this, a miracle actually happens. From a body completely squeezed dry, Wanpai ignites one final spark of raw strength. He lunges forward, landing a massive energy-infused punch directly into Chuseong's snout. The monster gets completely hammered by a flurry of high-speed strikes. Wanpai is pouring his entire soul into this assault. Half of the veteran's face literally begins to char, dissolving into golden embers. But he keeps this defiant, bloody grin, totally mocking Chuseong's shock. He proudly shouts his title one last time, sending that demon crashing hard into the dirt. As his silhouette starts to fade, Wanpai looks up at the sky. He finally finds peace, remembering his lost love. Durcia. Wanpai collapses. A completely panicked Rubia rushes to his side, desperately digging around for a potion to save him. But fate is about to deliver a seriously cruel twist. Before she can even find a healing item, Rubia's own body starts glowing. She begins dissolving into white light. Why? Her master, Enveras, is most likely summoning her back right now. Or maybe a safeguard just expired. Either way, she gets forcibly pulled away. She screams for one more second, then vanishes completely. The motionless veteran is left lying all alone on the frozen ground. You and I know, the battle for the armory has finally quieted down. But for Lee Sungmin, this victory is heavy with grief. Standing in a dark room, he meets the sorceress Frau. She acknowledges the city is safe, but the cost was incredibly high. She watches our hero with a somber look. She notes that keeping the veteran Wanpai alive through that final clash was a constant, desperate struggle, because the old master has fully reached his limit. Frau reminds our protagonist that a proper farewell is the only thing left to give him now. Standing over the broken body of his companion, our boy sees an absolutely tragic sight. Wanpai is half-charred. His physical form is slowly fading away into glowing embers as his life force completely burns out. Despite these horrific injuries, the old man actually lets out a weak laugh. He is completely satisfied because he successfully ripped apart the throat of the fire demon Chusong. That monster haunted his past forever. Frau confirms this was an impossible feat. Chuseong was considered the strongest demon in the whole region, second only to the city ruler, Yana. But the losses do not stop with Wanpai. Frau goes on to explain that the cat girl, Rubia, has been reverse summoned straight back to the spirit realm. Because her soul is bound to the mage Enveras, she was likely pulled right along when he followed the spirit queen into her dimension. Our hero is deeply pained by this sudden, crushing isolation, but Wanpai urges him not to worry. He truly believes that if the girl is alive, she will eventually find her way back. Desperate to save the dying master, the young spearman asks if there is absolutely any way to reverse this damage. Frau admits, normal medicine is completely useless here. If any possibility exists at all, it would require the intervention of a divine being, or maybe a demonic spirit, much like how Yana was reborn through that kind of power. But Wanpai has heard enough. With a calm smile, he tells our boy to let him go. He is incredibly grateful for his final years. He spent them with good companions, viewing them as a fortune he never deserved after a lifetime of sin. Wanpai's only true regret is the wall he could never climb. He spent his whole life chasing the transcendence realm, and even after risking absolutely everything by detonating his core energy, he still failed to catch a glimpse of what lies beyond. He asks our protagonist for a brutally honest opinion of his Legacythe Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. When Sungmin fully acknowledges it as an unrivaled martial art, the old man sheds a final, quiet tear of pride. He completely entrusts his legacy to the boy, commanding our hero to reach the transcendence realm that he never could. With that final, heavy wish, the crazy heavenly demon closes his eyes for good. His final thoughts drift straight to Durcia, the woman he abandoned, whose face still haunts his memory. Left completely alone in the heavy silence, our hero feels the crushing weight of the road ahead. The purple spirit Hihoju manifests right behind him, grumbling about how the old man totally stole his chance for personal revenge. Sungmin is plagued by endless what-ifs. He wonders if his friends would still be here, if he had just been stronger, or returned sooner. Hihoju warns him that those thoughts are a dangerous path straight to madness. Then, he asks where they should head next. Driven by a cold, yellow-eyed determination, our hero finally makes his choice. They are heading straight to the Elven Forest. He vows to kill the Fist Sovereign and break Weiji Hoyun's curse, and he will ensure he never loses another companion again. Stick with me here, because meanwhile, deep within the Elven Forest, the political shadows of Beyond the Heavens are moving. The Fist Sovereign, one of their 6 lords, lies slumped on the dirt. He is breathing heavily when he gets interrupted by the Hidden Sovereign. This masked guy in a fur-lined cloak totally mocks his pathetic, unsightly state. the hidden sovereign reveals that a spirit medium has literally foretold the Fist Sovereign's death. Because the demon spear is currently marching straight toward the forest, the Lord's fate seems completely sealed. The Fist Sovereign is panicking hard, but the hidden sovereign just looks down on him with pure contempt. He points out that the Lord spent way too much energy maintaining the curse on the little heavenly demon. He has become weak enough for a common thug to kill. Furthermore, the hidden sovereign is completely unaware of Wanpai's death. He dismissively labels the crazy heavenly demon as an absolute failure, a failure who never reached transcendence. He plans to clean up both the boy and the old man together. Then, the conversation turns to their ultimate goal securing Wei Ji Hoyan, because right now, she is under the Enexpedia, protection of the demon emperor, Yang Il-chun. That makes her temporarily untouchable. However, the hidden sovereign harshly commands the Fist Sovereign to maintain that curse at all costs. For beyond the heavens, she is not just some target. Listen to Mesha is the essential key to fulfilling their grand wish. As these final puzzle pieces snap into place, the stage is perfectly set for an absolutely lethal collision between our hero and the Lords of the Heavens.